think it probably would. Game was busy. He was the last one to be lenient. I think it's a red card to his right. Try to keep the run out. And I did and goes on to the left. Gwara again. I think it in the pocket. It's in terms of make your man in row. Chau. Arwano testa joange. Melo is all talent tested here.
It's match day 5 here at the Phillies Games. Of course, it is the 2020 edition. We are coming to you live from the Rugby Race Stadium, of course, here in the heart of Tembisa. We are celebrating 29 years of this tournament, unearthing raw South African football talent, the likes of Tirato Shabangu, Themba Zwane, as well as Yeye Lutolonyane. So certainly this tournament is known for producing raw South African talent. Well, yesterday we saw a dramatic end to the last 16 matches. 8 teams progressing to the last 8 yesterday. So Abarondoli winning over One Lion FC, and of course in the second match of the day, Gwara progressing to the next stage, and as well as the War 10 FC and Amandla. And of course, it was all about the second leg, the final second leg of the day that brought us to today's last 8 matches. Of course, it is the first leg. First FC will be locking horns first with Boko Haram. First FC winning both first and second leg over Umlilo, and Boko Haram as well winning over Pumulong FC, a team that really struggled to assemble themselves in the first leg, but coming out a little bit more stronger in the second leg. And then we have the Rock, who will be locking horns with Ndengeza. And Ndengeza, of course, showing their dominance in the first and second leg over their struggling opponents. And of course, the Rock also showing their dominance. It is a Limpopo derby, as both teams do come from Egiyani. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup in the second game. And then we build up to our third match, Amandla and Isithembo. So if you remember yesterday, Amandla were the team that played in the last game. It was a dramatic penalty shootout over Itzalanang, and they of course walked away victorious. But the question will be, will this team be ready, as the fatigue might creep in for them, as the first 4 teams are well rested and the remaining 4 teams are the teams that were in action yesterday. So of course Amandla will be locking horns with Isithembo, who managed to bounce back in the second leg and overturn that scoreline. And then we have Gwara, who will be taking on Abarondoli. It is experience over experience. Abarondoli, a very experienced team, has been in this tournament since 1999, and certainly in the second leg, from losing 2-1, they managed to overturn that scoreline. So they'll be locking horns with Gwara. So that should be a very interesting clash with both these teams. While Buitumelo Botswana is standing by with the coaches of First FC as well as Boko Haram.
With me right now, I am with the coach of First FC, Robert Tangu. Coach, good afternoon, good morning today. Hope you had a good rest since yesterday you did not have a game.
Morning, how are you?
Yes, coach. First of all, it's the first time you guys are playing against Boko Haram. How are you going to approach this game?
Our approach today is going to be we are going to play a different kind of attacking formation system-wise, because in terms of attacking of the Boko Haram, they are very good inside. So we'll try to maneuver as much as we can. We'll try to close them as quick as possible in terms of spraying those small passes and long ball in our half.
We know First to be a side that plays carpet football, but looking at the pitch, it doesn't allow for such flowing football. How are you going to approach today's game?
I spoke with my boss earlier this morning. We'll try to play long ball short ball and second ball, because because of the pitch is not playable. One of the reasons, because the pitch is not playable.
You brought back the likes of Katlego Mashiko in the middle of the park. How vital was he in the middle of the park in the previous game, and today? What value is he going to add in your side?
Last time he did play on second half, but today he's starting out. He'll be outside today due to some technical changes that we'll be proposing to our team. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Coach, for your time. That was the coach of UFest, Robert Sitangu, telling us about how he's going to be approaching today's game. And right now, I will be joined by the coach of Boko Haram, Lisecha Letwaba. Coach, warm welcome today.
Thank you.
Yes, you had a good rest yesterday, and today it seems as if there is no rain. You're going to be having sun outside. And how are you going to approach today's game against UFS, since they are a close book, and you guys, it's the first time you're playing against each other?
Yeah, it's the first time we're playing each other, but I know the team. I once played for them. The coach, I once coached me, so I know his approach to the game. I'll try and use that to my advantage.
So since it's a battle between the student and the master, we know that in the previous two games, one can say that you had a fairly easy game against Pumulong FC, and now you're up against one side that actually humiliated Umlilo. Are you not scared that they might pose a threat to your side, Boko Haram, and might cause an upset?
No, we're not scared of any team here. Yeah, I've got confidence in my players. I've got hope that they'll perform well. It was indeed an easy game, but as the tournament progresses, obviously the games are going to get a bit tough. So each round the games are going to get a bit tough. So I'll try and twist my approach to the games. The boys, mentally, they're getting used to the ground, so we'll try and improve from that.
Muyende started off the bench in the previous game, but today he is starting. What is the reasoning behind him starting today?
As you can see in the first leg of the previous round, he came off due to cramps, so he was a bit rusty, but working on his fitness. Today he promised that he'll be able to finish the full 90, so that's why I'm giving him the start.
Thank you very much for your time, Coach. Good luck and hope you do well.
Thank you.
That was the Boko Haram coach Lisecha Letwaba telling us the approach to today's game. Right now we will be joined by Hleza as well as Jeremiah Mapanga, who will be taking us to the first 45 minutes.
Tumelele ke kona motsemotle ke fihle ka kona ka motsaneng fela ka tsepisa 1632 ga felo be mafofane ja Ortambo mo kopane hlopa tsa pedi ka kona po pedi sa ke motsemtse UFest kopane hlopa sa Boko Haram a go le tsholo motsemotle ya bolela mona Jermo Panga msimano mo sokala bala mo sotika semo a go le tsholo ba marata ma mitsa modidi wa matepe a sena selo a gopele sa motho tsa tsena le hono a ke matheke le mongwe motsemotle ke tsama le ntatona Hleze kamane ba mitsa Mr. Sgoa Senkgwese Mr. English.
You know what, Jeremiah, it's such an honor to be sitting next to you. It's also such a grateful gesture that, of course, we will be tackling this game. You could even hear from the coach's perspective view that it's going to be a different approach. Not only that, but Robert wants to make sure that he qualifies for the next round, while Letwaba knows their sequence and their pattern.
Halatala bofofu ke tseo motsemotle po pedi sa keng ba ditsebang ba ra gona po pedi sa keng motsemotle a di ka ba po pedi sa keng di tlile go hlabana tumelele ke re papadi ena selo se se tlogo safara mona e tlile go ba jwang a o latlela bofofu ka mona hlopheng sa ka kwana sa UFest se jele mmala wa ka kwana motsemotle o mo white o tlakane le ka mane bo blue o lebella hlopha sa ka kwana sa bashimane ba Boko Haram ba jele mmala o motsebang wa di champion motsemotle wa Mamelodi Sundowns sa latlela bofofu lebella match official sa rena ka mane mo letsa phala ke yena ngwanena wa Godfrey Mahlango assistant ya gagwe motsemotle ka mane ke na Thabo Lehlalu gona le ka mane second assistant ke Sifiso Masebuko fourth official ngwanena wa Donald Tempaki motsemotle go tlhopha monate wa Donald Gadi ba lebelele ga bantse ba ya kwana ba dumerisana le ka mane ba thusha ba letsa phala le ba letsa phala it's gonna be late o tloba monate latlela bofofu starting lineup sa bana gona le ka mane Mana Vimpi o teng ka mane gona le ka mane motsemotle Mtututsi bana ka mane Malamuli o teng ka gona motsemotle Itumeleng gona le ka mane ke na Kabelo Tshabula nne o teng Swanelo a teng ka mane motsemotle go tlohela khoma le yona.
Well, they want to stabilize that midfield as well.
Halo jalo mothamotle la hlala bofofu ka kona hlometsa Boko Haram o teng ngwanena wa Jackie ka kona Thato le ana tsa le teng Abramo o teng ka mana Romeo le na Richard ba teng ka mana mothamotle gona le ka mana lena Philip Tetutsi ngwana Yande o teng ka mana Raymond Tebogo le Quentin ka kona mothamotle Skelo Zulu ba teng.
When you look at their formation, it's a 4-2-3-1 formation, so they were looking to be playing on the front foot just to make sure that they can unsettle the likes of Savu and Chabulani in the middle of the park, as well as Prince up front there, as well as Itumeleng Mlamoli as well at the back there. No, it's a very, very interesting one when you get to look at it. Who's going to be dominating that midfield battle, the width of the pitch out wide, the flanks as well, and of course, who's going to have that defensive ability to be wise in terms of structure.
Mokotlise wa Boko Haram o rile ga ra tlamona go tla tshaba batho re tlile mona go tlodira se re se tlaitsego.
Most certainly, of course, Jeremiah. It's a question of who wants it more, who has the desire and the work ethic here. And it's going to be sensational to see. Whoever is going to be the one that scores the first goal will definitely go.
Opule Phyllis KMC Kagana Matamata 2020 you first e kopa le hlopa sa Boko Haram ga go le jalo re le kagona re le live ka motsane fela wa ka Tempisa Motamotle opule kamano tentsere mai wa maphanga o tamaile ngwanene wa hlesa kagona Motamotle mo monna songkhwese o tla ntngata.
Master Simpiwe out wide, of course, on that left-hand flank.
Ba batla Motamotle ba bitsa ba bya kantle opule hlopa sena wena ngwana hlesa lokelo sa bona hlopa sena sa ka mana sa you first ba re sieza stiki re fitla ga rome.
Well, you can tell, Jeremiah, of course, that they want to come at you as much as possible.
Go tlhopha monate aleleme la Sesulu ba re go so bantse ke ntseke aleleme la ka re go tlapa boima o lebelele ga ba re tloga tlhopha sene bona ka manekana Princess Prince iranga polo ga re tloga fela jalo ba tlagaloga a tša polo ba shimane ba ka kona pa Motamotle ba lebelele ka manekana you first ba isha ka kona itlakana le tlomange nna ga re tloga fela jalo ka mane tlhopheng sa you first itlakana ka manekana ngwanena wa ka manekana Prince sala fase ba re ga di a madi botso a re wena sukiri phoso ya tona le gadi.
It's a very huge task, of course. Abram has to keep a very close eye on Prince because he knows he's a very industrious individual, plays right on the shoulders of the last line of defense, hacked him behind. The referee had every right to blow his whistle. It's going to be quite interesting to see this battle.
Manakamane ngwanena Motamotle wa ka tlhopheng sa you first thapelo e patameditse mo go lenyewe a re bone bofofu go tla latlhele ka bana bona ngwanena ba mmitsang ka manekena mpantle shina go o tla iranga go le o romela go le telele ka kwana epia pholo a tša moyetla o bja ka ntle.
That's not a decent one, of course. He won't be happy with the way he actually connected with it. Is of course Bonello, Pinjo Lolo is what they call him.
O bapetse ka monyetla ngwanena wa Pinjo.
Yeah, most certainly. He should have probably made the goalkeeper work. But Jackie, we know he's an experienced campaigner and we know what he's capable of doing. Made it an aggressive ball there.
Fela jolo kamane ngwanena ba mmitsang ka kona Motamotle pinini pono a tša go leo ba irela monga mathomo tlhakana le tsolo ngwanena wa Vimpi Vimpi o tla renga go le o romela pole telele ka kona Vimpi ngwanena wa Tsibatsiwane wa Vimpi o na le teng e finaleng ya di-Phyllis Games ngwagong o fetileng ngwana tlesa.
Well, he's a very good goalkeeper, a very industrious goalkeeper, great reflexes, reads game well.
Re tloga fela ka mane hlopa sa Boko Haram tla renga monna re ke re tloga fela jolo o bapala ka monyetla ka kona Motamotle re tloga kona tla kgona o tloela letolo mange bona ka mane ke na mhlonishwa tlhaniso di renga go lewe bakotlisi bana ngwana hlesa kotlisi bana ba sa dutse fase ba sa iketlile ba sa di balapala dipalopalo tse di ngata fela.
Robert is
Ho bona moletsa phala ka kona motamotla ai ba phala gape ka kona hlopheng sa kona you first ya mogela ga bolola tša go le romela ka kona a re tloga ka kona o tla ranga go you first ba tša ba isha maemong a mathomo lo tona vimpi a re tloga fela ka kona ngwanena wa vimpi motamotla a re phagamisa matsogo ke le boneng go bongwe le bala o tla rang hlopheng sa ka kona sa you first wa ya mogela ga bolola ka kona a re tloga fela jwa le hlakana le tolomange o tla iranga go le o tla ikobana monyoma ka kona motamotla ba re moshanyana maloba a mokaina fela a ipia ka ntle ka kona.
Most certainly, he did a very good job there in terms of keeping tabs with Simpiwe. He had to make sure that he goes and takes him all the way to the bar line.
O tlogile a bapetse tšile go matsogo a ka motata fela.
Yeah, great defensive ability is, of course.
Ga o ka lebelela sehlopha sena sa ka kona sa you first ke sehlopha se le gore se tloga se tlile ka shishi se tloga se tlile ka mona se bontšha hlopha sa Boko Haram gore le rena re le teng tšatšing la lehono.
Remember that you first are a very smart team. They are very industrious as well. And that tells you a different perspective when you get to look at why the coach has made a couple of changes from UFest, bringing on Simpiwe onto the floor and Mduduzi as well.
Ke bona ga papadi thoma ngwana go bolela ka gore mo mogobong wa lebala go tlile go ba ntwa ya tona le gadi mo mogobong wa lebala mo dimpeng tša ground.
You can tell. Look at Jabulani right now on the ball. You can tell that he wants to dominate. He wants to dominate.
Nete fela jolo ge hlopha sena sa you first se tlile ka mona se tlile ka bo ka mikami ba ikemišetšo ba mekamekana ga o ka lebelela ngwanena wa prince ka kona ke strikera se hlwahlwa ga ka retologa earlier on ka ge o buletše o rile go tlo ba ntho e kotsi setebane se tla ipona se le kotsing.
He knows the capabilities that he has, so he needs to make sure that he anticipates each and everything he does, communicate with that defensive third.
Ngwanena wa ka kona ba mmitsang ka mona Abramo o motle fela ka o motle ka seeta ngwanena defensing ya hlopheng sa Boko Haram ngwanena wa Abramo o motle ka seeta nna re tla bona ngwanena a ipabola ka magabane ya gage a wina bolo ngwa le ngwe go ba re tla bona a dira difaulo tše dingatana.
We spoke about, of course, his ability and his stability and how solid he becomes, so he has to make sure that he keeps a very, very sumptuous close eye on Prince. A turn from him will definitely trouble you.
Nete fela jalo ka ge ba itšea ba romela mpeng ya lebala hlakana le ngwanela ile ga matha hlopeng se ka bona sa taxe ke yena ngwanena ba mmitsang ka mone ba mmitsang ka nickname ya gage ba re ke yena ngwanena Apollo o teng tšatšing la lehono a re bona a ka tlaka romela malobanyana mo rile re lahlela bofofu ra bona dithibathibane di le phoso tše dingata ka baka la lebala o ra re lebala le ga o le lebeletše ke lebala le lego gore ga la tshwanela gore hlopha tše pedi tše di bapala carpet football.
Route 1 formation will definitely work in their favor, but there is an industrious mistake there by Vimba.
Tiwa se bapetse ka senyakile a bona kotsi ngwana no tiwa gobane o ne a re wa ya mogela ga bolola fela jalo lahlela bofofu o re ga re ke re ke ya mogela fela e upia fela atš ya tswa ka dietleng tša ngwanena ge nkabe a ile ka dipaleng nkabe go diregileng.
They made a little bit of a lousy mistake there. I mean, I tell you, for one.
Re tloga ka kona ngwanena wa Vimpi motla e romela mogobong wa lebala wela le tloga ka mona ba ya mogela ka mona ke na Quentin Piano o tla ranga mo dipona ka mona motla re ke mo romela ntshengata fela jolo le ngwanena wa jersey number 18 o khopetsa ngwanena wa ka jersey number 8 ya hlopeng sa Mamelodi Sundowns ba batle ga ba ka re tloga ba rata go romela makato le diphunyaphunyane.
scored a cracker of a goal in his last encounter, of course, is Isithembo. Very smart. We will see him, of course, becoming troublesome and problematic for that defense.
Phoso e dirilego ke sethibathibane gona jalo ke e ka tla ya ba selo se se šomišago ke hlopha sa Boko Haram. Phoso e dirilego ke sethibathibane sa Boko Haram sa U-First o ra gore e ka tla e ba ntho e ba fang advantage hlopha sa Boko Haram gore ba tswele pele ba ragela makatong le kongwaneng ona.
Remember that, of course, he's entrusted with a big and huge task so that he can come in. And I mean, I'm looking at what the referee is doing there in the goalpost as well, Jeremiah. Looks like as though there is some issues, of course, with the net. Probably not tight enough. I'm not sure whether the groundsmen really do a suitable job, but you can tell that the grass is not pretty well. With, of course, the rain having come down a couple of days as well. O tloga a dirile tse e le gore ga di a tshwanela ga o ka lebelela ka mora motle o lokisa tabele ya nete gobane go ka tla go direga phoso gore bolo e watle side net e beng kare e wetse ka gara letane. Well, on, of course, off the camera right now, you can tell that the groundsmen are just trying to work it so that we can have a beautiful game here.
Ke yona ngwanena ba mitsang ka tebogo chess number 8 a go le jalo ka hlopheng sa Boko Haram ba tla tsena ba itsena ka tahlelo fela ke banna ba ile gore ba tloga ba tlile mona ba re le bona ba nyako emisa letsogo la bona ka mo kotliso bona boletse gore ga ratla mona go tlo bapala. Ikena ke la ka tahlelo ka kona tlerang monna ke ko ba ka kona ba itshola hlopha tsa bona sa U-First e renga go le motho motle a sa itiba ka kona ke ngwanena a ba ga di a medibutse.
Yeah, most certainly it's a foul there.
Ba re o tsene ka tlasa ga ngwanena wa Prince o ra re o lorile ga tlola Prince a tsena ka tlasa ga ke ka lebaka leo e ba foul.
Kept a very industrious close eye is of course Abraham against Prince.
O tla ga tsenya go bona diphoso ngwanena wa Abraham. Romela polo telele ka kwana re ka mokukula ke matla ka kwana patlamange ra tloga ngwanena wa VMP ka kwana ya mogela ga bolola fela jalo romela skudo of 32 ka kwana ra ga romela ona re ka mokukula ona bolongwe lengwe ngwanena sethibathibane ba tlile go batla Prince o bana o tswile ka diforoko o bana o tswile o na le rapole le telele ngwanena every time wa tshwara polo ba tlonya ka gore bapala rutwane ka lebaka la gore le pala lena ga le bapala ga go.
Yeah, Aerially, of course, is quite smart and he has the capabilities of connecting with the ball. Now, Mapapa on the ball, stupid is what they call him, of course. He's Mduduzi. He'll be looking, of course, to overlap and make sure that he becomes adventurous in this right-hand flank side.
And hlopha tsena sa Boko Haram se bapala jalo ka sehlopha ba bapala jalo ka batho ba tsebana jalo ka ga re tlo ga fela jalo sa re ke moloko tse ke tsa ntshonga ke go tsheditse gare phoso e dirile ke sethibathibane e tlo mo fa bothata ja papadi ena. Re tloga fela jalo hlopheng sa ka kwana motho motle sa U-First amela polo telele ka kwana hlagana lo tsolo mangwa itsola fela jalo ka mane ke yana ngwanena Apollo ba batla ka kwana tla renga ba itsola ka kwana go pasena sa U-First polo ngwalengwe ga ba batle phoso ko morago ke banna ba ile gore polo ngwa ba itshwarang go tloga pa ba ile thomile ena le metsotso e maso e le some le metso e mebedi ga ke ke ba bapala touch tse di ka lekanago tse nne ko morago ba tša polo ba phela ba e romela ko pele.
Stability and mobility is the name of the game as well, making sure that you dominate that midfield battle, and even if it's compact or congested, you make sure that you create enough room and space and time to maneuver your opposition.
Creativity. Baitula fela jole go gona monna tla re tloga ka mone kana penene pono no iranga polo ba tla ka motsotso ka gona tla ranga go le re bana phamisa matso ke le bonenge simane ba Boko Haram tla ranga go le motho motla re ke tla roma mang ga bone motho wa ikoba ga ikoba polo tla ba kotse sethibathibane se a tswa sa clear fela jalo isa le hlopheng ka mane ke na mhlonishwa tla ranga go le monatsi ga ta tla tse ngwanena bane ba build fela ga monate fela jalo I say. romela ka kona ba re se o tantabetse ka kona tšea kgole o e bee fase wena Jackie o tlo o e thome go bapala fela jalo e kena ka kona ka hlopha sena sa Boko Haram re tla bona hlopha sa Boko Haram se ipabola ka magabana re tla bona hlopha sena sa U-First ngwanaka.
Well, thus far for me, Boko Haram are the ones that have settled much more faster. They've looked industrious. They've used the width of the pitch to their advantage. They've made a couple of crosses, especially on that right-hand flank side. Even though U-First has made a couple of touches, they've made fine touches as well, but they haven't been able to be problematic. Well, let's just, of course, look at that. It means that maybe probably he made a push behind him as well. Yeah, it looks like he impeded him there. Yeah, he impeded, of course, Richard Ajahoa. Oh, but I'm not sure whether the referee was quite sure about that. Tapelo Tsilo.
We never would see it.
Yeah, it looks like he impeded him there at the back.
Ratloga fela jalo ka kona motsemotle Ratloga fela jalo ka kona tlerang kholo ka kona tlhakana ka mare ke reng wanena Abraham ka mane ke na sukire ba itlira fela jalo tlerang ka kholo na itsipa fela jalo mo go bongwa le bala tlhopha sena sa Boko Haram ke banna ba ile gore ba nyaka go ka no santla ya bona karolo go le 18 ka ntlha ya bona karolo ya mathomo ya papadi gobane Tiba sena sa U-First ba se tseba hantle ba bopetse le sona makgetlo a mangata ka tatelelana.
Look at that shot from Quintin, of course, just trying his luck from a way far out, but he should have done much better there.
Kona kare wena Mr. Senkwesh Mr. English re hlopha sena Saka kwana Boko Haram bongata jo ba papadi tsena di bapala mona ke banna ba tseba go se thiba sena gore ga ba ka mo romela makatolle ye nngwe ya tsona ba ka tswa le yona Retloga karlo go le 18 ka kwana manna ke kena ka mane a mo tshikeletsa go ne hlakana le tsaka ka utshe tsotle ranga go lo ka mane tla reng sala ka mane ke na Boko Haram wa retloga go hlakana le tsola mututuzi tle ranga go lewe ke na mane na mhlonishwa re ke retloga go tla re mona tsena se ba mo tsena ka kwana ba mo tsena ka kwana itla kena ka kwana ba shimane bana ba U-First pasana sa U-First se ke biseditse.
If you remember Jabulani, of course, in the middle of the park, wearing jersey number 13, comes from, of course, Mbombela United as well. He used to play there, apply his trade there. So he's quite a fantastic player, especially in the middle of the park for U-First. So his defensive abilities is going to be quite important.
Ba itsipa ka kwana hlakana ka mare ke na Boko Haram ba bona ka mane ngwana wa Prince ba nyaka lo ka mmona
Full of trajectory and productivity as well, full of strength as well. But unfortunately, look at what, of course, Raymond does. Fouls him, just hacks him behind him. It's a set play.
Wana ka kona hlopha sena sa U-First se kumana menyetla hlopha sena sa U-First se kumana menyetla go feta hlopha sena sa Boko Haram ino ba ile gore hlopha sena sa U-First ga ba otle di target go ka berekisa mokotlise lebelela ka kona ga o lebela Boko Haram e go ina le ka bona di foul tse di ka go tsenne hlopha sena sa U-First di na le foul tse di ka go tsepedi.
It's not in a very promising area, but it will give him advantage probably to just test the goalkeeper from a very while out. Yeah.
Okay, lebelela ka kona moletsa phala o ya go mothusa moletsa phala wa motho bona gona le selo se se sepele go gantle mona thusa moletsa phala re ke bone tabeno e tlatla ke buya go yona allo jolo ka kona e sa le free kick ka kona motho motla sa le free kick ya hlopha sena sa kona U-First na re tla bona hlopha sela sa U-First se ngwadisa tšatši nna le hono ga go le jolo e le papadi ya mathomo ke yona ngwanena mothusa moletsa phala a ile a bitsa moletsa phala re ngwanena ka ro le le ba gwabadi.
Yeah, well, you can tell that he's not a no-nonsense referee. He's one that does take precaution and measurement as well. Thapelo Tsilo being involved in that situation, he'll be lucky he'll be getting just a pep talk.
ra re wa mo tshepisha dikaratana tse serolwane
He might.
koba fela godima le botala motho ka kwana mara free kick ela Mr. Semkhwesh.
That's not a decent one, of course. It's a poor one from Prince. You should expect a little bit of intuition from him. Should be doing much more better, probably testing the goalkeeper as well.
go ya ka tebelo le ke mahlo na tlamele a itshiditse le bota mo le gore tibane se tlile go stretcha gore se fitle mo goleng eo e bia fela o di sa itile go tla le bota la nama.
You know, they've been getting set pieces now. Now, aerial presence is involved in this situation. Prince can rise, and of course, Binjololo can rise.
ga ba ka šomiša strength sa bona ba ka ikgona ba le plekeng e tubetšego mona raga polo ka tibane ba mo lekile.
It's a perfect set play. Look at that cross, of course, inside that final third. Mla just trying to get to the end of it. It falls kindly, of course, for him, Sabu Manigela. And Jackie coming up with a fine save. It's a corner. They're in pressure now. Most certainly, it's a great save.
sekena e le sekgotlo sa sehlopha sena sa UFest ba ikoba fela jalo po le tla ba kotsi ba tla ka monongwana Prince a ba re tshologa ba re gadie medi botse ba re o itshwere ka matsogo ka kona ke na manena a ipa botse ka magabane hae.
Most certainly, Jackie, a veteran, of course, seasoned campaigner as well. And there is, of course, the corner that occurred, but Binjololo having handled, but looks like it was that chance. Yet again, look at Mla, just trying to get it to the end of it. Sabu, with the inside of his foot, hitting it first time on the volley. It's a half volley as well.
Tiba ni sena ga o ka senyatsa o ka tla ho etsa le mathateng e patla hlopa sena sa gona phoko harame monotera ka golawa ba ikoba ka kwana ka ikoba pole tla ba kotsi a papola ka monyetla re tloga fela jole ka marikana mtutuse o ranga marikana yende bone kena oche uche o tla ranga golewa kena ka ngwana kena tsapelo tsilo ba itya fela jalo manena wa chese number 3 uche popetse ka monyetla nya tlamela tse golewa a ikobele ka kwana go bane di ba padi tsa gagwe be se ba le ka gara le pokoso.
When we get to look at, of course, the ball possession thus far, we spoke about that midfield battle, the midfield being compact, and of course
nale ka kona motlamotle mo letsa phala o bolela le bona a re ikeleng Gwara wanna ga di emetseng ga di enokeng di edilo no metsi kana mokotlisi ga itumela le gange.
it also will give them a little bit of some rest as well. We know that, of course, the weather is really bright today. But I'm also quite thinking that maybe probably with the momentum as well, it doesn't take the momentum away. That's what I will allude on, of course, thus far. Most probably, of course, with his strategy and his pattern as well.
Bona ge re hlopa sena ka bona mothemotse se re se ipabola ka magabana sona a re ke mo tla ka ha voli ka bona tibane sena a tlola nthongo se le kana le selo.
It was a decent cross, very decent cross, but Mla getting to the end of it, and Sabu Manigela just testing the goalkeeper, but it's an acrobatic save from Jackie. Really did well there.
What a save. Utlo yo tla ka Semkhwesh what a king save.
It's a fantastic save.
Yona mokotlisi ba tla ka thupa ya leleme ka kona o tla ka thupa ya leleme bona gong le twena tleng le tabena a go le jwale sa le fela ka mona le fela ka kona.
He spoke, of course, during the halftime, the post-match interviews just before the game started. Lidwaba, he said it, that he knows what UFest can do. He knows what they're capable of doing. So in certain areas, he will look to dominate and maybe probably just unsettle them just a little bit, play on the front foot. But in terms, of course, of Robert, he knows that Boko Rama will not show any signs of fearness because they are coming here in this game as underdogs, and UFest are coming, of course, as favorites in this tournament.
Rokutla fela jalo rokutla ka kona motamotlo agana cooling breaking ya rena ba simone bana ba ile ba thosa maswafo ba ile ba thosa tseka moka ba di be fase ka gona no mtutuzi ga re tlo ga hlopensa phoko ga re ba go jalo ile le fela ka mona le fela ka kona hlopa tsena tsa pedi ba tlamele ba ye go bona ba tlamele ba ye go ba bangwe go ya le go ile go bane rena re go bona dintlha go kgetlong lena a re bona mothusa moletsa phala a re ngwanena wa Quentin o tantabetse wa hlopheng sa kona saka sa Boko Haram ke yona ngwanena wa sethibathibane e leng gore la mathomo papadi ga ithomo ile ba le phosonyana e dire gore e bolo e fetšitswa ka matsogong a gago ke se se dirile gore Boko Haram e be le confident gore ba kgone go romela makatolle ba le mona center o ra re tabeo e ka tle ba tlola molemo.
It's very vital, of course, to time your runs to perfection and make sure that whenever you are trying to play an offside trap, as a team, you work as a unit. You first day in that situation worked very well in terms of playing that offside trap, even though sometimes it is dangerous. But Quentin has to time his runs to perfection next time.
Almost same place. Oraro ka engwe ya bona ba ka tla ba khumana ba ipabola ka magabana bana go tswana gona jalo ga ba lahlela ka kwana motshameko o irang ka gole wa retloga ka re go le 18 o tla irang ka kwana re bana phagomisa matsogo ke le boneng o tla ikobana wa ipatla o tla ikoba go le ka kwana wa ikoba fela jalo wela le tlomange polo tla ba kotsi monna o ya mogela o tla raga ka kwana motshameko tiwa le sa sebetsa.
He does an emphatic job in terms of making sure that he makes the right type of save, Jeremiah. But Master Simpiwe lurking at the back post. Look at that cross from Pinjololo. It's a great delivery. He plays the right type of intuition on his right foot, but the goalkeeper having to make a good time save on his near post. He covered his near post. That's important.
Bona! Whenever you get ba ba mo pheta hape a opefela kgetlong lena a phologa o ra gore sebapadi sela be ya tlameile gore a dire bokaone mola mo le gore ka bere wetsa hlopha sa UFest se na le se etile pele ka ntlha.
They defended that situation very well, is Boko Haram. They knew what to do. It wasn't zonal marking, it was man to man as well. They closed the lines pretty well.
Nete fela jalo wa retloga o iranga gole ba shimana ba Boko Haram a motšela polo ga bolola ka kona hlopha sena sa Boko Haram. ka lebelela hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa bashimane bana ba ka kwana ba Boko Haram ke banna ba ile gore ba palela go lahlela bofofu ka mokgwa ba paletšego ke monyetla ka gona chess number 10 ya tlameile mona a dirile botoka.
It's a defense splitting pass. It's a pickpocketing pass as well from Yende inside that middle of the park. But Quentin yet again failing to capitalize on that opportunity. Mustn't come back to haunt them.
Retloga fela jalo hlopheng sena ka kona a batho bana ba ka mane UFest o tla irang ka golewe a retloga fela jalo tša gole ka kona tlekana ka mane ke na thapelo monna wa kena fela jalo ba tšapolo ba rona maemong a bohlano. Hlopha sena sa Boko Haram ke hlopha se le gore se palela ka go ka hlakanya dithatše tše di ka lekanago tše tlhano nna re ka gona bona hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se ye magatong a latelago a tournament ena mola ba pala go hlakanya dithatše tše di ka lekanago tše tlhano mola hlopheng sa UFest se leka ka mešego yohle gore ba itire ka magabana bona.
You know what, I get to see what the coach Robert has done thus far for me, because he's able to get Pinjololo inside that box. Now, Tilo!
Pasena sa kona sa UFest se akokota motamotle ante ba kokota fela jalo hlopha sena sa Boko Haram. Hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se re se activa.
There is a certain buzz about UFest right now. There is a certain motion as well. It looks like as if as though they want to make Boko Haram know the no.
Batla hlopha sena sa kwana sa UFest se re bona ba nyaka go feketša hlopha sena sa Boko Haram.
Well, that's far for me. It looks like as though, you get a stage in the game whereby you sit back and you absorb the pressure, and you get a stage in the game whereby you attack your opposition. And in that stage of the game, how vital and important it is to use that stage so that you can capitalize. Probably a goal there will change things.
Pasena sa kwana sa UFest ga se ka khumana ntla wa ra tlhopha sena sa Boko Haram go ya le ka mo bapalang ka gona ba ka tla ba bua papadinyo.
It's all about work ethic at that time. It's all about the zeal. They will have to dig deep, of course. They not have to panic because it's a 1-goal lead. But remember that it is the first leg and it's vital. But there is, of course, some frustration kicking out from, of course, UFest individuals.
Lebelela ka kwana motho motle hlopha sena sa ka Boko Haram se dumela hlopha sena sa ka kwana sa UFest gore ba tle go bona ba tlishe pressure go bona se ba admitile gore tlong go rena ba nyaka go bapala hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se nyaka go bapala counter attack.
Could work in their favor as well. Zulu being caught offside there. Just not keeping his lines intact. Quite a tall individual as well, easy Zulu, Jeremiah.
Tloga Julia ka marapong o tshwana le ngwanena wa Prince ka mona le ka mona banna bana ba palantsi o bia fela phapane ya banna bana go gore hlopha ka hlopeng sa UFest Prince ba phela ba meile fase ngwanena wa Zulu o phela le offside teng. Molokotsa ka kwana motho motle o tla retloga ngwanena o tla ranga gole shimane ba ka mana ba UFest retloga fela retloga re ke tla bona ngwanena wa Vimpi hlopha sena sa Boko Haram nkare ga ba so fitlhe man.
No, unfortunately, they haven't really played their normal, usual type of football. Yes, we know the pitch is bumpy. Yes, the surface is not looking right. And we can tell that, of course, at some point, whenever you want to play carpet football, it won't work in your favor. But in all essence and in all perspective view, let's be quite honest, you first have been dominant thus far. And Boko Haram, yes, they've started with the right type of intuition in terms of playing the ball out wide and crossing it. But in all aspects, you first have been dominant.
Kowa ka kwana ona batla ka mana kana checke motho motho o bona se bana ba irang bolo ba itshola ge se hlopha sona ka bo sona at this stage se bapadi se etsa foul throw seo se go botsa gore mentally ga fit ngwaneng.
Talking about grassroots development, when we're trying to build a brighter future for the young ones, we need to make sure that we teach them in the right manner so that we do not see these, of course, errors that are happening.
Latla bofofu mo ngwaneng ona ne re ke kena ka khona ba re go tsega hlopha sa UFest ba ikoba fela jwalo ga ikoba che ke re bona re ke tloe o tloe ho tla gantle ya dula go ena fela e opia fela o rile o tla o nyakile a dira kotsi.
Ntutuzi having to find himself in a very good position as a right back. He crosses it inside that box, but it takes an awkward bounce, of course. Jackie just couldn't handle it, and it fell kindly for Sabu.
Nete fela jalo wa gopola phosho e dirile ke setibatibane ke yona e dira go hlopha sena sa Boko Haram ba phele ba lahla dipolo ba tšee polo tša bona ga mehlale mabaka ba di romele kwa pele ba re ba nyako le ka setibatibane gore na o sa le ga botse goba o sa tshogile na.
Yeah, of course, one of the teams, or probably we could say that they will need to gear up a notch now in terms of the intensity and tempo. Probably play the ball much more faster in terms of their build-ups from the back, having to make sure that they can outsmart the opposition in their own half and probably create an opportunity that can make the goalkeeper probably make a save or get a goal out of this. Because a goal now, at this stage, really means danger for either teams.
Wena ka wena go ya le ka mo o ile re be re dule le go tlase re lekola lebala ra re lebala le ka ba lebaka le golo la gore hlopha tše dingwe di dire diphoso di ipone mo le gore tlokopana le tsona ngwa go latela ba dile tournament e.
Could be a case, of course, of that could also play a significant role because we know at some point that you might make a champagne pass and it doesn't come through.
Niti fela jalo monna se mkhoshe ka bona ngwana hleza e o ipabola ka magabane ya gago ka mehlale mabaka e o pia fela moraro football e tlamele e raloke go mo ke polelo gore e tlamele every time e rurupiwe e ye godimo le fase ko godimo ba ska bapala carpet football ka baka la le bala lene.
Well, of course, it's a case, of course, of how then do you maneuver out of this one? How do you then come back into thinking in terms of strategizing, as well as making sure that you succumb to a certain pattern and a formation as well?
Yona ngwanena wa stiwa ni wa cheki ona le mmele wa tona le gadi ga o sa mo tsebe o ka tloba le mathata wa re ke a mo leka ka kwana a tla o makatsa Polikotsi gana moletsa phala ka kwana re bona wena ngwana princess o tantabetse.
Oh, certainly, of course. He was in an offside position. Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't, of course, a goal there. Just caught offside. You can tell the 3 offsides from UFest and Aram with the 2.
Pasena ga o se lebeletse a se boneng ka re se fihlile hlopha sena se ka kwana sa Boko Haram mohlomong re tla re ba bona karolong ya bobedi ya papadi gore ke banna ba ile gore ba fihlile jwang o pia fela gona jwalo gona karolong ya mathomo ya papadi ka morago ga metsotso e 35 a ke bone gore ke banna ba ile gore ba tloga ba fihlile ka mogolo be re ba emetse ka gona o pia fela hlopha sena sa UFest ke banna ba ile gore ke bona ba phamisitse go letsogo ka mehlale mabaka ka mona karolong ena ya mathomo.
It really hasn't been an exciting first half, of course. Prior from the chances, of course, UFest have made, you can tell that it's going to be quite interesting to see how the two teams do come out in the second half. But we are still yet to see them really making those combination play, link-up play, playing the right shoulders of the defense as well. But in all aspects and in all view, they haven't really get onto the game.
Bona ka bana principal ko ba ka bana go le tla retloga nna wa retloga fela ba o retulugile ka motho ba ro retulugile ka motho fela jolo bona le tshweletse Isithembo ke phoka ya Bolo Harame bona re mela pholo telele o tla re go gola tšeo be ka ntla kwana.
Well, let's be quite honest. Of course, Pinjololo just trying his luck.
Nahlala bofofu ka ngokang banena wa ka mana UFest ga retuluga ka motho o retulugile ka motho fela jwalo mola ke ka mo ngwanena wa ka kwana chest number 3 uche a dutse fase mona o retulugile ka motho a gona gore moletsa phala ka e bia thagong ya mekoko ga go kgonega.
No, most certainly, of course, Savu Manigela inside that box. He impeded Richard there, Uche. There was no harm there from Uche there. He was the one who was fouled, in fact.
Indeed. Yona ngwanena ba itšea ba e romela ka kwana ka motsotso tla dirang ka kgoleo ba e romela ka kwana motho tla dirang ka kgoleo UFest hlopha sena sa UFest every time ga ba tsena karolong e kgolo ya bona ya lephala banna bana ba UFest ba khata di-supplier tša hlopha tša Boko Haram gore Boko Haram ga ba e lemoge temana eo.
It's a defensive structure, of course. They've been wise in terms of their defensive duties, their defensive abilities, which enables them to play their normal, usual type of flowing football. Even though the surface isn't really patched up in a right manner, but you can tell Pinjo Lolo inside the middle of the park, Sponelo, Sabu, Manigela, as well as 7, Jabulani inside the middle of the park. You know what they call 7? They call him 7 from the house of heaven.
Itlakana sekena ele sekgutlo sa hlopha sena ka kona sa UFest ba ikoba ka kona monna tla ka kgoleo wa itshola ka manigana long term re tloga fela jalo tla ka kgoleo monna itse romela ka kona ga ya tsokotsing ba iranga hatch hlopha sena sa UFest le bona bana le bapala ka menyetla monna ikobola ka magamane a ba bona o sieta
Yes, somebody will get a booking. Yep. Somebody is getting booked. Moyo is the one who is getting booked from Boko Haram right now. I think Mapapa bought him. Or probably. I think he also won the ball. But let's just take a look at it again. Nah, it's a late challenge. Yeah, rightfully. So the referee booking.
Referee was right.
Yeah, the referee was right there. Unfortunately, it's the trailing leg. He missed, of course, the ball, but he caught the leg of Mapapa there.
Let's a palora ro pile go molena ka tloga yo pa botse ka magabena ga gore bona tlo kwana o tlo thola maswiti.
It's a Christmas present. You know those Christmas presents whereby it's the one that you do not want. When you open the present and you find that it's not the one that you are expecting. It's a yellow card.
You'd be like, ah. Pasana sa gona sa UFST ba retloga ba tla ranga gole ba batla ka gona ba batla mekana ai tsa ba romela mo go bongwa le bala ba boledisana le ona ba re nga wa real good man romela ka gona motho no monna ka gona tsene mo porto hlopha sa Boko Haram hlopha sa Boko Haram se emela bolo gore hlopha sa Boko Haram ga sa kopana man a se tshwane le ka ke motho ga dua tsa go duba man.
One of the aspects is that, of course, you first, Cabello, number 3. He's been finding a lot of joy, especially on that left-hand flank. He's been the fullback that has been adventurous in this first half. Yes, Mapapa from U-First, Mduduzi number 2 on this right-hand flank side. He's been finding joy, but not like Cabello, who's been able to whip those crosses in and in between that last line of defense. He's been making it even much more harder for the defense of Harama to defend while they are facing their own goal. Most certainly, of course. Not sure what Mapapa was trying to do there, but I think he took his eyes off the ball there.
Ngwana uche ngwana ka kwana ena ngwana tlhirile ngkhole ka kwana go tlise wa hlopha tsa ka kwana motsamotla Boko Haram a itumela go ha ke ena ngwana no molelele ke ena ngwana a thibile go go leboteng la Boko Haram go morago go
Really had a decent half is Romeo, that defensive third of Haram.
Retloga fela jalo hlopha tsa bona Boko Haram tla ranga golewe tla kena retloga ba mo fase retloga fela jalo ba se tsheka gona hlopha sena sa ka gona sa U-First ke hlopha se lebella gore se na le confident mo kgoleng ya dinao go feta tse ka mokadilo ka mo lebaleng.
Now, that move was certainly very smart and bright as well. Look at, of course, Mduduzi is the one that starts it off in this right-hand flank side. He gives it, I mean, it's such a great move as well. Great interchanging passes, combination play, link-up play, and guess what Sabu does? Lays it off on the oncoming run of Simpio, who's finding himself in most promising areas by now.
How se bile ke mo kotlisi o mo feng o lo gore dilo tsa go uja diwela o nwa metsi a itheogela dilo di tsamaya mo mading a mmele.
Look, Litwaba has to come up with another different approach in the second half. He needs to strategize. Probably he can come up with closing down certain players, especially in the middle of the park, with Pinjololo having to dominate. Yes, Uche is having a great first half. He's kept Sapelo Tilo at bay as well. He's kept a very close eye as well. So he needs to make sure that he can be able to now stabilize and maintain U-First, because they are the ones that are playing on the front foot.
Pasena sa Boko Haram ka karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ba tlamehile ba re ba tlise tse ka moka ba tlile go le tsona mo tournamenteng ele ba tlogele go di belela morago ba pabole ka magabane a bona ba bontshe gore le rena re nyako bapala.
UFS needs to be calm inside that box in that final third. It not just needs to show composure, because you know defenders tend to panic inside that box. Anything is possible. A mistake can occur, a handball might come. So UFS needs to just come down when they get inside that box. They have the capabilities and they have the quality. You can tell with the quality that they have inside that middle of the park. Most certainly, a goal can come out of this one.
So the pressure ba fanang ka yona gona jwale ha enough fe.
No, it's not. I'm not even going to say a lot about that one, because they do have the capabilities of being offensive. They have that defensive abilities as well.
Atloga fela jalo ka gona ba tle renga goleo ba senya goleo. A di me di botse ka gona. Ke mo re khumanang free kick ya sehlopha sena sa Boko Haram. Mo ile gore ba ka ipabola ka magabana bona ga le be le sehlopha sena sa Boko Haram ke banna ba ile gore free kick mo ba ikhumanang gona e ka fetsa e ba isa tulong ya bona ya bodulo na la tla bo fofuka mo go diregile go ka gona ka kwana ara ka retloga fela jalo banna ba Boko Haram ha o re ka retloga e upya fela a mosia fa se ba re emanyana re tle re gona tla re go fa monyetla mo letsa phala o ne a re ba fa advantage. Wa retloga gona mo tsebotsa tiba na re ka ipabola ka magabane a kena anina wa VMP o tsia gole wa romela ka kwana distribution 101 tlerang ka gole wa re ka retloga kwana tlagana lo tsola u first a dominator ka kwana ba shimana ba u first ka bona mo tsebotsa ba touch. Koba fela jalo gona polo ya magala tiba ne gona jalo tiba ne tsa no tsa gona jalo tse leng ka mpapading ena bona ba iketlile.
Well, in terms of getting up a notch, probably with of course as the halftime break just comes right now, getting up a notch is quite different from all perspective. You need to make sure that you keep up with the intensity. I think also the sun as well is also playing a significant role.
How can I let Shopper Chena Bedicam? Get Shopper Chelo, Nibapala, the Chabana, Shopper Chena Bedicabona, Neba Yababu, Yababu, Opia Philip, Shopper Sena say you first, the civil eliminator, Eminci of Garbacano Santa, when I get Shopper Selo Village, Igabella Son as a lord, Siruchamo better side or by Pabla Mahabanabo.
They've had a decent up as you first. They've had a couple of chances, of course. Jackie keeping his team in the matchup. You can tell that it's going to be quite interesting. How long will he be able to keep his team in this matchup? So they will need to make sure that Romeo and Abram, they need to make sure that they come back in the second half fully stretched, keeping close eyes, of course, on Master and Tapelo and the likes of Prince.
Shopasena segona sa Boko Haram manena wa Quintin chess number 10 Nitibugo batlamele ba the party gore ba tla ba gona tla ba shumise Shopasena sa Boko Haram gore ba fetse ba ka khumanelang.
Most certainly, of course, they need to deliver the right type of crosses with the supply as well of Teboko.
How level like gonna matamate you first not talk gonna Boko Haram and the fella gonna come on kiona half time. How can level like come on it's all not talk mona ele not talk gwana hlopa tse pedi tsena ke hlopa tse lore e ba feng ba ile gore wena ga o ba lebeletse e ka ba hlopa se lore ka karolong ya bedi ya papadi ba ka gone pabola ka magabana ka net.
I think that whoever scores here will be the one that will start to dictate the pace of the game and dominate, and it will be very hard for the other opposition to equalize. But in all aspects and in all view, whoever wants it more here will definitely score.
Alright, matamata ka gona esale le fela ka mona you first le fela ka gona hlopen sa Boko Haram karolo nya mathome ya rena ya papadi gona yolo ka ba mona tse ka gona matamata ka motsaneng fela ka tempisa Riche papadi ena riche tsona re romela ko tlase kompali.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. It is match day 5 and our first encounter here is you first, obviously up against Haram in the first leg, a quarter final of the Phillies games. I'm pitch side now with Boitumelo Botswana. Boitumelo? No goals yet.
No goals as yet, but you can tell that you first, they are searching for that goal. They've been dominating, and the only thing that is standing in the way of you first is actually Jackie, who has been marvelous on the post, pushing or making some crucial saves in this first half.
How important is Jackie's role right now? Because we saw in the second leg of their match, in their first encounter, he made a goalkeeping error that allowed the team to concede. And so now he looks very much awake and keeping Iharam in the game.
One bad mistake or one bad game doesn't mean that you're a bad goalkeeper, and that is what Jackie is proving here today. He has been a key player in this Boko Haram side, commanding, actually lamenting his defenders that they need to be organized and switching on and pulling some crucial saves. So now you first, they need to learn from the likes of Wat 10 as well as Blue Lion, One Lion, that in the first leg, when you get such chances, make sure you bear these chances, because in the second leg, you don't know what to expect. So with regards to Boko Haram, they're sitting back, absorbing the pressure, trying to play counter football, but it's simply not working for them. I even saw that up front, Zulu started playing more as a second striker. We know that he's the focal striker, but now he's playing as a midfield come striker, dropping deep to collect the ball, and that's where we saw Sifadi going up there, staying alone, and he's being non-existent. But I can say, with regards to you first, in the middle of the park, the trident of Sabo, the likes of Binjo, as well as Seven My Heaven, he is a blessing from heaven in this you first side today, because he wasn't there in the previous side, in the previous encounter. But today, you can tell that they're dominating and bulldozing them in the middle of the park.
Yeah.
We can't see the likes of Yende. We don't even see the likes of Mira. They've been non-existent. I think that is the game plan that you first came with, that if we shut down those two players in the middle of the park for Boko Haram, then we might have had won this game. But the only thing is, in football, if you don't have, or if you don't score goals, you can have possession, but if you don't score, you're going to suffer.
You mentioned something very important about Uzulu no Sefadi, because initially they were the strikers who were put at the front, but now Zulu having to drop down because of the dominance and the pressure coming from the midfield, especially of you first. They don't have an answer for them, and it seems that the coach has to now re-strategize.
Indeed, you can even tell from that cross, the intention was to play for Zulu, but then the cross was poorly executed, and the keeper making a howler in that instance. And I can most definitely tell you, Boko Haram, they will play that wing attack, trying to play in those crosses. But the only thing is, those crosses, when they're being played in, who do they connect with? That's the only thing that I've actually noted. But here again, you see, it was that crucial save which was actually pulled by Jackie Sabo, trying his luck there. But Jackie, like I did say, he is the only man standing in the way of UFS from scoring a goal.
And on the other end, the goalkeeper here, you first, is just having a walk in the park. 51% ball possession the first 20 minutes of this game, courtesy of you first.
Well, indeed, going back there, you can tell the technique which was actually pulled by Sabo. Side-footed it was a good execution. But again, the fact that you mentioned the stats, it tells you who has been dominating today's game, the first half. And again, a brilliant ball there, but Jackie again positioning himself quite well. You know, when they say you cannot buy experience, and that is what Jackie is trying to prove, that even though he may be overweight, but in terms of his acrobatics reflexes, he still has them.
A beautiful cross by Njilo, of course, going into Spiwa Maleta. But of course, we spoke about Jackie, the goalkeeper, being so much awake and keeping Haram in the game. But what do they need to do? Because there's a lot of work that they need to do. They need to tidy up right now going into the second half.
They really need to tidy up, and that was the only opportunity that Boko Haram had. But nonetheless, when you're looking at the stats, as you mentioned, the Boko Haram guys, the coach just needs to tell the boys in the middle of the park that, guys, Mira as well as Yende, start playing, because if you don't play, the team, the heartbeat of the team is dead. So now going forward, start pulling up your socks, start pulling in those strings, and then playing those balls to Sifadi as well as Zulu. But as for you first, I'm not sure why they started with Shiburi off the bench. You'll recall that last game, Shiburi was the one who was actually causing all sorts of problems for the opposing team. So now Prince hasn't been much effective in today's game. So maybe we might see the likes of Shiburi coming in today, and maybe we might see a different dynamic or angle going up front for you first.
We are looking at the goal attempts as well as the shots on target. It's pretty much even, but of course the scale is tipping more towards you first. But there isn't that much of a clear dominance from you first.
You first needs to convert that possession into goals, because like second leg, Boko Haram, like we saw even in the previous game, Boko Haram, they are the team that does well in the second leg. So you first, they need to make sure that they need to convert this into more goals. They also have the experienced player of Katlego Mashiko. If they want to solidify and completely dominate the middle of the park, they can put him the likes of Katlego Mashiko, who's a former Free State Star player who can play as a deep line playmaker, playing in those long balls. Maybe we might see him in the second half, him as well as Shiburi. But I can tell you, the likes of the UFS team, they are missing the likes of Bopela's twins. Remember in the first game, there was Simo and Simiso Bopela, and we saw how they were able to penetrate the opposition in the first game. So I think that's the missing link in this kit. Tapelo Tilo has been making those runs, but he hasn't been effective, just like the previous game. So I think with regards to Yusuf, with UFS, they need to fix in that element. And with regards to Boko Haram, they mustn't play too deep, because if they play too deep, they're inviting unnecessary pressure. Long balls, Route 1 football is not working for them, so they need to come up with a plan B. We know that the pitch is not suitable for carpet football, but with football, if you don't have a plan B and a plan C, you are set to doom. You are set for failure.
And of course, we are in the quarter-final phase of this tournament, so it's not like the beginning. So we cannot say that you are rusty. Mistakes cannot be easily done at this point, because these are teams that dominated in their first round. When you look at you first, their first opening encounter over Umlilo, 4-1 was the scoreline, and yet it seemed like they've met their match in Haram.
Definitely, Boko Haram is a well-seasoned, is a campaigning team. They've been around here in the Phillies game and other tournaments like Msehla and so forth. So they know the mindset and do have that mentality of how to play and how to approach a tournament like this. As for UFS, they do have players who have participated in the PSL and those players who have played in other tournaments. So they know that what is at stake. They need to actually make sure that they score in the first leg, and then after the first leg, then they make sure in the second leg everything can be cool. I just saw Shiburi coming in walking. I think he was late for the game, but most probably we might see him in the second leg.
Well, certainly both teams have a lot of work to do, because we know that in their first opening encounters, these two teams did dominate and showing us just what they are made of. But as Uitumelo did say, that you first are missing some of the crucial players in their team, in the likes of Usimo, Nosmiso, Popela, the twins, who were not also there in the second leg. And they're also not here today. But also Ivan Shiburi also starting off on the bench for them, a player who came on the 80th minute in the second leg and change the complexion of the game. So very, very important and key players missing for you first. And Boko Haram looking a bit intimidated, struggling to finish in the struggling to make it into the final third, because it looks like you first defense is tidying up very nicely. So second half is certainly going to be very interesting, as it is do or die. There is second leg for these teams to bounce back on, but you do want to walk away with the upper hand going into the second leg.
Re amogele ka kona mothemotle karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ka kona e le ka mona mothemotle U-First e kopane le setlhopha sa kona sa Boko Haram yona moletšaphala wa rena ka mona mothemotle karolong ya bobedi ya papadi karolo ena o ra re tlile go bona kgole e ka kona ngwana tlesa kgole e fapanego le karolong ya mathomo ya papadi.
It's going to be quite interesting, of course, how these two teams do plan out in this second half. But it's very vital and important for both these two teams not to concede in the first few minutes, first 5 or 10 minutes of the second half.
Hello, jalo re tloga ka mane mothemotle re tla ka mane ka di-Phillies games go bolo ko Twitter re teng @Phillies_games mothemotle Instagram @Phillies_games mothemotle be jalo ka kona banna ba jalo ka ga re tloga re ka amogela ka mane le tla go kotsi Chinchong Hong Kong Gwara lahlela bofofu ka mo manena a mo rometse go nteng a tafela ka bona mothemotle o tlile ka dilo tse fela go lla di tanta fela.
You know what, it's a decent play, it's a decent orchestrating move, but it takes an awkward bounce on its way. Football is a game of luck. I did allude and say that it's vital and important not to concede in the first few minutes of the second half, probably the 5 or 10 minutes. But Prince having to become a talisman up front there, a poacher in this Simpiwe. Oh, he does an emphatic job, tries his luck, takes a shot far out of the box. It's a great goal, but it takes a fortuitous fortune bounce, element of fortune there as well. Unfortunately, Jackie got the right way, but that awkward bounce.
Yeah.
Go bohloko fela jwalo wena ngwanaka bohloko go tsewa ke polo e tjena ga go gopola phoso tse di le go tsona a se setibatiba le sa mathomo se tsang se tsebana le phoso e jwalo ka lebaka la lepana.
We don't know if it's too early to say pressure moment as yet, but it's going to be quite interesting. But yes, of course, the goalkeepers have made many of the areas in this matchup. It's a great start, it's a fine start, of course, from them. I feel like the coach has told them to work a little bit much more faster and be quick in terms of going forward, and they've been effective thus far.
Ratloga fela jalo le kana tla reka go le mothemotle wela le tlomange bona ka mane ke na pele le pono le mhlegas ka kona ratloga ka mane mhloniswa ba bolela le ba shimana bana re ke kera ke lo go tsega senya pholo ga bolola. Kana fela jalo le kana ba tla ranga go lewa ratloga kona ba bolela le ka kona hlopha sena sa Boko Haram knitting arch abaka ba fitla.
You know, talking about instilling and installing the right type of mindset into your players. But in all aspects and in all view, we spoke about the quality that U-First do possess. They have players who have the capabilities and the abilities to maneuver out in that final third and make sure that they cause all sorts of problems and come up with a difference and make a huge difference, a huge impact into the game. And that's what Simpiwe has done. Master is what they call him. That's his nickname. Played, of course, for Snagger Chillers at some point. Won the Discovery Walter Sisulu Soccer Challenge as well. Playing alongside Binjo Lolo, who is playing for Polokwane City Rovers as well.
Kagamana motho angolo fela jalo ka kona nalo motho mo ngola ka kona ke na U-First ka mangwana mkhonza ngola fela yo just number 14 sehlopha sa U-First ka mangwana mkhonza la tla bofofu ka mo ba mo moteng ka teng ba re bona na ba paritse ngwana mo ka kona o masututsi wa hula o etsa dilo tse ka fela jo kwana tlongwa jo kwana tulong e kgethegileng.
He did well there, Zulu, in terms of protecting the ball, but he's giving it in a very promising area, and he's got a booking for his liking as well. Is Sponelo. Just was praising him not so long ago. That's a poor effort from, of course, Moyo. Really not, I mean, not a decent one at all. I mean, not even testing the goalkeeper at all.
Hola, tliše mofu mo hlopheng sa Boko Haram. O bona le hore hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se tlo tsa se bua ka morago ga ka bana ba ba tlile ka punch kana.
It changes the whole stature of the matchup. It's opened up the game now. Boko Haram will have to come out. They will need to make sure that they can play on the front foot.
Kana jola ka mane kana ngwana thapelo tsilo tlera ka kholo wa retloga monna retloga felo re ke sa monna taraga ba tja kholo ka motho motho tsiba tsiba nse magala ga bolola ka kona na re ke moloko tsa ketsa ntongata bona ka bona ba ba hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se bapala ka menyetla se bapala ka kgwele man.
There is a certain buzz about you first, Jeremiah. There is a certain mood about them in the second half. They are starting to get up a notch. They are starting to make life difficult for Boko Haram. When you know the no, you will know how to know, because the no will let you know that there is pressure.
Nete fela jalo ka kona. Zombata hantle monna semkhoshe. Iko itla le ona ga monna tifela polo kotsi. Re ka retloga ka kona motho nele na ngwana wa Prince aka khumana monyetla o clear mamela re tlo bona mathata khapa sena sa ka kona motho sa Boko Haram se tlogile se bontsha hlopha sa First Tompo ya tona le gadi tlo wa fa Tompo ka kona. Jale ke kona ba tja go leo ba bia ka ntle ka kona na le moletsa phala o bitsa ke ka kona mothusa moletsa phala ka mona ona le se 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 diragalang mo tsa phala yo ja nthonga ta ka kona yo moletsa phala le mothusa moletsa phala ba ja ba ntshana sa ilong ka kona ba dukisetsana gore bona le ntho ka re ga en khahle fela jalo go polela mathomo ba ile ba bolela jalo ba ile ba khalemela ngwana wa tsilo bona jalo ba boledisana le mothusa moletsa phala ka se sengwa tse le re tla ba re se bona na go tsa fetsa go pele.
Robert, he needs to watch himself, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't get on the wrong side of Godfrey Mahlangu, because we know he's a non-nonsense referee.
Anena wa uche ka ne go o boletse ka karolong ya mathomo wa re ba le papadi e monate fela ya mona ngwanena e pabola ka magawane ya ka mehlale mabaka.
He's kept Tapelo Tilo quiet in the first half, but it looks like he's letting him bypass in this second half. So the coach, Robert, has really kind of told Tapelo Tilo to be more efficient in terms of his movement, being more smart in terms of getting into the right type of channels as well.
Do you see Boko Haram coming back?
It's all about digging deep. It's all about the work ethic, the desire as well. Characteristics coming into the foyer here. They can when they believe.
Ratloga fela jalo ka mane tlerang ba rishwana wa Boko Haram ba itsola ka kona tlerang ka golewa e wela le tsola ka mane ke yana ngwanena re tloga ka kona tlerang atch final pass ja bana ba Boko Haram a di fitlhe mo ba di batlang go teng.
For the very first time, of course, First defense getting caught napping there outside that final third, but Quinton almost profiting.
Tleranga go lota go ba ka kona ga go ba hlakana le tsola ka mane kana First ba ranga pulo monna mitsa go no batla kena tsilo re ka kena go na motaba ka ba papadi pepa itshole pele kena se kana go ba itiba ga ba itiba ba ranga pulo ga ya tsokotsi monna itsa pulo e peka kona ba tlola ka mane ke bona uche re tloga fela jalo ka mane motaba ba beka pulo ka e tla kena se kena ka hlopha sa First se kemiseditse.
It's a certain pass, Jeremiah. It's a certain mood, Jeremiah.
Nete fela jalo hlopheng e saka kona hlopha sa ka kona motsemotle sa ka kona First modi wa bona ile go di ke ipotsa gore mokotlisi wa bona o rileng go bona ka half time.
Dressing room instructions are very vital and important. It's how you heed to them as well, Jeremiah. And it looks like you first have done exactly what the coach has said to them.
Tlatša go leo ka kwana motsemotle ke bona ka mone ngwane wa Abramo a tlatša mpasana ka kwana o ne a batla mang o batla ka maneng ngwane le molelelena gore a tla ba thusa o pia fela lebota la morago la you first le tlile papading go tlo bereka.
Will they be able to contain and maintain, of course, this pressure that is coming from you first? Can they be able to absorb this pressure? Yes. Will they be able to then maneuver out of this one, Jeremiah?
Ka bona ngwana na a tšheletse go mona mahlong a gago ngwana ka ba ile ba mosututsa tse ngata fela ke fela ke ka mo motsemotla a khumaneng ka bona frikikene ke bona na a mtutuze yende ka kona lahlela bofo bisibana ba Boko Haram ba tlatsa mphatsana ka rogole 18 hlakana le tsoma mo telele e sa le bola ya tsokotsing a ya mogela stiba ka bololo fela jalo. Hlopha tsena tsa Boko Haram ke hlopha tse le gore ga se bontse maikemišetso.
Well, at the moment, they're looking a little bit disjointed. They're looking a little bit strugglish as well. Does an emphatic job in terms of holding his line and timing his one to perfection is Sabu Manigela.
Retloga fela jalo tla rang kholo motse motla tla mphatsana ka bona ya batla mana bo o tla mothola mang hlakana ka lotsela na first 90% ya hlopha tsena sa first ba fitla khweleng mo feta bana ba bona ba Boko Haram.
You give the ball away that cheaply each and every time. It comes back to you. You clear the ball. You're trying to play, of course, route one formation. It doesn't really profit the team because you can tell you first whenever they have the ball, they put it on the ground. Yes, the ground is not giving them that much capacity in terms of playing the ball, but you can tell that each and every time they play it on the ground and they want Boko Haram to want the ball more. Look at the combination play. Dominance, of course, of Binjololo in the middle of the park. As well as, of course, Ma7 from the house of 7. That's what they call him, of course, Jablani.
So pasana saka kona saka Boko Haram ke putso mo kotlisi wa bona o boletse le bona jwang ka half time ka bona ka ngwana wa Tsilo a khumana e karata gape motsamotla ka kona ba boletse le ena la mathomo go pole mothusa moletsa phalo ile mmitsa a galemela ena ngwanena gona jalo o khumana karata ngwanena ke sa o tlotlela ke re kwana ke putso gore hlopha sena sa Boko Haram mo kotlisi o boletse jwang le bona ka gobane ba palelwa ke go emisha segatla sa papadi ba se ba pala ka mogoba ba petseng ka gona karolong ya mathomo ya papadi.
Now, Tapelo has picked up a caution. Sponelo has picked up a caution in that heart of midfield. Could Boko Haram probably, you know what, pick that up and just try and impact that midfield. Try and make it compact a little bit, make it congested, add a couple of players as well there. So that they can't be able to play. Make Binjololo to make fouls. Probably can get a red card. Maybe probably the coach of Boko Haram has also picked up that Binjololo is on a yellow card as well. Could be the one that is coming out in terms of substitutions.
Ete fela jalo nkotla ka mo go le go mona teka kwana o tla koba o tla ranga go le ga koba stiwa tsirile phoso bona mona re tla bona mathata mo.
You know what, that goalkeeper, Jackie, he wasn't really quite sure about the height and the flight of the ball. And you can tell that he just came out. He wasn't convincing in that situation as well. But decent cross yet again from Tutuzi Mapapa. In this second half, he's the one that is finding more joy and is being more adventurous.
Ikena se kena ka kona itla kena barka mane o tantabetse kena mothusa mo letsa phala ba rengwa Tsilo o tantabetse ka kwana o go pole ngwanena ba ile ba motla ka thupa ya leleme elia ono mola karolong ya mathomo ya papadi e bia fela karolong ya bobedi ya papadi ba ile ba fetsa ba re ke gale re go galemela tlo kwano
Christmas presents. You know Christmas presents. We spoke about them. Christmas presents are not nice, especially the ones that you do not like. And you open that gift and you find that it's just a motor car.
Yana mothusa moletsa phalo phamisitse ka kwana re bona motho se a tandabetse ka kwana o pula gona jwa le studio se le gore se a chesa ke studio sa mokotlise wa hlopha sa Boko Haram.
Looks like, of course, the coach of UFest is heeded to that substitution we were talking about. He is going to making that sub. Most certainly, of course, another season campaign, an individual full of experience. He's played at the highest level of his lifespan, playing for Free State Stars as well as, of course, Baroka. A yellow card. Remember that Sponelo Pinjololo was the one that picked up a caution. So that tells you a different perspective view when you get to look at it.
He's
looking to sacrifice Tapelo Tsilo there. Oh, it looks like he's taking Prince out, in fact. Means that he's going to make a reshuffle. That means Sabu will be the one that will play, of course, just in front of that defense, and then that will allow Mashiko to then go into the heart of midfield alongside Ma7 as well as Binjololo. Now that will give, of course, Binjololo some clearance in terms of making tackles inside that midfield.
Pasana saka gona sa mothemotle saka gona ba shemane ba UFest ke banna ba le gore ba nyaka masheleng e magotogotho ka gona tla ba ipabula ka magabane bona e bue fela Boko Haram tsatsing la le hono ba fitlile ka dibiribiri e bue fela ka ba fitla ka kgwele ya dinao popadi tse dingwe ga ba palela go ka tlhakanya dithase tse di kalekanago tse ka gona tse tsheletseng o ra gore tlhopha sena saka gona sa UFest ke tlhopha se le gore se dominate banna bana ene ba I notice ba ile mo le temana yo gore ra dominate jwale ke ka mo ba tsa advantage ka banna bana.
All that is needed now, Jared, is a cushion goal. That cushion goal will make, of course, the UFest to settle much more, probably in search of that third goal.
Le batala morago la sehlopha sena sa Boko Haram se na le mashuba bona pole tla bokotsi ba motere ke bona ga ikoba ke bona motheo tla hlekana le tshela mange ba phala ka monyetla ke bona sehlopha sena sa ka kwana UFest se tlile ka se bona ra lokotsega e pya fela a ikgetlong lena.
The captain is the one that is being brought out now. There is a chance, of course, that fell kindly for UFest. Unfortunately, I do not think he was really adequate. Is Simpiwe there? But Tapelo arriving late inside that box. They're adding numbers as well inside that box, which is very vital for them.
Khamukotlisa wa hlopha sa ka kwana mothemotle wa ka kwa wetsa uncha ngwana number 10 Quentin o tsentsa ngwana ka kwana Thato Rametsi o ra gore ga tsentsa Thato Rametsi o lebeletse go tlo attack hlopha tsena sa UFest goba o lebeletse gore a tla gona tla abele combination play.
Zulu has been finding a little bit of difficulties in terms of connecting. At times he's been finding himself isolated up front there. There hasn't been numbers which has been supporting him. The likes of Tebogo today are not looking lively the way they were in their previous encounter with Moyo and Quinton, who has just gone out now. It's a set play. Can they be able to conjure up something here? You know, the aerial men have gone up. Romeo is part of those men up front. Zulu as well, who can challenge for the ball in the air.
Ora rona ka monyetla a hlopha sena sa Boko Haram gore se kgono no santlana la hlela bo sibitiwa save hands.
Two subs in a space of just 2 minutes. Jerry tells you, of course, that he's putting in some fresh pair of legs, Jeremiah?
mokotlisi wa setlhopha sena sa ka kwana sa Boko Haram o nyaka go ipona a ipabola ka magabana bona a gotla papading ena le gona ebile a fetsa a eba mampudi wa yona.
Takes a little bit of determination when you get to say that, Jeremiah. Boko Haram will have to dig deep for them to show signs of companionship.
Re bona o mongwe a ngwalo fela jalo ba otlile ka tackle from behind ka mana ngwane na ngwalong fela jalo.
Oh, that's a bad challenge, of course, on Jabulani. Hacked him from behind. Gets a booking is Raymond. We know that the heat, of course, today is really making life a little bit unorthodox for some of us, because it is hot when you get to look at the temperature.
Ha o lebelela ka mona motlhomotle ka bone ke yona tabena ya bashimane bana ba ileng ba nosang ntlha ya bona manene wa tsheki o tlile ka rena ka mona re bona hure mo ka mone mokotlisi mo tla ka legofi.
It was a great goal. Well, of course, an orchestrated move from Prince as well as Simpiwe. Quite an emphatic job. Unleashing a shot, great technique, but unfortunately that awkward bounce making life difficult for Jakey there. Should have done much more better. We know a goalkeeper of his caliber and stature could have saved that ball, but it was just not to be. Jeremiah? It's been really protested from a lot of teams as well, that the pitch hasn't been looking very industrious for some of the teams, and the surface as well. But in all aspects and in all view, they've managed to play a couple of games here, and some teams should have known that when they're going to be coming back here, how to strategize and then how to play their normal fluent football.
Nete fela jalo ka ge o bona thiba ne se ipabola ka magabana tsona se bapala ka go lewe a go le jalo sentse se tseba gore ka mane ba na le ntlha ka godimo. Ena se ke na ka bashimane ba na ka you first ba ba retloga tla renga go le ka kwana monna sa le ba romela ka kwana tla kana lotso bashimane ba you first ka bona tla go le wa retloga o tla ikobana ba ikoba fela jalo ba ilebela ka mana motho tla kana mang ena mo tla ka mana tla kana monna motelle ka kwana ba itsola ipia ka tla kwana.
Well, we were quite certain about that start from UFirst. Would they also have carried on with the intensity and tempo? But it's also a case of is it going to be quite that eminent that will they be able to then protect this lead yet again? They've done this in some instances as well, in terms of keeping the ball and making sure that they do not allow any other team to come back in terms of the aggregate side of things.
How level it's come and shop pass and support Haram and Manasho to the Ukuman Munyata. What to Chinchong Hong Kong Kong Kolagacho. Wanika Mona, Wanika Kona, Pelucha Nabana Mutamutra, Bahutila Pasala Sapoka Haram and Bugasona, Level of Tibetan City Local Posho, so no connect to Hulewe, which I was striker and striker, as long as I disappoint Taganaki.
Itumeleng not keeping tabs, of course, with Zulu, who has the ability and the aerial presence, but look at his intuition as well. Having seen the goalkeeper to come out, shouldn't really have come out, but he was too late there in that instant. Of course, what a bad one. That's a bad one. But Ngobo getting onto the score sheet, a great anticipation, awareness as well. Itumeleng was caught wanting there in that situation. So unfortunate.
Well, can Nakamula Tibetan Natamine Ano Pancha Pulula Ivy Kaudimamicolo. Urila Arbona, Ayata Anyagalo.
Let's be quite honest, of course, he is a short lad, and anything above his head height would have also caused a little bit of problematic intuition. But in that instance, a little bit of poor goalkeeping for me, because he's coming out and not really being too quite sure. As it takes an awkward bounce, he wasn't really too sure.
How do you come and come and shop us and Sagana Sapoko Harame? So when I fit a come and go on, Kariba no Santana. Atula Fela Charlotte Rangaholo by Tipakam and confidence is a quickly shopping Sapoko Harame. Opia Fela Shopa Sagana Mutamatesa, you first time. Asanga Balashala Todo, Asatola Peka Public Mahabanabon.
This changes the whole complexion of the game. It changes the whole mood and the buzz as well, because now it's game on. And it's very vital that both these two teams make sure that they do not give anything away. And both these two goals come on a round of play, not from set plays.
Nete Fela Jalo, Cleo Homulinaka, Wanaka. And a whole jollo papa Juliana ya Boko Harame. It told me like it's Tibane. It's a two-man play fair.
This will be the very first time I see a physio getting a red card. Someone from the medical staff getting a booking. Oh, all right.
Kana se kana ka se khotlo sa se hlopha sena sa UFirst re tlo bona UFirst e dira tse ba tumeng ka tsona na go ba re tlo bona hlopha sena se gona sa Boko Harame se gona go ka shireletsa go le yona ba go ba fela jwalo ka kwana ba tlola ka godima mekwalo ka godima hlogo ka kwana kana se kana le goal kick.
A chance for them to rectify. You remember that it was a little bit an unorthodox goal from UFirst. And Boko Haram are just replying and making sure that they're responding in an hostilical fashion as well.
papadi ena e dutse diatleng tsa dithibathibane thibathibane tse pedi di dirile diphoso bobedi ba bona go ra re ga sethibathibane se sengwe se ka dira phoso ke lehlohonolo ke amen ke pheto ke tu.
We were speaking about that pace of UFest. They started on the front foot in the second half. The first few minutes, they knocked on the door and they got a result. But it looks like the intensity and momentum and pace kind of has shifted away from the way they've been playing thus far, because they've been dominant. I'm not quite sure, of course, we've really seen some impact from, of course, Katlego Mashiko in that middle of the park. Also, it would have released Pinjololo to be more adventurous and going forward and playing just in front of Sabu Manigela up front there.
o ile wa elelela gore sekgatlha sa papadi tsena both sides se theogile. Pologots, Ekoba, one away. Latela bofofu e ne le monyetla wa tona le gadi wa hlopha sena sa Boko Haram. O pya fela monna o paletse di go tla le ka target ya target.
Tato getting, of course, right on the shoulders of the last line of defense, making life difficult for Mlamuli and Itumeleng. But his last intuition just letting him down there. He had done everything right in terms of beating the offside trap. He does everything right with making life difficult for Mlamuli and Itumeleng at the back there. But just scuffed it short out wide there.
Ete fela jalo go ya le ka mo ke lebeletseng ka gona o tlamele ne a sa tlamele go ya for goal o tlamele ne a bapetse a cut back go bana go bo gona le sebapadi se sengwe sa gagwe se le gore ne se mathale yana ka mo saeteng. Right tlatsa mphatsana fela jalo e retolo ga e wela letsola basimane ba ke bona UFest nna o sala fase fela jalo.
He's got a booking, he needs to watch himself now. He needs to make sure that he doesn't make and give away those silly fouls or take any restless challenges. Is Raymond. That's a bad challenge, of course, on Mlamuli. Quite fascinated by Zulu's second half. He's had a much greater second half thus far for me. It's been really making life difficult for that defense of UFest. Is Zulu. They call him Ndlela. If you remember Lungisani Ndlela, was a very quite tall lad. Really problematic for a lot of defenders in the PSL at some point. Lungisani Ndlela used to score with his head. Former Morocco Swallows man.
Pana kamana ya matsamatla ba kana karlo go le 18 ranga molo retlo ga fela jalo ka mana ke UFest wa ikoba ha ikoba tle ranga go leo monna o tle ranga go leo matsamatla ke ra se kana ba romela ka mana chapola e bya ka godima mekwallo.
Simpiwe is the one that is pulled off right now, and Ivan Shiburu is the one that is coming on. Double sub is, of course, it is taking place. Jeremiah, the coach, just bringing on some fresh set of pair legs with just under 20 minutes to go.
mokotlise wa hlopha sena o bone gabotse gore o na le mo go leka o ka hlopheng sa Boko Haram jwale o nyaka go kwala di-space tse wa tla kgona go khumana ntlha.
For me, in fact, it is 10 minutes that is left here in this game.
No itshwara ka matsogo fela jalo ba re bona la tla netball mona emanyana tla tla ro bona.
Siabonga having come on, of course, just turned his back onto the ball. But that's a handball, of course. Gets his team a free kick in a very far away side is Sabonga, but fortunately that defensive third, it is of course Abraham. He's the one that got into that nasty challenge, challenging Sabonga.
Papadi ena e theogile wena ngwana ka tlesa e theogile gagolo papadi ena mothemotle a e sana le ntho ele re e bitsang gore ya teng man a e sana ntho ele dipapadi tsele kaofela bobadi ba bona ba bapala kgwele e tshwanang ka moka ga bona ba itsea ba e latlha ba retologa ba dira diphoso kore ke maphoso fela.
Not sure if they've picked up. It's the second leg now. A decent ball which is played behind the defense of You First. They were caught in that situation, Jeremiah, in their 6s and 7s as well. Caught napping there is the defense of You First, Mlamuli, as well as Dumeleng Tuduzi and Kabelo.
Henga ba tshwere go leo ka ba re bolla story se sengwe gobane hlopha sena tsa ka kwana sa You First ne ba tse ba ithubaletse ba itletse le malakana kaofela le mpete mona le baleng.
The coach are doing a right emphatic job in terms of bringing on Jabulo at this stage so that he can run, of course, with some energy, the likes of Tutuzi and Kabelo.
Passena ka kona mothemotle sa You First ntse se re se kena se a kokota se a lokotsega o pia fela hlopha sena sa Boko Haram se re se gana la tlhela bofofu ka mogo ba bileng ngwanena fase free kick ena ka ba khotsetsa mathata a tona le gadi pelo tsa bona tiri mathetho tsentse tshileng ga go le jalo le bala le nna le sa bapalegetse.
Shabonga has come on and made a couple of touches, interesting ones as well. He's been winning his team set pieces. It's in a very promising area as well, and it would be some intuition from Pinjololo, probably just to test the goalkeeper. You can tell Sabu is there as well, but who fences it more? Because both of them are fencing it, Jeremiah.
It's number 14 Umutle. It's number 14 Motle ka makatolle di punya ne fela raga ka kwana mothemotle chapel ba bya ka.
Oh, you can tell the coach bringing on Spusiso right now in these late stages and taking out Tebogo. It means that Tebogo really hasn't been impactful in this matchup. Really wasn't that much effective. They've closed him down. They've made sure that they keep tabs with him. So this substitution merely speaks that maybe probably he just wants to rest him for the next encounter, the second leg, so that he can have him fully fit and fresh.
Carlo Nyamatome papadi ngwanena wa kitches number 8 o ne a sa bonagala.
Yeah, Tebogo really didn't have one of his prolific games here today. It's that stage of the game, Jeremiah, whereby, of course, tired minds are there, tired legs as well, concentration levels need to also be at 100%. You need to make sure that you do not give away silly fouls, especially outside of the box, or, of course, make clumsy tackles, which will then cost the team immensely, Jeremiah.
Nete fela jalo go bona jalo mo le re hloka dipapadi tse ka fela di focus.
Well, with just 3 minutes left in this matchup between these two teams, you can tell that you first were the ones that started on the front foot and made life difficult for Boko Haram, but it tells you of a different perspective view because Boko Haram have replied to this contrast. Out wide, Mapapa, Mtutuzi, putting in a talent cross, but unfortunately that defensive third of Boko Haram are doing very well with their defensive duty. They had to make a block there because Sponelo was really making life difficult for them. Takes a throw in very quickly in search of Kabelo. Can he maneuver and get behind the defense of Boko Haram? Yende makes a clearance, but unfortunately just loses that ball. But they win it back in their own half, keeps it in play. Very well done there, of course, by Zulu. Jabulo. And they conjure up something here. They're in the final third, but that's a really scuffed shot by Raymond Maseven from the House of Heaven. Jabulo is his name, gives the ball away cheaply yet again. Yende wins it back in emphatic fashion. Really working his legs off in the second half is Yende. Jackie just bringing on his experience as well in this matchup. Just taking his time in terms of clearing that ball and thumping it up in field. We are on the 89th minute and it is the second half between the U First and Boko Haram.
ga ka lebelela hlopha tsena tse pedi le ba dikelela letšatši ra re ba tlo ba re gapeletša gore ka mane motlhamotlhe tlolela mathomo re ipone re ya thagong ya mekoko ka mone and ke mo e leng gore ke tshepa gore lebaka go lla gore papadi tse hlopha tsena tse pedi di theoletse kgatlha ke ka morago gore tasemane phišo e leng mona ke phišo e kgolo ka kudu.
Who wants it more, Jeremy? Who wants it more? Who has the work ethic, the desire, the zeal, the eagerness, as well as, of course, the determination, the characteristics that will go into the second leg, both these two teams, knowing that they could have gone with the right type of advantage, but I feel that both these two teams today wanted it more. There were a couple of errors, of course, that took place, a couple of mistakes that occurred from both these two teams, but it's who wants it more.
hlopha tsena tsa pedi ka gole a o di lebelela ka moka di bile le dintlha tša mahlatse ka moka ga tsona ga nkabe se di lucky goals nkabe re sa dutse kwa go lefela ka mona o ka gopola jeki o ile a pota ke ntlha e le gore e sa tlamela go mo pota sethibathibanetse ka kwana ngwanena wa vimpi o le ene o potile ke ntlha e le gore e sa tlamela go mo pota ne a tlamele a no e tepa over the pole eupša fela o ne a re wa shina re o tshwara ka yona ya fetša e re fitlhetša mo go 1-1.
So that was a little bit of a poor defending from him there in that instant. His ability and his capabilities of becoming a very world-class goalkeeper at some point kind of went away there.
Neti fela jolo bana ba lahlela bofofu ka kwana mothamotle o tsebe gona jolo le ba nele ka kwana mothamotle le wane ka mona wane ka kwana bana ba tlo kopana ka kwana legatong la bobedi letong la bobedi la papadi tsena ke yona ngwanena chess number 10 o a itikile ka mehla le mabaka.
So in the first leg they share the spoils. Jeremiah, it looks like as though in the next, of course, game they'll need to make down a little bit of a different intuition, but in all aspects you can tell that both these two teams showed resilience at some point in this matchup in terms of responding and coming back. Yes, it was a fine start and a fine form in the second half for UFest, whereby they were carrying on from where they left off in the first half, but it looks like as though Boko Haram showed more tenacity and audacity in terms of coming back in this matchup.
wa itika bona ba itikile hlopha tse pedi tsena e no ba le gore papadi ya bona e ne le papadi e ko tlase ke no ba ke sa tsebe gore e ka ba le gore ba affectile ke hit ena goba ne ba nyako bapala papadi e le go tlase goba ne ba nyako defender ntho e le gore ba se ka tla ba ya letong la bobedi mo e le gore ba under pressure now.
The coach of Boko Haram will be quite impressed with this team thus far. For me, I feel that they also responded in a very fantastic fashion.
ga o ka lebelela ka kwana wena ngwana ka kwana mothamotle UFest e nositse ntlha ka kwana ka mona mothamotle go na le ka mana Boko Haram le yona e nositse ntlha ka mane ke yona full time ya lotso la rena la mathomo la yona papadi tsa Phillies Games 2020. ga o ka lahlela bofofu ka kwana mothamotle o lebelele hlopha sena tsa ka Boko Haram ke sone le gore ne ba re ba itika ka kwana mothamotle ke yona first attempt ya bona bashimane ngwanena wa ka bona sethibathibane o ile a nyako bona kotsi e sa le ka pele.
Yeah, most certainly it was a good delivery, but close to the goalkeeper, nearly making life difficult.
lahlela bofofu ka kwana ga ba bua fela jalo ka mane ba re ba moleka ne ba re ba mozama ka kwana mothamotle ngwanena wa check ya re bona le nna se ke phamiseltso ke teng ka mehla le mabaka le ga le ka nleka jwang le jwang ke tlo fela ke le hantle fela jwalo.
Sabu doing an emphatic job, but the goalkeeper coming with the right type of save.
eupša fela ngwanena wa tšeki o rile ga fetša o tlate ka kwana o rile go fetša o tla ka ditebele ka kwana o ile a bona bokgotokgotho jwa kotsi bona ka mokgwa le gore hlopha sena sa UFest ne se tsentšitše sehlopha sena sa ka kwana mothamotle sa Boko Haram ka tlasa kgatelelo sethibathibane sena se ile sa ba berekela ka mehla le mabaka ngwanena wa UFest o ne a tlamehile a noše ntlhantle le tikatiko.
Keeps a quite good line as well, is Master, timing his run to perfection.
nete fela jolo ya kena fela ka kwana bashimane bana na re ba lokotsega fela jolo sethibathibane sena se bile le di good save le di ka kwana mothamotle le di mistake tša gagwe go swana le yona ena ke yona phoso e le gore o e dirile ga nkabe a tlogetse kgweleo ya tswela ka ntle eupša fela a ka pota ke ntlha ngwanena le yena wa sethibathibane sa hlopha sa UFest ba mitsang vimpi le yena o ile a tla teng a emiša letsogo.
Apart from that mistake that he made in the second half, he was very vital and crucial in the first half.
ke re le kwana ka re papadi ena e dutse magetleng a dithibathibane bona ka mokgwa sethibathibane se dirago phoso ka gona bolo e le gore ga e kotsi fela eupša fela ile a wetsa e tsene ka gara letanta.
Trying your luck in football, make your own luck. Anything is possible.
Jwale gona jwalo ka mane mothemotle ka ne go boletse le wena ka re papadi ene e dithibathibaneng le sethibathibane se le sa ka gona o ile fela go ba jwalo ke ka le bona latlhela bofofu ka mokgwa ngwanena wa check nka re o robetse pele kgwele e fitlha go yena goba kgwele e otlile fase ya change direction o ile a gutla fela jwalo ka manetse ke a re ke tlo rectify mistake wa ka a romela bolo telele a re from keeper to striker to goal and then ngwanna wa Vimpi le yena o ile a tloka le tshwele fela gore bona se go senyegile ka morago ka mane.
Great work by Zulu. Great work. Great finish as well. Anticipation was quite smart.
ga o e latlhela bofofu ka mane lebelela ngwanena wa Vimpi o ne a re wa e tshwara and ebileng phoso ya mathomo yona ebile the same thing gona jwale ne a re wa e pheta eupša fela yona ile a tsena ka gara letanta. ga o lebelela ka kona mothemotle you first goal attempt tsa bona di bile tse 80 ka kona hlopeng tsa Boko Haram di bile tse 7 lebelela ka kona shot on target 4 ka kona e bile tse 4 ka kona foul 19 ka kona ya ba tse 14 hlopeng sa ka kona Boko Haram lebelela ka kona yellow card di bile tse 3 ya ba go tse 2 lebelela di red card ra ba le red card offside e bile 80 go tse 3 ka kona mothemotle.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. It was our opening game. You first FC, of course, and Boko Haram. It was 1-1 today, but as we know, it is the first leg, so there's still a fighting chance for both these teams to progress to the semi-finals. I'm joined now by Coach Robert Setago of You First FC. Coach, your thoughts?
Yeah, game be right, especially first half. We attack. I thought second half must change strategy. Board. My players are not strategy. That's why it can be a bit difficult for Tina, especially second half because attack most of the time it was affecting in our boxing time in again. So it's affecting very. Then we end up saying and lose and focus. But first half we're impressed because they did very well. Yeah,
Coach, first half you even had the ball possession, you had the dominance, you had most of the chances. Unfortunately, they had a very good and experienced goalkeeper who kept you out. But kuwale because second half, because it seemed that maybe a team talk ya go first half and what translated to second half on the pitch. Ngathi bokungahlangani.
That system zobeka ama player ne anje ngabantwana sometimes ba lose focus, especially makhuluma nabo. We been playing second half in a nice plan. Then he was clearly playing well your plan. Isn't I thought would be right according then. The Sokora man Namayama goal, but there's a player anja.
Yabonga coach, good luck for your game.
Yeah, thanks.
That was You First Coach Robert Setago, who was very happy with his team first half, but second half not so happy because the strategy was not carried through. But I'm joined now by the Boko Haram coach, Coach Lesecha Letwaba. Coach, your thoughts? Okay, your team came back very strong in the second half.
Yeah, I think the boys will be scared, or maybe they're afraid of their opponents because that team has a great reputation. So luckily we managed to talk to them in the halftime break, and they managed to come back strong. That's how we managed to score. As I say, it was a game of two halves. The first half they were a bit strong, and so luckily we came back. We made a few changes, and then we were able to equalize. So it's how it goes in the second leg.
And of course, your goalkeeper. We need to speak about your goalkeeper because he was outstanding today, especially when you looked at him in the first half. Your team was being pressed and you were forced to defend deep, but your goalkeeper kept you in the game. That was his experience showing.
Yeah, he's a great keeper. He's got a lot of experience. I can't fault him for the goal because maybe the ground is too bumpy, but he helped us a lot in the first half. Even when the team kept us under pressure, he managed to calm the guys down so that he can delay the game, so that the guys can be able to relax and come back into the game. And I thank him for that.
Thank you so much, Coach. At least there's still second leg. You can still make amends.
Thank you.
That was our coach, Lisecha Letwaba of Boko Haram. And of course, their goalkeeper was absolutely outstanding. That is Jackie Mahongwan, showing his experience here. 1-1 is a scoreline, and they share the spoils going into the second leg. So these are the results. That was, of course, our opening match of the day. It is the first leg of the quarter-finals. You First FC and Boko Haram sharing the spoils. So the aggregate going into the second leg will not be that heavy. So the next game, we have the Rock up against Ndengeza. It is a Limpopo derby. It is the Giyani derby. And in the third match, we have Amandla and Isithembo. And wrapping it up for us today is Gwara as well as Abarondoli. So the action does continue here. We are live on visionview.tv as well as DSTV channel 245. That is DSTV now. The action continues. Stay tuned. We are building up to our second match of the day. Of course, it is match day 5. We are here at the Rugby Ridge Stadium. Phillies Games 2020 edition. It is our second game, the Rock up against Ndengeza. And I'm standing pitch side here with the Rock coach, Wiseman Shiburi. Coach, first game of the quarterfinals. I mean, maybe there's nerves going into the game.
It's always been the case. It's a derby game. It's Ndengeza, the Rock. It's always a big thing. So it's game on.
This is a team that I'm sure you are familiar with. What kind of changes did you make from your previous match?
We didn't change a lot. We trickled due to the injuries. We got 2 injuries from the previous lineup. But currently, the squad that we have should still do the business.
And how important is mindset coming into this game, and also composure, because you want to get a good score in the first half, in the first leg, so that you are not finding yourself catching up in the second leg.
With derbies, any score is fine for as long as it favors us. Could be 1-0, could be 2-0. For as long as it favors us, we can always turn it around in the second leg if it doesn't go well now. But we're promising a good game.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
You're welcome.
That was Coach Wiseman Shiburi of the Rock. Of course, it is the Limpopo derby, Giyani derby, second game of the match. Coach, I'm joined now by Coach of Ndengeza, Coach Ginola Masele. Coach, a big game today.
Yes, yeah, very, very big one. We're ready mentally. The boys are motivated. They don't come better than this one.
We know from the previous round that it's important to score first and ensure that you have a good aggregate going into the second leg.
Yes, that's the plan. That's the plan, is to repeat first leg so that the second leg we come and consolidate and then see what takes us to.
Your team performed well against Chiefs and you showed your complete dominance over them and their experience. What changes are you making going into today's game?
Games, Ndengeza versus the Rock, we always play together. We know, so we try to get to change on the attacking side, so to bring some firepower, because we know their defense is a little bit slow, so we're trying to catch them with pace and get those quick goals.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
That was Coach Ginola Masele of Ndengeza. It is a Limpopo derby, the Giyani derby to be more specific. Both coaches speaking about mentality and how important it is. And Coach Ginola saying we need to score first, because scoring first destabilizes the other team. So the commentary team will take you through this very exciting game. The next 45 is up next.
re tshware le dumedisa lona barati ba tsheetsa papadi ya polo re tlisetsa papadi ya lona ya letsatsi
Atsasilena la kajeno the rock lishwe. Batla me bangkhisetsa na mahafi le yona Ndengeza FC. Re tla ka wotlolwa Rabiri Stadium. A re diabua kofili. O tsebe he ha o le tjena seo ke se tsebang ke hore ke Limpopo Derby. O tsebe ha o le tjena ke yona taba eo ne ke tjho ke re mona ke Kiani Derby, the Limpopo Derby. Me ha o le tjena taba tsena dihlopha tsena tse pedi di a tsebana seo ke ile ka se fumana kore ba ile ba shebana ba tobana makgetlo a ka bang a supileng me ha ile yona the rock ha isale ba hlorisa ba hlankana bana ba yona Ndengeza hobane the rock ba hapile papadi tsa kgatsa bona makgetlo a mahlano me ha ile yona Ndengeza ha pedi fela ke bana kitsa mali yena William ako shebe tsatsila ka sheno bana ba batla ba tlisetsa papadi ena Charles Louis o tla ba thusana jole na tshwarelo mabulana Untitled Chapter ke yena fourth official ya rona ha ke tsamaye ke le mo ke tsamala le Vincent tsatsila ka sheno me her tla be rutlisetsa papadi ena ka magabane seo ke se bonang ke tshaba kotsi thwetletselang Vincent.
Greetings are the most significant elements of our daily basis. So regard yourself all greeted. Allow me to impeach you in this razzmatazz Limpopo Derby. Kuzoba mnandi ngempela ndoda ufishi.
Ehlile yabona ke sheba ka mkhodi dihlopha tse di bapetseng ka teng emkhatlelong wa phele ke mo ke fumanang hore ba hlankana ba Ndengeza ba ile ba hapa ba otla papa ba otla cheese ka ntlha tse nne ho le nngwe ba imamula hape ka ntlha tse pedi o le fela jwanong a le tjena aggregate ka kakaretso di ne di tshiletse o le nngwe mme he aggregate ya the rock la ma-PE a ile ba hapa papadi ka ntlha tse nne o le fela jwanong a le tjena re tla bana le motsotso wa kgutso moment of silence. Le robo lena la COVID-19 le sentse la simona Afrika Borwa fela empa le fatseng bophara le sentse mme he ha o ntso le tjena ntse re tjho re kgothatsa batho a ke le tsweleng pele le sanitizer a ke le tsweleng pele le apara dimonkwana tsa loma a ke le tsweleng pele le ntse le otla tsona di social distancing ha o le tjena he batlankana ba yona the rock re bone he ba ile ba tloa ba matha palong enngwe ba mathela pepalong enngwe ya bona ba etsa ntho e re tsebang re re ke traditional the rock pele papadi kala o tla tlamela re ba ke ba mathe le tloa palong enngwe ho ya palong enngwe.
It is indeed their tradition fishing. Ngithe mangibona ngapha enkundleni ngabona indoda ekhona namhlanje uMatimu Shabalala vrrr pa ukhona namhlanje. The weather looks very good for both teams. Kuyashisa namhlanje. This is the Limpopo Derby. The weather is absolutely magnificent.
Watsiba he Limpopo ho a chisa mi he la lodimo le metjena ho chisa tjena ehlile ha ke bone e tla thefula le papadi ya rona tsatsila ka jeno monna wona wise man Shiburi ke tla otlela nana le ha hore e eme jwang ke a hopola isikila ba sepapadi sa mehleng sa yona the rock mi he ka selemo sa 2012 a be a meja fatshe mi he ka morao a qetelang ka boikarabelo ba hore ke tla ba mokwetlisi wa yona the rock o shebane jwa lena manechino la masele o ke tsebang hore ke metswalle ka bobedi ba tsebana mme ha ko shebe boemo ba lehodimo wa chisa 27 degrees ha ke bone hore pula tlana tsatsing la ka jeno na mona ko Thembisa ke re ke sheba le moya o re tsamaya jwang 18 kilometers per hour a chihlile ha le tjena ke mochiso fela le papadi ena e tla chisa ka o tshwanang
Wayibeka kahle.
Ha ke tjho jwalo a tjho phama phepela ya rona Phillies game 2020 the rock Ndengeza Rabiri Stadium ke mo re tlanka o tlollo wa teng e tloswa ke yona Ndengeza
katika ka wena ke bona ba tlisang ba tlise papadi ena ke bitumelo Potsane ke tsamalena Vincent di sa tloa le banteng o mbone monna a hataka lengwele.
What a game, a flair. I want a game in. It is going to be a razzmatazz Hamdinga. Abona Ndengeza namhlanje ngokukhumbuza ukuthi they're making their third appearance khona ngapha kuma-Phillies game in Ndengeza. They know ukuthi kwenzakalani for yona iDerok bayaqala.
Re teng o social media o tla re tshwara mane o re @Phillies_games ko Twitter @Phillies le wa kwako yona Instagram o like dinepe tsa rona o sa qadile he re phaka mihlola tla tsungoyetsa bahlankana ba yona mane the rock e kgetlo la pele ba bapala tournamenting ena ya Phillies game empa phahame flaga mane
Unzima ngempela uyayibona le game lena bayazama ukuyihlanganisa ngempela. Yabona futhi yona Ndengeza, they love to start playing from the back. Bayathanda ukudlala from emuva. Ake sibone ukuthi bazoyisusa na kanjani indoda official.
Uyabona seo ke setse ba keta ba ya hore Ndengeza ba bapala bolo ya rona locationing ke sehlopha seo se bapalang ka si flavor ba le hata ba le shikisha ba itsukutsha ba itsela tswekere Mihail yona mane the rock ba bapala bolo e re tsebang lona direct football ba tlile ka le wala 4-5-1 ba tseba hore ba tla le ka otla ba hlankana bana ba Ndengeza ka counter empa ke re ke a sheba ba hlankana ba Ndengeza ba tlile tsatsi la ka jeno ba tshwere sohle seo bana le sona ba tshwere bana ba tshwana le bo Matima bana ba tshwanang le bo Moses Mukasi Chomo o re tsebang hore o motle ihlila ya pele ke sebapadi sa mehleng sa Orlando Pirates le Chomo Cosmos jwanong ba mlatile tsatsi la ka jeno Chomo. Oyabona emhlankana wona ena mathimu ke mona mambitsanye na mane rpa empa shebanile na mane nobuli kwa mrao ana ya mata ya tileng o tla etsa jwang he kena macheke kena he mona o mshebile mathimu ha kutlwa he ihlile kare o samatha kwa ho sona step house sehlopha sa pelepele kwa ko ABC Motsepeliki jwanong he ha o le tjena ba molatile bahlankana ba yona Ndengeza ba kopa hore atle a tlo ba thusa papading ena hobane ra tseba stopper sena sa the rock ke se matla ke le ka tjho ka re ke kgetlo la bona la pele ba bapala mo ko Phillies game jwanong re ka tjho re they are a closed book dihlopha tse ngata ha ba ba tsebe
Babazi ngempela bangithe mangibheka khona ngapha enkundleni le game lena uyayibona iqala slowly but surely kuzoba mnandi ngempela khona ngapha eRubber Ridge. Thema ngibona khona ngaphena uMoses. Yabona uMoses makahlangana nomfana uVurpa. Yabona the pace of the game iyachange ngempela. Ake sibone khona ngapha esuswini njengoba ubona ukuthi ay interceptor le bhola kamnandi ayayithunga iThe Rock from emuva. Ebona iThe Rock yilo iqembu nalo elikhona khona ngapha kuma-Phillies game. Well disciplined The Rock and bayayithunga ngishilo ke Ndengeza ukuthi ayathanda ukuqala ibhola from emuva. They love turning the ball from the back. Ile Joseph akasibone khona ngapha nangumchomana
yabona o le tjena ke shebile fela bahlankana ba yona afan batla yena Rito jersey number 10 ya yona the rock tla hopola papading e fitileng Rito o kene karolong ya bobedi ya papadi monna ya lebelo monna ya matanka 220 kilometers per hour hai butsi ya holo he dinose tsa hae Rito o motle ha bone kena mane mo kanti Yabana Chomo Mokanti wa tseba ine le monyetla wa hore a ka hlaba ntlhamane empa ha o le tjena a bapala ka mosebetsi ha ke tsebe re ka tjho re re lebala le ile la msitisa bolo ile a tlola ha ka kgona ho ilaola bolo eo.
Uyabona laphayana uMoses ngibona ngathi lela bhola bekangalindelanga bekangathembi ukuthi lela bhola lizofika kuye njengoba umbona makafika laphayana bekafika kuthethe
mohlomong re ka tjho o nanahana hore ka motswetsing o nanahana hore na le offside ke ka hoo a ileng a iketla empa ko bone ke bahlankana ba namane verroko lejwe a re bone ba tlatsa jwang ba ikoba e batla ba kotsi empa ya bona le tjena ba bapala ka mosebetsi ba itsipa ha so tikologo e kotsi ya wahla palo
yabona uyingozi ngempela le ndoda emadodeni ukhasiwele bekathi uyamzama khona ngale ngaphesha kwenkundla bekathi yethi ngimbone lo muntu ukuthi ukhona yabona manje iqalile laphana i-The Rock ithona laphana i-first shot yabo on target bekathi uyamzama ngempela indoda emadodeni yashaya khona laphana ilontuza ipali
kena ya macheke mane marimalibala ihlile yabona sitswale sa macheke le yena mane Emmanuel Rojamila isisihle mane marimalibala bayona Ndengeza katika kawena Shamina Shawena hase baqala otla dinika 1-2 Professor Tolo o tlambona le yena macheke bamtsibange bambitsa babes we phase o komoshebe ha o tla tsona di no tshonga phase no look phase ehlile tla o philphanyetsa ke bua ka yena jersey number 6 macheke
hayi indoda ngempela ujersey nombolo 6 mara abalokhona naye laphana indoda abathotheni upride khona ngale uyakwazi
khona
ukumfana
he wakena mane onahlile akokota Roger Miller Emmanuel Amukha Sesotho bambe ya fatso mletsa phalo re ha hlongwe
uyakhuza ngempela laphana usompempe yabona laphana ujersey nombolo 8 umbeka phansi ngempela laphayana olontuza umbeka phansi ngempela ukhuzile usompempe yiqanda ngalena yiqanda ngapha kunzima ngempela khona ngapha eRabarich Stadium
ke bona bana ba tshwana le bo Chikombo empa boletele e wena hantle piteng ya yena matimu tla hopola helo tunna pele monna wona Chikombo wila kora bolo ka hloho ba ne ba a qeta ho fumana set piece etswang ho yena Roger Miller janong e o tla bona o elellwe haile huku ka pele yona free kick banna ba tshwana le bona bo Chikombo ba tla ya pele bane ke banna he ba balelele
ibeke kahle ngempela yabona basengibhekele le game ayayithunga ngempela bayazama ukuyithola leya position mara mangibhekile laphana iqembu le The Rock abayitholi kahle laphana kuyona i-final 30
ineli Rito akena empa mletsa phala tatli wa chore yabona Rito oleka uhutswa diperekisi disabutswa ha o le tjena
yabona indengeza mengamiyeka lo mfana uRito bazosithola basengxakini ngempela lo mfana uRito uyingozi ngempela the pace of Rito magnificent the pace of Rito vele ikhona ngempela ake sibone ke manje babayisusa i-goal kick yaye laphayana i-The Rock nawo bathi hayi babayindengeza babathi mayibayisusa emuva bathi hayi nathi sakwazi ukuyithunga bayithatha bayithumela khona ngapha esiswini iyona ngempela lena mlaleli
ke shebile lewa la bahlankana la The Rock leo ba tlileng ka lona tsatsi la kajeno Ocean ihlile lena ke mbone tsatsi la kajeno empa nkirinkiri ke ambona o teng Walter ke bona ka re ba mbele pele ke yena poroso ya bona mihe Rito o bapala mane ka letshadi ka le tsone letshadi mihe Kaswele o le letuna empa ra tseba hore mhlakana wona nkiri o bapala kamano le letona Khaswele a bapale kamane o le letshadi ba entse ntho e re bitsang tactical changes.
Kumele bayenze i-technical changes njengoba ubheka nawe laphana iNdengeza iwatholile ama-injury amabili njengoba umqeqeshi wabo sekayi-highlightile. Ngiyambona laphana uSesh Garagara ujesi nombolo 3 uNgobeni yakade uyayizama khona laphana mara yabona i-height kaNgobeni ngiyibona izoyisebenzela ngempela laphana i-The Rock le nto iNdengeza.
Swakena mani tiketani boletelele baba tena mani Emmanuel acheke rikacho rere monna yo ya tlisang bogabani kapa creativity mane ba re malibala ke ena monna wo le chesi number 6 monna ona macheke hobane a ka ro sheba motsamao wa batlankana ba Ndengeza dibolo kaofela di swa ho yena a bapale ho Roger mme he Roger ke monna yo re tsebang a bapalang tsona di long ball mme di ditle le tsona di long ball ona le good kicking technique monna ona number 2 re bua ka ena Emmanuel Roger Miller empa ko bone kena mane nkiri tswiri e hlile batla o kena ho le tjena ha ka futhumala nkiri ke bua ka ena Welter Ngoveni o tla hopola papading e fitileng monna ona hlopha aba sokodisa jwanong el bahlankana ba Ndengeza tla tlameha hore ba ke ba melele ba mo shebe mhlankana wona nkiri a tswiri ha se qala olla wa tseba o ka se bohlothi o ka se robale ebe ba tla e sebedisa jwang ho kwena bahlankana ba yona The Rock poletelele ba tla dihlotsa bahlankana sibathibane sebetsa lihlonolo
wasebenza ngempela ulihlonolo laphana emuva yabona manje i-goalkeeper to goalkeeper athi bayiqala phansi iqembu layona i-The Rock ukhulumile ngayo laphana bekuyona ikhona yokuqala iqembu layona laphana ilontuza i-The Rock kusho khona they are showing the signs of going forward ake sibone khona ngapha enkundleni ukuthi kuhamba njani uyakhuza usompempe
etla tloswa he kena hlanhla boletelele Themba Chauke tsatsi la kajeno e hlile tla hopola papading e fitileng Themba Chauke o ile a hlaba ntlha le yena ke sebapadi sa mehleng sa yona Polokwane City mpa monna o mshebileng ke bua ka yena Chinola ke hopola ntle a ntjwetsa hore o na le safety license mhlankana ona ene le ka selemo sa 2015 ha nang ka boikarabelo a re ha o le tjena ke tla qala sehlopha sa papadi ke nke makesha kejana ke nke re bahlankana bana re tsamaye re ye kwa ko Limpopo re kene kwa leaguing tsa yona SAP League ka sona sehlopha sena sa Ndengeza empa re ko jwetse ko qoqele wena Vincent hore ha o shebile sehlopha sena sa Ndengeza so shebile mona bankile sehlopha sa River Park mihe ba se kopanya le sa Ndengeza jwanong e re ka tjho re ke dihlopha tse pedi di kopane mona ona Chinola o kopantshitse ntho e re bitsang squad o tlo bapala mona ko Phillies Games ke ka ho he o bona sehlopha sena Ndengeza se le mona vrpa wa tjho Matima o kena ka bona Matima o batla yena mane Chomo bole ka wankotsi sebetsa Noble the battle itabahara Chomo Mokasi le Noble letsatsi la kajeno.
Teams being able to convert some of those chances, but really, Hleza, The Rock is feeling the heat in this first half.
Thus far, for me, it's a sensational game. You can tell both teams have been definitely quite fantastic in terms of the approach, but you can tell that Ndengeza are the ones that have started on the front foot. They've definitely settled much more faster into the game, playing those link-up play, playing those combination play, and in between that last line of defense, pick pockets of spaces as well, finding Moses up front there in the final third, even though he hasn't been really impressive in that final third, but he's been really knocking on that door. Probably if he gets that clear-cut chance opportunity, he will bury the ball inside the back of the net, because he has the capabilities and the trajectory to get the ball behind back of the net. But thus far for me, I think in the middle of the park it's quite interesting as well. You can tell that Jabu up against Tembani, they've been really at it. They've been getting at each other. Totti has been fantastic as well in terms of his ability and his awareness of playing those balls behind the defense of the Rock, who they to themselves know, of course, pride at the back there, conceding some couple of clumsy set plays as well, unfortunately, but it's quite a fine start from Ndengeza thus far, but they just need that goal just to make sure that they settle much more.
A fine start indeed. As you remember them from the first and the second leg, they've always been a team that goes out guns blazing, and no wonder their scores have always been a heavy blow to their opponents. And so it really looks like they are trying to do what they did to Cheese here to the Rock, but it is a Limpopo derby, so it is a very big game, so strategy is very important.
They need to make sure that they bring a little bit of tenacity and audacity about them, make sure that they are well established in terms of their movement, their pattern, as well as strategizing with the formation as well. You can tell that everything that has been happening thus far, it's Ndengeza that's been on the front foot, and they've been using the width of the pitch to their advantage, even though at times you could tell that Jomo just playing right off the shoulders of that last line of defense, making it even much more harder. I mean, quite impressed with Innocent on right back position. He's been able to be adventurous as well, finding joy on this right hand flank side, and it's quite interesting. But thus far for me, I feel that Hlahla should be really woken up, because Jomo Mukasi is very, very intelligent. He's a smart player, bright individual, but Totti in the middle of the park, Tembani just providing the cover behind him so that he can be able, whenever he wins the ball back, he then gives it, of course, to Totti, who then plays the final pass out to the wide areas, finding Matimba, who's had an impressive start as well, couple of crosses in and in between that last line of defense, making it even much more harder for the defense to defend while they are facing their own goal. But thus far, Ndengeza have been dominant.
You speak of Matimu, and I think we spoke about him throughout the half as we were sitting, that you know what, that right flank, they really don't have an answer for him, because these crosses that he's crossing to the offense, they are catching the Rock off guard, and this is where you need the defense as well as the centre backs to step in.
Well, most definitely, of course. I'm quite impressed by Ralph Gum's runs as well. He's been getting into those positive areas as well. And he is, of course, a player that knows money. He played for Amataitai. He's a cup winner with, of course, Mataitai out in Soweto, Orlando. They've won the Mahlobo festive games as well. So he knows the taste of these conditions as well, is Ralph Gum. Quite a predator and a poster and a predator inside that box. Such a prolific individual about him. He was also part of that VUT squad, of course, that played for against Sundowns in the Nedbank Cup.
You also look at how these teams started off. Both chances coming in from both teams. We have Ukezwell coming in for the Rock, and a chance as well by Ndengeza, Umakasi. But already that was giving you just a glimpse as to how this match was going to go.
When you get to look at, of course, Matimba cuts infield on his weaker left foot, plays in a sumptuous ball in and in between that last line of defense. Now the sensational part is that the goalkeeper made a really bit of a fanatic save there against Moses.
We need to also speak about centre back Ushikombiso, because he has really been a strong tower for Ndengeza in move.
Oh, most certainly, of course. He's a solid individual, great anticipation, great awareness, has the ability of getting up high. He knows when and how to maneuver around that defense. He's been verbal as well, making sure that he keeps the likes of Seketani at bay. But thus far, for me, there was an opportunity and chance for Ralph.
Yes.
It went up begging. He had every right to hit that ball. It fell kindly. You know, pride making a mistake there at the back there. It could have cost them massively.
You don't want to find yourself playing a very defensive game in the first half and being pressed in your own half. And this is what we are seeing, because there's all these crosses coming in from Umatim, and then they don't have an answer for him at the front. And it seems that the Rock is crumbling at the back. they trying to play counter-attacks to try and destabilize the defense in Ndengeza. But it just seems like Shikombiso has an answer for them.
But in that instant, Shikombisho was caught, you know. He was caught for pace there by Ngiringiri. So that's, of course, the threat that Ngiringiri does possess as well inside, of course, that box, as well as his pace up front there. So that tells you that Shikombisho's pace might also come into fire in terms of them going forward. So he needs to make sure that he times his challenges to perfection.
I mean, Ndengeza's got a plethora of players. You've got Abo Emmanuel, you've got, Abo Toti, you've got, Babes Wepasi. I mean, there's a plethora of players here. Who should be stepping up at this point? Because we know what they can do. In the other games, by this time, they'd already scored at least 2. But now, it's not as easy.
I think Kateko, you know, he's been prolific for this side as well, especially inside the middle of the park. So him passing the ball and getting into areas which he can hurt the opposition can be quite smart.
And looking at the stats, I mean, goal attempts, you've got 6 for the Rock and you've got 4 for Ndengeza. And then you've got shots on target, only 2 for Ndengeza and only 1 for the Rock. So it's already painting a picture.
Most certainly, of course, they've been getting into the vital and crucial areas which have a little bit of positive intuition as well. In terms of calming down inside that box, it's very vital for the likes of Moses and Ralph Kam not to rush, of course, because at some point when you rush, you do get a little bit of unorthodox balance. You know, I think they just need to be a little bit hostile, just calm down inside that box. Anything might happen. You know, in the last encounter, of course, we saw what occurred with You First, Simpiwe, Master, having to take a shot outside of the box, and it bounced awkwardly. And then, of course, Jackie, it fell kindly inside the box. So anything can happen. Football is a game of luck, but it does have a very funny way of revealing and showing things. Not only is it a cruel sport, but it can hurt you.
I mean, it is a Limpopo derby, it is a Guyana derby, but certainly there's also that mutual respect between both the teams because they do come from the same place, and at the same time, you are in a different province and a different community, you still want to represent as well.
It's a personal battle. It's a very personal battle, I tell you for one. Nobody wants to make any schoolboy errors here. Nobody wants to give away nothing. So everything will be tight here. Nobody will let anybody to dominate. But thus far, even though Ndengeza are dominating in terms of the ball possession, the shots off and on target, it tells you that it's a personal, very personal battle between the players, the coaches, the technical staff, even the medical staff as well in a whole.
Yeah. No, certainly it is a personal battle, and it is Ndengeza that is exerting the authority here, running away with the ball possession in the first half, and also those goal attempts. It's been a really difficult game for the Rock, who've got a bit of a mountain to climb. They really need to find an answer for Umatimo Shabalala there on the right, because it's certainly burning up the flank, and they seem to be struggling, especially with the crosses as well. But the next 45 is up next.
How le tjena re kgutla karolong ya bobedi ya papadi dintho tse di ngangane lefela lehe ho bimarma ya ka phetleha mongadi Charles o re bashanyana ha o tshao tshetje hobane ke a tseba ho tla tsa kgamosa le molora papading ena etshisa etukampe Vincent ho bima ha le tjena
kunzima uzobathima ngempela
ehlile ya bona ha le tjena ke a tseba re ka bua re ko Twitter a ko re latele ko Phyllis_game Instagram @_games o ko like dinepe tsa rona re teng he ko DSTV now le ko Vision View TV o ko shebelle hore batlankana ba ntse ba etsang a o ko bona le bona batlankana ba The Rock Bapaneshwang Matimba Shimane Otenge, the pride and joy of Kiani, chess number 11, Otenge, Edlane, Shavala, Otenge Lena Kautana, Caswell Nkuna, Otenge Reti Cheser, Cheresa Busupa, Mihe, Rito Chuma, Chesina Mateni, Tamba Chauki, Otenge, Walter Ngofeni, Kimbitsankiri, Bariki Twiri, Washupa, Oli Nyukunyani Mshankanao, Impakobone, Wasman Shiburi, Kateparkana Rambona, Hekarunya Bubedia Papadi.
Namtona konangana enkonhleni
ehlile yabona korwa sheba he Ndengeza bapanne chena tatsila ka jenu chesi number 3 Professor Tolo chikombise ngobeni otengi hakirika sheba sekretani matonsi kena mkapteni wa bona Emmanuel Rochamila the maestro of Chawela otengi hakirika sheba linkateko macheke pebse pase mchomani gandaba otengi Moses Mukasi Ralph Shongwani atihe matimu shabalala pa 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 pa
khona ngempela khona ngapha umatimu shabalala kuthema ngibona khona ngapha ukhona naye uSandile indoda emadodeni ukhona naye laphana uLucky Mulakeni ukhona lapha naye uMartini khona ngapha enkundleni akhona namhlanje endoda ofishi
akiribone bahlankana bayona mani Ndengeza batakabona boletelele batlana mani Rafa Ramon batletsa shwangi empa kena mani kena chomo batletsa shwangi na mani Mukasi hakirike bona o shebane jwalo he le na hlanhla o khutla kana phila he ntlanhla ba re malibala Caswell The Rock atla he ka bona The Rock ke bona Themba Chauke ari Themba la makhumusa tletsa shwangi na mani Themba aikoba empa khuta iphila kena Rocha bambitsa ka libitso Emmanuel maestro ko Shawela boletelele emathana fela jalo mani kena Matimba ari bona tlatsa jwa ngwibutsi tieshi haye kena mani Ralph Ndengeza uyabona Ralph nasafihlile kamo samayo oy kehlilenge Ralph, what an opportunity.
Bona bekati ya mzama khona ngapha akati uyayizama ngempela le shoti yabona lapha uRalph bekati ya mzama ngempela asange ithole itarget kunzima
uyabona mshimani ona Ralph Hlongwane mana wana utswako Sebokeng ke hopola hantle ka last ka Nedbank Cup last 32 ke hopola na bapala yona VUT ana sokodisa goli na Rose mhlankana wona Ralph Hlongwane janong he mhlankana wona atlankana ba The Rock o tla tsamare ba ke ba mothibe hobane o tla ba qeta mhlankana la Ralph Hlongwane
afuna vele lapha okumvimba emuva umsebenzi waye lapha uNhlanhla naye indoda emadodeni lapha uthutha lapha emuva kumele bamvale le ndoda uRalph Hlongwane uyingozi ngempela kodwa fishi thema ngibona lana bona ukuthi ucoach bakhulumile le game manje the pace of the game is high tempo
Kena he Emmanuel pambitsa ka libitso Emmanuel maestro ko Shawela sekretani Matonsi Kebona batlakana ba Ndengeza neta batleya o twa ho stiba no ya foroso ya bona ihlile bamnati batletse ka tswekere ba itsukutsa pholo batlakana bana empa o tla tlamare ba ke ba ithute ntwe le nngwe fela o ka itshwara bolo o itsukutse o etse sohle sona le sona dikili bogabane ba hao empa tournament ntse tjena o hlokala dintlha
uyabona ukuthi usithole khona ngale ku top 4 kufuneka wona amagoli ngempela kamele manje the strikers they must come to the party and change the game
akubone fela jalo mani kena pepse pass o tletsa shwangi re banna le kokae hantse ba hata tjena ba itipa ehlile ke di menye ke di munyu ke di momunyane kena mane Jomo Mkasi achikile apila phama lipanka hake batlo ba mokwetlisi ha o le hobe tjena Jinola beya pelo skotlolong dula fatshe empa kena hemane Rocha ya bona monna wona se ke tla jwetsa sona ke hopola ine le ka selemo sa 2017-2018 hananka Ndengeza aisamane ho ABC Motsepeliki mme he ba yesa record ka hore ba bapale dipapadi tse leshome le motso o le mong, 11 games unbeaten. Ntho e so kang e etsahala leaking ya ABC Motsepe kwa ko Limpopo. Jwanong wa bona he monna wona kore o na le a cream tela cream, o na le talente ya dibapadi, mme wa kgona wa kopanya a etse ntho e re bitsang a formidable team.
Yabona umqeqeshi wayo ngempela naye uye wadlala ibhola, uya understand ukuthi kwenzakalani khona ngapha enkundleni. Ake sibone khona ngapha uForpa khona ngani.
Akone kena mani rocha milota etsa jwang, watosa e ne le ena mane Emmanuel ba ne ba mbitsa ka lebitso, empa wa chomane o reke kopa tshwarelo mongadi chinola.
Ake sibone khona ngapha uyayicala kahle laphana uRalph. Yabona laphana mlaleli ayazama ngempela laphana iNontuza Ndengeza. They are just not finding it laphana in the final third.
Ehlile ineliena mane Emmanuel monna motle mane ba re malebala ke ntho ke bitsang yona a modern day box to box player, hobane ha o ka rwa sheba defensive Emmanuel o teng wa tshireletsa jwalo ka o mbona a le ka o kwala mane a le ka o thusa ha ba tshireletsa ha ba ya pele o teng adding the numbers kwa ko pele, chase number 2 Emmanuel.
Ukhona ngempela mlaleli, yabona manje yona iNdengeza seyidlala phana i-transactional football. Abasabameli manje bayabalanda manje, bayabafuna manje.
Awukobone kena pepse pass o tletsa jwange wa le sweeper a kenya fela jwalisa o yena mane Emmanuel. O ya bona ke hopola ke bua le ntate wa hae a ntjwetsa a re mhlankana wa ka Emmanuel, mhlankana wa ka yena Nkateko Macheke ba mo shebile ba bange ba mane kwa ko PSL, empa ya bona mohlankana wona Rochamila bahlankana ba yona The Rock ha ba ka leka ho kwala Emmanuel ba seke ba mo fa sebaka, mohlomong seo se ka ba thusa hore ba tlelo le lekisa papadi.
Ayibeka kahle ngempela khona ngapha.
Awukobone ba mo fa sebaka, long ball e tla mathela kena mane Ralph. Ke bona bahlankana ba yona The Rock o tla tlame hore ba ke ba jwetse sebapadi se le seng fela hore ya bona Rochamila Emmanuel a ke ba mo mapale man to man, ba seke ba leka mo fa sebaka hobane ha ntsa fumana sebaka tjena ehlile o ba mobi.
Yabona manje khona lapho bafuna khona bayidlala phana nge-man to man elaphana iNdengeza, ngoba manje babayeka labantu badlale ibhola, badlala phana i-box to box. Kumele babayeke labantu base kubo or bafuna laphana i-count attack. Angazi laphana fishi ukuthi yona iDeroko imele yona i-count attack ukuthi baze kubo then bazobalanda.
Uyabona o le tjena o le mokwetlisi wa yona Ndengeza hobane uyabona The Rock ba tlasa kgatello, fetola mawa papa le ntho e re bitsang yona a 3-4-3 formation, empa pele ke kena mo letsa phana hore a hlongwe fatshe ehlile. Uyabona o le tjena a ida o tla bapala yona a 3-4-3 kapa a 3-5-2 formation.
Yabona babangayenza njalo, ngibona ukuthi ushintsho omningi ungayenziwa. Mara ngithema ngibona manje into bengikhuluma ngayo lapha ukuthi yona iThe Rock imela ama-foul or imela imizuzu enjengalena. Yabona lapha ama-fouls wena iThe Rock 11 lapha weNdengeza ayi7.
Ehlile akobone atletsa jwa matlakana kena ke re hantle kara matso a yena Hlonolo Papa the Great. Jabana ne ke tshokere brpa ke na tjena brpa o shebane jwale na mane kaswele ko ba bole ka ba kotsa batla yena man chomo empa ke ane bolo ho thwe haibe huku seo ne ke se tshokere tlosa sepapadi se seng kwa komrao one player omkenye mane ba remba lebala ba be bahlano mme ka etsa jwalo wa tseba hore wa batlatsa wa penyeletsa mane ba remba lebala onke monna ya tshwanang le yana mane Chikombiso Ngobeni mbapadise deep 6 o jwetse yana mane Thembani hore a ye pele epa bona mane kena pemse pass bona ka ba kotsi ke soka ke le konya ke re nka yena Chikombiso o mise pele bona ne le monyetla wa yona Ndengeza mane.
Ngobeni should have done better laphayana bekufuna nje afake more power to the header and fake khona ngale boxeni.
Thiba mphukujwe kieo mihlapi ya fela ashintweu Roger Miller bantse ba mo fa sebaka empa re tswe ona mo batlankana ke yana Chauke hantle ho yena Macheke o tletsa jwangi Roger Miller a re bone Chikombiso a le tjena batlankana ba yona the Rocco ba bapala yona half ground empa counter attack o tla tla re ba kate ha ke tsebe ke hopola papadi e nngwe sethibathibane sa etsa phoso e tjena sa fumana karete khubedu ha be ke hopola hantle e ne le papadi ya yona what 10 le yona Isithembiso
Yabona if bekadlulela phayana mlaleli bekayokora ngempela because of lena sibiza laphayana denying the goal scoring opportunity akubona nje bekadlulela ba madoda uyo madoda reckless challenge
nasa fihlile nkiri tswiri mia le tjena ba moshisa Cox sifahleo nga le tjena yena nkiri
aphunyuka ngempela laphayana ethola laphayana ile ntuza iyelo card unozinji wakhona khona ngapha
yena mani lihlonolo mono bambitsang papa ke hopola ke mbona he ha dube continental le hapa discovery ona le teng mane dipalong yena mhlankana wona lihlonolo papa the great empa ke a bona mona kare o limetse yena mani Nkiri Walter Ngobeni o sa tsho mona ro robetse boroko e qale tswiri bsiu tswiri ach o ka se bohlothe lo bohlotha o tla o tsoa o be o e batle mo leng teng yona tswiri e o jwanong ya bona mhlakana ola Walter Nkiri a tshehile le yena wa sokodisa ke tswiri mia o le tjena re ka tjho re dihlopha tse ngata ha le teng ke nightmare during the day.
19 meters away from the goal post yona laphayana i-free kick iqembu nayona laphayana ilentuza iDeroko bazoyisebenzisa na yona le free kick azoyinika yena bani laphayana ngoba mangipheka laphayana amaplayer laphayana angayikora laphayana le free kick uyena laphayana uwaiter Ngobeni naye laphayana umthembani Chauke naye laphayana ulentuza utswiri angayizama le free kick lena ake sibona laphayana ababiza laphayana uCharlie uthi ibonda lenu lilana abona le free kick lena Fishy can change the whole circumference of this game.
Number 12 ebe itlaba yona e TP tshwere design TP the turning point ya yona papadi ena
ngempela laphayana engashintsha umdlalo ngempela mara ngithema ngibheka khona ngapha ebenchini akhona amaplayer akhona laphana angawushintsha le mdlalo wena Fishy yabona manje bayakhuluma laphana umen Charlie one of the most experienced referees khona ngapha kuma-Phillies game okhumbuze ukuthi ama-Phillies game akhona ngapha eRabarichi Stadium ake sibone ukuthi bazolisebenzisa leli ithuba babanike lona i-free kick 19 meters away from the goal post.
Bona e monga di Chelsea hlile ka re hona le se seng seo a se boneng hana bua jwalo le mothusa moletsa phala assistant ya hae somona le se seng seo ile mo lemosa sona hore sankana bana ehlile ba tla re tella re ka ba tlohella jaanong tla tlameha hore go tla tlameha le rona re tise molao hanyane re tise letsoho hobane papadi e tla qetela se tswile taolong ha o le tjena ke bona he banna ba tshwana le bo Themba Chauke ke bona banna he ba tshwana le bona bo Nkiri ke bona le ena Rito Chuma
19 meters away from the goal post.
ba ntse he ba bua re ebe ba tla ramtšhetša fatshe kapa a tla etsa jwange nkiri a rulela
Bekamzamile ngempela Fishi uphike laphayana ilentuza isport. The technique laphayana beyikhona, it just couldn't, the ball couldn't go at the back of the net.
ha e le yena Lihlonolo Vavamane ke bona o tlile Stan and Cake in the stage of liberty. I am a fella mane. Asatibur Bolela Iakai.
Bekaqathile ngaye ngempela laphayana indota emadroteni. Ake sibone ama-goal attempts wayona iqembu laphana ilentuza iDeroko. It's goal attempts 9 laphayana Ndengeza ihamba nge-8 ama-goal attempts wethu lawa. Yabona khona ngapha i-ball position yona laphana Ndengeza 6-1 laphayana Ndengeza. Kusho khona ukuthi aba-attacker labantu iDeroko ihamba laphayana ku-39. Will they come back laphayana ilentuza iDeroko ngegoli ukuthi bayilungise le ndaba yeposition bathole lama-shot on target ndota ofishi.
Ako bone e tshwe phatletsa jwang empa ya bona karolong ena bobedi ya papadi hlile ha ke tsebe ebe DSG ha ena oil kapa vrpa di spark plug ho tla tlameha a ka di replace kapa di coil pack di senyehile hobana ke re ka sheba karolong ena bobedi ya papadi matimu e hlile e ka re ba mkentse ka rapogotho no longer that effective jalo ka karolong ya pela papadi.
Injalo khona ngapha babonile ukuthi uyingozi ngempela bathumela indoda emadodeni khona ngale uShabza ukuthi makazame naye ukuthi abe khona ngale esayidini.
Akubone Rocha Mila o tletsa jwang Emmanuel ba babedi he a mo potapotile a ba batlo mo fa sebaka jaanong ha le tjena o sokala the creative element ya re le bota lena la yona the Rocco bakali philphanyetsa jwangi bakali tabola jwangi empa ke o Ralph tla ka bona tletsa jwang Ralph ha re bone Ralph e botla ko ba Ralph sireleditse mane the pride and joy of Giyani
Yabona uPride khona ngale muva naye laphayana uThutha nonhlanhla ngempela sebenza umsebenzi omuhle kakhulu. Yabona manje bayivalile laphayana iVurpa iDSG ayisana petrol ngempela laphayana emuva.
Ocho ha so shebile tjena jalo ka bona Chomo Mukasi le yena ke a hopola he tournamenteng ya Snake Park e ba tswang ho yona bahlankana ba yona Ndengeza o ile hlaba dintlha tse 5 tournamenteng eo ne le yena top goal scorer ya yona Ndengeza jalo nge ke a bona ke yena Pepse Pasar bone boletelele batla yena mane Chomo Mukasi empa bambe a fatshe Mukasi empa o ntsa lwanela Mukasi monna ona ehlile o motle Mathilo Lando Pirates o Mathile o Matax o Mathile o Chomo Cosmos ha ke re ke a hopola e ka rona tjena JDR o mane ho kokota the Hammer Boys
uyindoda ene-experience ngempela laphayana uMoses. Yabona ndoda ufishi yakuzwa ukhuluma ngama-tournament lawa awine iyona Ndengeza. Ndengeza deep down to their heart bayafuna ukuwina ilentuza ama-Phillies game. Abantu ama-Phillies games they are more difficult ukuthi uwawine. Ngiyakuzwa uyakhuluma ngawo wonke la ma-tournament mara i-tournament bangakayiwini since bafika khona ngapha iyona i-Phillies game, one of the biggest tournaments in Africa.
Number 2, ne?
Ihlile Innocent Khatebe mono bambitsang Chicho.
Okay. Pause a put.
Oya tswa he Chicho ha o le tjena re ka tjho re ha o le thole posa le ntseng Chicho jwanong ha tswa tjena o ka tjho re hlomong o limetse kapa jwang.
Kusho khona ukuthi manje umqeqeshi sekafuna laphana u-attacker ndoda ufishe sekafuna ukuthi kuye phambili laphana ngoba ngiyabona manje ukhipha laphana yona i-defender laphana emuva. Kusho khona sekafuna ukudlala i-transactional football ngoba manje iyona i-first leg bafuna wona lamagoli mababuya kuyona i-second leg yona laphana ilentuza i-top 8 kube mnandi ngempela kuna injury laphana kunalutho ukuya laphana i-strategy ngempela ndoda ufishe.
Jwanong ibe Ginola una rutwa ha re tshorere sacrifice defender over pale 352 kapa 343 kapa jwa kapa was that the first substitution.
Ilento bokhuluma ngayo ngempela ukuthi information kamele ichange ukuze nayo umdlalo ushintshe ngoba manje laphana iDeroko ikwazile ukubafunda njengoba ubona laphana uDeroko olontuza indoda emathoteni laphana bamvalile ngempela. Ibona i-temperature yethu laphayana is 28 degrees khona ngapha eMidrand Waterfall City Estate ikhona ngapha duze.
Bahlangana bana ba yona The Rock, bahlangana bana ba yona Ndengeza o tla tlameha re ba ke ba hopole first league ba etsala.
Yabona khona ngapha siyambona ngempela khona ngapha tolo
Kiona tshekidula ke tso ka mehla ke re ke di menye monyo di momonyane ke di super makotovia se ke monate twa ya bona rona mo re leng teng ha le tjena re latswa mai a dinotsi ke monate nate ba re diabuya kopili
Diaboa Kofili kumnandi khona ngapha kuma-Phillies games 29 years of Phillies games. Next year 2021 we'll be celebrating 30 years of Phillies games. Uthi usompempe vuka ulithathe akunalutho lapho. Yabona lama water break ndoda ufish ayanceda ngempela akwazi ukunika umqeqeshi isikhathi ukuthi abatshele ukuthi balekha kuphi bangayenzani bangayenzini. Lama water break ayanceda ngempela.
karolong ya pele papadi ka mora re fumane water break ke mo rileng ra bona Ndengeza se kgatla se thowa mme he ibe karolong ya bobedi ya papadi tla ba tshepula jwang.
Bona manje nawo lama super sub angenile khona manje kamele basebenze bawubuke bambeka phansi kabuhlungu kanjani laphayana. Yabona ukuthi yabona idabi bengamangala ukuthi idabi phela kanjani ingana amafani le game lona iba personal mayiseyogcina ngoba akekho omunye ofuna ukuvuma ukudliwa umuntu owakubo. Abavumi ngempela laphayana idabi ihlala injalo. Ake sibone ngempela i-throwing yabo khona ngapha awunyembe lapha uthi kunoshintsho okumele kwenziwe lapha.
O tla bana le phetho ya bona le tjena e ka re ba kenya lokho e ka re se ba kenya concrete jalo ka bantsha yena mane knowledge sense of knowledge ihlile nale buthutu tsatsi la kajeno
yaphuma khona ngapha uKnowledge ungenana laphana indoda ematwatheni u-Antile yabona manje laphana indoduza iDeroko ingathi yona izimisele comfortable ngayo lelo not ngoba yabona there are something more players lapha emuva abafaki an attacking player
uyabona lijina bahlankana ba the rock base ba paka double take up haebe wa tseba double take up pass ehlile ke yona ntwe ba yetsang ba paka ata sebedisa lebelo la yena Rito a sebedisa lebelo la yena mano bane ke bona ba le bararo mme he a ke re ke sheba ba tshiletseng ba tshireletsa kaofela empa ke o brpa ba tata John Rochamila a brpa empa mletsa phana hore o so tantabetse wena Matimo
yabona umbone kahle laphana uDwayne yabona uRiphabe kalizamile laphana ayindoda ematwatheni athi bayamzama uNozinti ngempela yabona manje iteam wena efishi mayipaka ibhasi uyenzani uyaqala uyaregroupa so ufuna wonke lama long range abalipakiwe ibhasi kuba nzima ngempela ukuthola igoli
wathela mani Aitsa poso bana ba tlhakana bana ba Ndengeza ke o monyetle wena Ndengeza o a kena ka bona o tletsa jwang shabalala inele andile kamra rems a etse mosebetsi o motle kamra re anke bolo eo a khwephile moto a yena hlantla andile o a tsiba wiladi ya o ikoba bolo eo empa jabona he mongadi chinola warata seo asitseng andile
sebenzile ngempela bekumele laphana isafika ibhola lithathe laphana same time engamelanga laphana aloka athi uyadribula or zama ba creative akavela lishayele laphola lafaka eboxini kube mnandi etimini
itla tloswa ke yona the Ndengeza a re bana kena Rochamila bolo engwe le engwe telele ha le huku ba batla yena Ralfo Haulichi
ayamfuna khona ngale uRalph uzobasebenzela ngempela njengoba uthola ikhona mayithona uyamthola naye ungobeni khona ngale ujersey number 2 wahlala akhona ngale boxini kusho khona ukuthi yiwo amadoda amade khona ngapha
ke hopola papadi ya pili abahlankana ba yona the rock hane ba bapala lona ama PEE ne ba kentse tlasa kgatello boholo ba papadi ya re he a fumana monyetla le mong fela Themba Chauke papadi se e tsofetse lo tsofala a etsa taba le tanta lalla empa ko bone fela jalo kena shabalala yena andila ke tano kena ehlile ka bona di bana nnete ya batleha bahlankana ba yona Ndengeza ba setse ba le babedi fela morao opela di bapadi dilo pele Rochamila po pedile ka motho pepse passe macheke wisa lotulena shabalala o tla sweeper e hata ka lengwele ona romofa nutmeg shibobo empa na seboni he mani hlanhla le tjena uyabona oko o shebe bahlankana bana ba yona Ndengeza aba le tshwara ba ntse ba hata ba tsena tswekere ba leka ho bula le bota la yona Ndengeza la yona the rock empa le manganga le bota lena la yona the rock
yabona iDeroko manje the keeping up laphana ilantuza icomposure bambeka phansi ngempela indoda ematoteni yiwo lama free kick bekhuluma ngawe ndoto ufisho ukuthi izokhosta into phana Ndengeza yabona laphana uthila phana makhuvelo yayithola laphana iyellow card kunzima ngempela yabona lama free kick lawa ngoba ngiyabona laphana iDeroko imela Ndengeza ukuthi ize kubo babayenza ama mistake laphana they need to capitalize
Monghadi Wiseman Shiburi potse ke na leng yona ho wena jwalo ka o sheba fatshe e kabe o kae Ocean ha o le tjena hobane bua bonala hore wa hlokala kwa pele Ocean yona the Rock
funeka leya recipe leyana ngempela
ke yena he mane nkiri tswiri o batla etsa jwang o tla romela ka hare kapa o tla leka o tla banana jwalo ka ile a etsa pijana
yamvumela ngempela le free kick utswiri yabona manje makayishata
nkiri warra nkiri empa papa the crazy hantle matsonga hayi
the same thing that he did with the first free kick uyazama ukuthola phana pa post
base balidi poso batakana bana mane the Rock prepa o tantabetsi wena matimu uyabona prepa le tjena sitho se mota speed repo 80 km zone tsamaya ka 200 mhlankano na prepa ke ka ho mletsa phala re o tantabetse monna mme ya le tjena ke ne ke sa tjho ke re di offside di tshiletse o yona Ndengeza di pedi o yona the Rock empa ke na Themba Chauke ke na ka bona Themba Chauke o tshwe haibe huku ka bona monna ona o ka o ka itlhantsha jwang kapa jwang empa o ya bona ka mokgwa wa emeng ka teng wa motsa o tla etsang
insizwa le ndoda abayibiza ngomenjali
yabona monna ona ngopotsa mofu Ian McLeod a ke tsebe o tsomopola the late great Ian McLeod monna o le na sa tsheyi empa tsheya fela o tsebe o tlo fumana karete kgubedu ona le se seng se a se boneng yena monga di Charles ke rata le ka mokgwa mathang ka teng ehlile hantse ba buisana tjena ehlile mletsa phala le mthusa mletsa phala ehlile kare mane o na le o sutlwane o na le o qabana mana di bapadi ke a bona he kare ho na le se seng se a se boneng
naloku akubonile ngempela laphana umenchalo ubiza uye laphana ilazimen yethu
uyabona o intsha a tsheya karete yena Menchali jaanong o tsebe ha ne ke tjho ke re mongadi Ian McLeod ha na tla wena a bososela o no tseba fela hore karete e kgubedu e ya tla mme a le tjena ke tshepa Roger Emmanuel ho na le se seng seo a ileng a se etsa kapa ileng a se tjho ke ka ho a fumaneng yona mpho ya Christmas hosane wa tseba he hore ke letsatsi la dikupi le dikgemere yabona o so le tjena matshwafo a sa phahame tjena this is what we call a derby
yabona idabi ngempela ungaya laphana yona iManchester derby uzoyithola yona le nto lena ungayithola laphana iMosi derby uzoyithola yona le situation nayo Indengeza derby laphana iGiyani derby uyayithola isituation enjena
uyabona ha bua ka ditabi tseo ke di hopolang hore ha di bapala wa senyeha dikarete tse kgubedu di a tswa ka hopotsa Barcelona le Real Madrid El Clasico ka hopotsa ka Al Ahly le Zamalek ka libala jwang Orlando Pirates le Kaizer Chiefs ka o libala jwang ka libala jwang Inter Milan le AC Milan ehlile ha di bapala dihlopha tseo o bana le dipenele ho bana le karete kgubedu banna ba tswa ba sebeditse ba bang ba tswa ba lemetse haholo
o ile bala bjang Abarondoli le ama-BEE
monna ya bona ha o bua tjena ke utlwa monna pelo a ka e tsamaya dithuteng tse tjhesang monna o a tswa he Kasweli uyatswa he Kasweli wa kena he Sydney Chauke Arbone batletsa jwa maikoba boletelele let's pull e batlile mphelphanyetsa sebenza mane waraha abatla diema dipelo tsa batshetsi ba Ndengeza
yabona manje yona idiroko the momentum is there the desire is there sibafuna manje ukutholela goli ake sibuke lapha ikhona kick yabo alishaya lapha wasebenza ngempela phana noZindi aqelizama ngempela phana wadlala ngomsebenzi liphumela ngaphandle iba yona i-goal kick
Arwano tletsa jwa Sydney a qeta lokena ba tletsa phoso kirikiri ona sa fihlile mpa sebetsa he mane Chikombiso Pakahuku mona ona le ke tshokere ke sepapadi sa mihleng sa yona the rock mme ya oli tjena a be a meja fatshe ka morao he a qetela sa thu ile motho sa mokwetlisi ke ka hore mbona he tsatsila ka jeno se le mokwetlisi wa yona the rock monna wona ke hopola hantle ile le ka selemo sa 2016 hana pa tournament ya pele e ba ibitsang yona 2017 e hlile hana pa tournament ya Zama Sports Games tse kopantshitsweng ke yena mongadi Victor Hlongwane le tournament ya pele e le nga hapa yena monna wona Wiseman Shiburi
yabona manje ngempela sekunzima ngempela ngoba manje isikhathi sihambile ngempela ayingaphela kanje lo mdlalo ngikutshela ukuthi which means abazobuya futhi nge-27 kuzoba inkinga ngempela kumele ba-re-strategize ngoba manje sebazi the condition of the pitch they know the players who's catastrophic who's not
wena ke bona o la ka lebala ka di-27 banna ba tlabe ba jile dikuku le dikgemere ke ipotsa hore ebe ba tlabe ba ikwetisitse hantle mmele o tla bo le jwang empa ya bona he these are professional players ba tseba hore conditioning ke ntho e bohlokwa tla tlamara ba je ka o lekana ka tekano e hlile janong e ka di-27 boholo bo tlo tshwara bile
kuzoba inkinga ngempela from the break. Will the break laphana kill the momentum of both teams? Or mababuya laphana the momentum will still be there. So bona ngayo laphana mababuya laphana the rock nayo in Ndengeza. The Limpopo derby yona i-first leg yakhona lena izoba khona i-second leg. Asazi ukuthi umdlalo uzophela kanje or simele the moment of magic.
Uyabona he Mopula pina engwe eo bane ba re no tlameha hore e gautse selemo se ka pora moreki e hlile re ka tshore re tsatsile la ka jeno moreki ya porea ine e chesa papadi ena empa seo se shotang mo re haelwang fela teng ke dintlha
ayafuneka amagoli yabona siyasakhuluma ngayo le ndaba ukuthi i-team ezokora kuqala na it will change the whole complex of this game. Ake sibone ukuthi benza njani ngoba ngiyibona ngempela phela i-The Rock comfortable kakhulu khona ngale emuva. Angazi ukuthi maybe laphana ileka i-momentum ama-player awekho angayishintsha le game ngoba ukhona ngempela phana uChauke.
Bona phela jalo baba ababuyisane lisithibathibane ashore atswe watsilatsila miseo sikaba kenya kotsi abone Ralph hlile ntwa ya haye le noboli hayi madoda mabili alisana
asebenza ngempela phana uthutha naye laphana uNhlanhla amvalile ngempela laphana uRafu naye laphana uMatimba uNozindi ubonile ukuthi le ndoda lena i-capable is very much dangerous laphana aerial
Matimu poletelele yabona papadi ya bolo a so fetola mawa o bapala papadi eo e seng ya hao Ndengeza re ba tseba bapala bolo fatshe ba neletsana ba bapala yona tikitaka empa ha se ba qala bapala direct di bolo tse telele tjena ha ke tsebe hore seo se ba tswela molemo na.
Yabona bawafuna manje kusho khona ukuthi laphana ivurpa iphelile ipetroli akusayiwa ndawo bayikhipha ivurpa manje ayabona ukuthi manje izoshaya itop ngoba simkhiphe simise ku-service simthole nge-second leg.
Uchore ho tla tlameha re ba kenye oil, ho tla tlameha re ba check di-spark plug, e kenyetse minor service hobane maoto na santsana le teng. Seo ke se bona ke hore mokwetlisi ha o le tjena ekare o batla ho tshireletsa hobane ya bona papadi ya polo e bohloko, papadi ya polo e sehloho, papadi ya polo e monate bohloko. Ke ile ka bona dipapadi tse ding o ka laola papadi 89 minutes kaofela empa ka motsotso wa qetela ebe taba ya hore ba otle ka sona smash and grab.
Yakhumbula umdlalo yona i-Chiefs ne-Pirates alishaya ngama last minutes lapha open umfoka McCarthy. Into okhuluma ngayo leyo.
Ke hopola papadi e nngwe hape ya Chiefs le Pirates, Sean Bartlett le na ka o tshwanang ka motsotso wa qetela a ihlaba ka hare a etsa sona dintho tse re di bitsang di money heist. Janong he batlankana ba the Rock hlile le bona mongadi Chinola o tshaba yona ntho hore ha sa le ntse re hlasela a ke re kenye bana ba tla tshireletsang re ke re kwale morao
enjalo ha Chiefs
bona fela jalo ke ntse re ke chokere atlankana ba yona the Rock le tjena bakotsi ka metsotso o qetela bole ka bankotsi ba ntse ba kena ha iso tutikulong e kotsi counter attack. Ndengeza a chihlile we sutuditsa holo chomo we raila holo chomo kgetlo lena analika uba otla ka counter.
Yabona yena uMoses uJomo Mjomane akasabonakali kule game. Kusho khona ukuthi laphana uJabu Chauke naye uKnowledge laphana uNcube basenza umsebenzi omuhle ngempela khona ngale esusini. Ake sibone khona ngapha uRalph bathi bambezela siyachika.
Asobona Ralph a tloa le boxing a bapala mane ba reng ba di bala o tsebe hore ha di finyelle dipolo ho yena ha di fihli jwanong wa tjho re re ke itatele dipolo ha le tjena Chikombiso Roger Emmanuel Aikoba pole batlang dihloho ja bona ke shebile boemo ba lebota la yona the Rock banna ba le kwa morao ba shahlile banna ba le kwa morao ehlile ba lekana le yena Ralph ka boemo jwanong ha ke bone re tabe ya bona hore ba bapale dibolo tse telele Ndengeza e tla ba sebeletsa.
Ake sibone khona ngapha laphana iNdengeza yona ikhona kick yabo ngiyambona laphana ukulotuza ongobeni ukhona eboxini into tende khona ngale
Kiena ya Mukasi last pole telele hantle ka Ramatswa Sthibathibane Matimba. Bona phela Kiena mane rito tletsa jwa mo shebane na mane macheke sebetsa he mane Sheketani letsa phana hore ke bona dibapadi tsa yona Ndengeza ehlile ona le se seng se ba sa sithabelang.
Yabona ngempela laphana akadlalanga kahle laphana ngempela angazi ukuthi uwise laphana yona utshani mara mangipheka kahle laphana hayi kunenkinga ngempela laphana awuyipheka ngempela le game efish ungayisummarize kanjani le game kwenzakaleni kwenzakanani
yabona jalo ka bona le Sthibathibane sa yona the Rock a ke tsebe e bole ka re kana ko re papadi ke putlake fele empa re ka tshwere re Ndengeza ba qele ka sekgatla se phahame karolong ya pila papadi mme ntse ke tjho ke re water break ele ya pila karolong ya pila papadi hlile ila thefula papadi ya yona Ndengeza he ya ba he ba tlosa loto le fureng the Rock ya khutla hanyane la nyane papading he empa ya bona re ka tshwere re defense ya yona the Rock ihlile ematla
Uyabona ngempela into oyikhulumayo ngiyayibona ngempela wena Fishi.
Hlile mane hana tshwara bolo ihlile ka bona ekare hawa hantle landed awkwardly re ka tshwa
Uweka buhlungu ngempela. Yabona into ebengikhuluma ngayo Fish ukuthi opportunity ethole uyena uThamba Chauke. Uyabona manje bayayidinga ngempela.
opportunity monyetlolo wa fumanwa ke Ralph Lechomo le yena ka o tshwanang karolong ya pele papadi ba kaolela a re bone ba tletsa jwang ba tla dihloho empa he ya o le tjena o tla opola he karolong ya pele papadi Bokasi o ile fumana o la fumana monyetla ya re ha o fumana anana ro ka motswetsing he ya ba matimba o a tswa wa itshwara bolo eo he karolong ya pele papadi Ralph le yena ka o tshwanang o la fumana monyetla janong he ha ke tsebe he ya seria lotong la bobedi dihlopha tsena ka bobedi di tlopana jwang a ke re bone e ne le huku a tshi ba thulane ka hlo kiri le yena chikombiso
Ya indoda emadodeni yayibona ukuthi lena angeke nje ivele iyesibhedlele yasotsho one uzovuka ngempela phela ungobeni had a great game ngempela naye namhlanje ngithema ngimbona futhi ngihlanganisa naye indoda emadodeni laphayana uEmmanuel adlalile kahle namhlanje ukukhumbuza ukuthi lo mdlalo mawuphela kanje awuyi emapenaltini iyona ifirst leg yethu mara mawungaphela kanje kuyona isecond leg yethu kulapho soyakhona emapenaltini.
Polo telele a tshetsofetse yona papadi e qadile le monate wa hlankana ba le hata ba le hlaba ka mangwele empa ke dula ke tsho ka metla matsatsi o ka refa yona ka si flavor empa nita batleya dintlha tsona di a batleya ha nke tsho jwalo monga di Charles e butsela a re bana le bapetse a ke re bone lotula bobedi le re tshwaretse eng papadi e qeleng ka sekgatla se phameng ya bona monna ona macheke e hlile mane ba re ba le bala le yena mane Roger Miller setswalle seo se ne se le setle tsatsi la kajeno.
Uyabona nawe uyazi ngempela Fish ukuthi nayo iSoweto Derby on many occasions iphele ngama-draw.
ehlile ya bona le tjena le Ralph le yena wa tseba hore wila o fumana monyetla o no tlameha hore wila e hlaba ntlha empa ke sena se se batlang ka mora papadi ya polo ka mora tabi ho batla re dihlopha dibapadi di bontshe moya wa papadi moya motle wa papadi FIFA fair play empa ha le tjena papadi fela tjena le fela ho yona the Rock le fela Ndengeza mai ana amphe o no le ho bure aka phyatleha mia le tjena he a ke re shebe re papadi dintho di letsa tsa majwang e hlile ne le Ndengeza pele e ileng ya qala ho hlasela jalo ne le boletelele ba batla yena mane Mokasi empa mona rulela yena Ralph kuona monyetla o ne ko shwetsa ka ona Vincent.
Yabona uRalph laphana udlale ngethuba ngempela bekumele akorile you should have done better ngempela.
Composure ke yona seo no tlameha re a ileng a re bontsha sona empa pa wela ikoba bolo mane wela ho yena mane Mokasi ya ratosa ihlile ila wotla fatshe ya batla phepanyetsa Sithibathibane empa na sayibone polo Sithibathibane.
Credit must be given to the goalkeeper, well alert uyibonile ukuthi hayi le bola ingozi wabuma ku position e right walvimba le bola.
Leona he the Rock o bele wa botsa dipotso ka morabo le telele e leng ya Kenya e phoswa ka hare mane ine le yena Hlankano Rito Chuma empa Rito a tshihlile loto le bolo a di aka tsa connector di aka tsa kopana hantle.
Yiwona amathuba lawa bekumele bawasebenzise ngempela licembu le Rock abawasebenzisanga lamathuba lawa likhona lenye ithuba futhi elithola uyena indoda emadodeni oChauke bekumele aconvertile lapha
bona ka serete ba itsipa ine le yona monyetla wa yena the Rock Chauke wa le tjena ke tsebe ko tshowa ka parking such a quality player tlameha hore a hlabe ntlha monna a rulela
He has two goals in the tournament. He must be really disappointed at himself. He should have done better.
Ako bone Frpana sa fihlile hape ene e tsho yona TSG e wela hantle lutong le ena Ralph a romella mane good attempt empa Tibani ihlile aketse did he have it covered.
Yabona uNozindi bekafikile khona ngale ngapheshiwa ke nkundla mara uRalph laphayana naye bekathi yamzama ngempela azange ayithole laphayana itarget.
Uyabona Ralph not a bad striker empa tsatsina ka jeno ene se le tsatsi la hae nitabatleha empa a ko bona Ndengeza ene hlile hlasela o ka tjho re boholo ba dihlaselo di tlile ka yona Ndengeza Rajamila kgetlong lena what a player mhlankano na Emmanuel the maestro ya Shawela.
What a player indeed. He had a very great game today. Mara, it wasn't for him today to score the
the
goal.
evergreen Shawela born boy ihlile mhlankanona omuhle mani ba re malibala ha di tosa di tapo omuhle empa a ko bone mnyetla wa yona mane Ndengeza mhlankana wona qeta lokena ke bua hape ka yena ke bua ka yena mane Shabalala empa a ko bone he dintho di ne di eme jwange ha ke re shebe dipalopalo le tsona ka o tshwanang di ne di eme jwang.
Yabona wena ndota emadodeni masikhuluma ngama-goal on targets laphana 13 laphana for yena iDeroko 8 laphana for yena iqembu lena laphana iNdengeza 4 laphana shot on targets laphana ngempela laphana 4 nayo ngale masikhuluma ngama-fouls laphayana ngempela ake ngithathe futhi intambo ngizise kuyena the beautiful Mbali.
I'm bedside with the coach Ndengeza. Coach, a goalless draw, and you're hoping to at least go into the second leg advantage.
Yeah, it was a tough game. You know, it's a derby. We know it's going to be a end-to-end stuff. We had our chances, and I think if we could have buried that one first half, we could have been telling a different story now.
Can we say this game was a game of missed opportunities, especially when you see a lot of those opportunities missed at the front for both the first and the second half?
Yes. We created a lot of chances, but I think if Jomo could have buried that one and this one second half, Ralph could have buried that one, then yeah. But it's, you know, it's players, you try to tell them to be calm, to be composed all the time when they reach the 18 area, but yeah, it's one of those things.
Coach Masele, you still have another opportunity, second leg.
Yes, yeah, now we're gonna wrap it on the 27th. So there we really expecting goals. If we don't score again, it will be decided on the penalties because it's a Limpopo derby. It's a Giari derby at the end.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
That's Coach Ginola Masele, of course, of Ndengeza. I am joined now by Coach Wiseman Shipuri. Coach, not the result you were hoping to get in the opening game, but it looked like it was pound for pound in the 90 minutes.
I quite expected it, considering the pitch that we're playing at. We normally play in the dusty where there is goals every time. It was a different situation with the ground as well, but I'm not going to make too many excuses. We should have scored. They should have scored as well. So I think the keepers were not made to work. They didn't work. The next game is going to be a different ball game. I promise second leg there are going to be goals.
Because when you also compare both the halves, first half you're not so strong, but you came out a lot stronger, more chances as well in the second half. So there was some system that was going in the second half.
When you look at our team, we don't train. We only come and play games. So what happens is we absorb the pressure first, and then once we're done with the pressure, and then we can come with our tactics. The first 15 minutes we have to absorb. They were very quick. They should have scored the first 15 minutes. We managed to stop them. We should have scored one via set piece. Their keeper worked there and there. Their defense was clever as well. But I can promise they're going to be goals next game.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for the second leg.
My pleasure.
Coach Wiseman Shipuri saying that his team just absorbed the pressure, but they will do much better in the second leg. So that wraps up our second encounter of the day. These are just the encounters that have already gone on today. So you First FC and Boko Haram a 1-1 draw and a goalless draw in the second match. So not a lot of goals today, but now we are building up to our next game, Amandla versus Isithembo, and of course Gwara and Abarondoli will be wrapping it all up for us today. But the action does continue after this. Well, the action does continue after this as we are building up to our third match of the day. It is the first leg of the quarterfinals, and the coaches are waiting eagerly to get into the next match. Stay tuned. And this is where we are. We are still coming to you live from Rugby Ridge Stadium. Phillies Games 2020 edition. We're celebrating the 29th edition of this tournament. And I'm joined now by the coach of Amandla, Coach Nkosana Masilela. Coach, you closed off the last 16 yesterday, and it was a very dramatic penalty shootout, a dramatic game. Has your team recovered?
Yeah, we have psychologically we have recovered, emotionally we have recovered. Yesterday it was so tough indeed, as you saying. We are better mentally, yes.
And what changes have you made? Because you were part of a very rough game, if I can put it that way, with a lot of yellow cards, and obviously the players' bodies also takes a beating. And for you to come back the next game, the next day, and expect it to give high performance is taxing on the body of the players. So have you made any changes?
Now, only 2 changes from the first 11 compared to the one we sent yesterday. So yes, it's a bit different with only 2 players.
How important is mentality today?
Oh, the mentality, it's important because, tournaments of this magnitude, you just have to win yourself the first leg, and then you put yourself in a very better chance of winning going forward. So what I'm trying to say, first leg is more important, which means we are just going to give all, so that when we come second leg, we are down, we don't have no stress, we already moved the task on us.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thanks for your time, Pence.
Coach Nkosana Masilela saying that composure is important going into the second leg, so they need to get the results today. Coach, you come against a tough team today.
Yeah, we came here knowing very well that we're playing the most successful team on Phillies game, because I think this is the only team that won Phillies game 3 times in a row. Yeah, so physically and mentally we have to be fit, because it's going to be a fight, it's going to be a war.
But also when you look at your team sheets, your starting lineup, your experienced players as well. Yesterday we saw the experience of your players and helping you to progress to the next stage. So how important is the experience going to be needed in this encounter?
I'm counting on the senior players to lift the young ones so that we can achieve our goal.
And changes, Coach?
Didn't make so much changes. I brought the same lineup for continuity.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Coach Nyiko Hlongwane is saying that he did not make much changes, but he's going to rely on the senior players, the likes of Ketogwake Masugu, to really pull the team together and help the youngsters. They come against one of the most successful teams in the Phillies Games history. So it is Isithembo up against Amandla, and our commentary team will take you through the next 45.
Bingalinampiringinamgele kurulapena engu Phillies game in 2020 and 2021 Sambanayo kurulapena in Gauteng Sports Recreation Sambanayo kurulapena in Faposti Tembisa Plaza a Coca-Cola kurulapena in Vision View Radio kurulapena mlaleli
ukhumbule namhlanje gijima bona abafana bayakhona laphana Amandla ukhumbule khona laphana ukuthi Amandla ayithathile khona laphana i-Phillies game 2 consecutive times khona laphana bayithatha ngo-2017 babuya bayithatha khona laphana ngonyaka 2018 khona laphana abafana bayo khona laphana i-Amandla khona laphana usibonele umfokazulu.
CP, thanks for the opportunity. You know, we are in for an engrossing encounter.
Kumele kuna pana guti boni wana kana pana humidity 85% kanti kuna pana wind speed 13 kilometers per hour kanti 28 degrees in Celsius kuna pana rubber ridge grounds temperature kuna pana Mbugeli. Kanti kuna pana ngizasho kanjalo abafana bayo khona laphana i-Amandla uzokhumbula ukuthi Amandla khona laphana nangu sewabona khona laphana team sheet abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla banayo level mwali uMelusi Matlola ayambonga libitsa uRivaldo Fox Tulani Maseti Katlewo Manyama Thabo Zikode Sibusiso Lukele Katlewo Masanabo umthokozisi Msomi naye khona laphana uPatrick Meso aqoqesha khona laphana uNkosana umfoka Masilela. Kanti ke nawuzobabona abafana bayo Isithembiso khona laphana eMampolini okhona utinya kumfoka Balozi uGawurelo Murashwa uMelusi umfoka Thobetjana uLisigo Malika uMisho Mtebule Khetho kwakhe Masuku Gift Sikhosana Thepiso Mlozi Mduduzi Mamaso Nyakalo Raphathu naye khona laphana inkinga uMpilo umfoka Bhacela aqeqeshayo khona laphana ucoach uNyiko umfoka Hlongwane. Ya ukhumbula khona laphana ukuthi soba nayo i-delay khona laphana baqonge khona laphana amasokisi afanayo khona laphana abafana bayo Amandla nayo khona laphana Isithembiso ukhumbule khona laphana emakhaya ukuthi soba nayo i-delay kancane kanti ukhumbula khona laphana match officials wethu urefre khona uDonald Mphakampaki umthobisi umfoka Yende kanyembe khona laphana kanti Godfrey Mahlangu khona laphana uCharles uLouis khona laphana i-fourth official yethu. Kanti ngena uzokhumbula yengena khona laphana i-players to watch khona laphana iqembu labafana baya khona laphana Isithembiso ikhona insizwa khona laphana uGhalazi ikhona ifikile ithelekile nayo khona laphana ku-Phillies game insizwa khona laphana uMelusi umfoka Thobetjana ukhona nayo insizwa egijimile khona laphana ku-50-50 insizwa egijimile ku-50-50 yagijima khona laphana ama-PEE ukhumula ngonyaka khona laphana ka-2010 ayithatha iphakamisa indlela khona laphana indebe yayo khona laphana e-Phillies game insizwa khona laphana uGhalazi ugijimile nakhona ku-Amataxi agijima khona laphana ku-Garankuwa United kanti khona insizwa khona laphana kuSithembiso uGift umfoka Sikhosana uTsupi insizwa khona laphana ngoba yiyo i-captain yayo i-GS United uzokhumbula khona laphana ngonyaka 2019 bayithatha indebe yayo ye-Phillies game yagijima khona laphana ku-Tembisa Sports Center agijima khona laphana ku-Tornado FC insizwa khona laphana uGift umfoka Sikhosana.
Thank you, TP, for the opportunity. It's an engrossing an encounter that we're expecting because it is an irresistible force missing an immovable object, as you all saw how Isithembiso performed yesterday. They won 6-1 on aggregate, as opposed to Amandla, who scraped through to the quarterfinals of this tournament. So it's their strong defense, the strong defense of Amandla up against the irresistible force of Isithembiso with their flair players, the likes of Khetho Kwakhe Masuku, the likes likes of Mduduzi, and of course the hat-trick hero yesterday, Mpilo Paqela.
kanti ke na ukhumbule umlando wabo abafana bayikhona laphana Amandla ukhumbule khona laphana ukuthi Amandla bebayibiza ngayo khona laphana iPower FC before khona laphana yingani bebiza iPower FC uzokhumbula khona laphana ukuthi baphethe uye uPower umfoka makhura khona laphana abafana bayo iAmandla kanti bayiqoba khona laphana iPhillips game nge-under 13 bayithatha khona laphana nge-under 15 babuye bayithatha nge-17 kanti ke na 2017 2018 bayithatha khona open.
Yeah, Amandla, they're all about winning and winning at all levels, be it junior or senior. This is the
kanti ke na uzokhumbula izolo khona laphana abafana bayo iAmandla balithatha khona laphana ibhola badlala elabalihle khona laphana bagijima nayo itsala nange last game zobona insizwa khona laphana uMTN insizwa umfoka amanyama insizwa khona laphana igijimile yagijima kahle khona laphana inqomile abafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla bona bamthumela laphana unozindi wabo abafana bayo khona laphana bayo itsala nange.
Yes, that's what Katlego Manyama, jersey number 10. They call him everywhere you go because he's everywhere in the danger areas. But yesterday, his gameplay was nullified because we all saw that against Alanang, Amandla had an ill-tempered affair. In fact, both teams, they failed to control their tempers. But with even tempers today, we should see a great attacking play from the likes of Katlego Manyama and Toros Simsomi, the number 9. And who can forget Patrick Meso, who buried a penalty yesterday.
The most outstanding player yayo ekhona laphana iAmandla insizwa ugoalkeeper uLebo umfoka Muhale.
Yes, Lebo Muhale is an experienced goalkeeper. His position is accurate. He knows what to do. He's cool, calm, and collected. And hopefully today he can maintain that.
Ithatha uyabona khona laphana nanguboyka afuna ukushaya yona khona laphana iAncropet khona laphana bokutsima khona laphana kuwona lo mdlalo wona sibonelo.
It was a very scrappy game. Like I should say, it did nullify the likes of Katlego Manyama from playing the usual attacking gameplay. It was very, very scrappy. You see the goal mouth scramble there. I think Patrick Meso should have buried that one from a tight angle. But the opportunities for both teams, they were few and far between because it was such an ill-tempered display from both teams.
Uyabona khona laphana nanguboyka athi khona laphana ufuna ukulizwa ufuna ukudla khona laphana na free kick enhle nanguboyka khona laphana yabona insizwa khona laphana ezophathisa yona khona laphana isithembiso ezobanikeza khona laphana i-hard time.
Yes, he's definitely going to give them a hard time, especially with his runs into the box and his physicality.
Kanti khona insizwa khona laphana uJesse number 3 uAyabonga umfoka libetha uSmotion Crab nilihle igolu elishaba uye khona laphana uPatrick umfoka Meso.
Well, the penalty decision was very debatable for me because that Alanang defender was moving away, but credit should be given to the striker. He buried it in an important game of the time, in important moments of the game.
Sabonga khona laphana umfana uMiso. Kanti ke na ukhumbule ukuthi uzothanda ukuqolisa khona laphana besinayo khona laphana idelay nyana kwapha zonke zilungile namhlanje zonke sihlangene bamile abafana bayo khona laphana besithembiso naye khona laphana iAmandla. Kanti ke na uzokhumbula khona laphana ukuthi umfana uGift umfoka Sikhosana insizwa ekwazile khona laphana ukubamba i-midfielder yabo abafana bayo khona laphana besithembiso uzokhumbula izolo ukuthi badlale ngayo i-clean sheet.
I'm definitely looking forward to watching a player of Gibbs Kosana's caliber. His ability on the ball to be able to spot those passes to the likes of Mpilo Paqela is such a marvel to watch.
Insizwa nawa khona laphana khona laphana insizwa Amandla nayo khona laphana Isithembiso yabona insizwa ekhona laphana uTerminator insizwa khona laphana ekwazile ukugijima kahle izolo ibe nayo khona laphana umdlali omuhle izolo insizwa khona laphana uGawukelo umfoka Murashwa.
He had such a very productive game from defense because he just stayed in that right back position. He wasn't as adventurous as opposed to Mtebule on the opposite flank. So I expect something similar because it's still the first leg. Yes, you want to attack, but you also want to be calculative in the way you go about your business.
How to sukuthatha khona laphana sukufaka phakathi kuye khona laphana moment of silence. Ngisasho kanjalo ekhona laphana gijima bona abafana baye khona laphana Amandla nayo khona laphana Isithembiso that game of the day khona laphana ekuyo iFili's game e2020 2021. Kanti ukhumbule khona laphana ukuthi nasikile sithelekile starting lineup sawo khona laphana amaqembu amabili kanti ngibonile insizwa khona laphana uSibusiso umfoka Lukhele uThubula umfoka Siphamu khona laphana insizwa ezofaka yona iRama plus tomato sauce phakathi esiswini khona laphana leqembu labafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla.
Indeed, Sibusiso Lukhele is so comfortable on the ball, and I didn't hear the word sauce from what you just said right now. He's got a lot of sauce on the ball, especially his delicate touches to eradicate a marker. I'm looking forward to watching this man.
Izoqala ipola liqala iqembu labafana bayo khona laphana bathi nina khona laphana bathi Isithembiso yalithatha ekhona laphana umfo okaphaqela yayithatha impilo umfo okaphaqela ngisasho kanjalo ngibingelela ngiphinde nginamukele khona laphana ku-Phil's game 2020 kanti namhlanje kena hlanganisa amaqembu womabili iqembu labafana baya khona laphana Amandla igijima nayo khona laphana Isithembiso kanti mina-ke helami igama nguthabele khona ilazi ngama naye khona laphana usibonele umfo kaZulu. Awuthi sibone balithatha khona laphana ibhola lihlangana naye khona laphana umduduzi alithatha ulifaka phakathi khona laphana esiswini bafana nanguNyekse alithatha lisaphezulu ebhola bathi uvunane ekamreni likaGogo ngoba uGogo usageza offside. Ukhumbule khona laphana ukuthi mawufuna ukuqhumana nathi uvele ungena khona laphana ku-Google uthi www.afilisgame.com or uvele ungena khona laphana ku-Facebook uthi Phil's Game ulike ipicture yethu ngoba khona ama-social media analysis wethu will be updating us with everything that is happening khona laphana ku-Phil's Game. Bayalithatha ibhola lihlangana naye khona laphana uTerminator Khosi noMpempe khona laphana uthi free kick yabo hamba bafana mayo khona laphana Amandla.
Well, the weather conditions for this game are immaculate because I was just in the pitch some minutes ago and there's a cooling breeze, so the players shouldn't have the inability to deal with the heat, the hot conditions.
Awuthi balithatha balifaka phakathi khona laphana enkundleni ihlangana naye khona laphana umfana bathi balina bathi uFetisi Monisi balithatha kalula abafana baye khona laphana besithembiso nami balithatha khona laphana baliseko sokunxele ihlangana naye umduduzi nangumduduzi Sugar umduduzi 18 elithatha ijika amadoda uNyekse akekho umhlaba ngepheki uNyekse akekho umhlaba engepheki khona laphana uNyekse.
He took his eyes off the ball there. He was not away. He did not anticipate it early enough. That is why he shanked his efforts.
Awuthi sibone balithatha lihlangana naye khona laphana uMisho Mtebule yalithatha funa khona laphana ishabi ifuna ukenzani ngebhola balithatha khona laphana bayankosokunxele yalibuyisela khona laphana uMisho Mtebule former Thandazulu former Richards Bay yalithatha ifaka phakathi funa uTsuphi abone nanguTsuphi uTsuphi ufuna ukenzani ngebhola uGift umfoka Sikhosana yalithatha khona laphana ufuna uTerminator captain yalithatha uTerminator uPereza my Pereza my Pereza.
It looks like his Tempies are continuing from where they left off yesterday. The link-up play, it's so inspiring from the likes of Gwara Terminator linking up on Masuga and Masuga squaring the ball. And Pilo Batela should have buried that one.
Coach unkosana ekhona lapha umfaka masilela uyayithatha ihlanganisa inso zakhe ekhona lapha uthasiyeni madoda ayihlomi ihlasele yawuthi sibone ehlabela umgama usibele emhlabeni khona lapha sibone lithatha kubani na nangupoika yalithatha ufuna umelo balithatha balisa phezulu ngamaganda ihlangana nakho lapha uTerminator enza impazamo iTerminator yasebenza iTerminator akuzu nompempe khona lapha athi free kick yabo hamba fana bayakhona lapha Isithembiso. Bayalithatha abafana bayo besithembiso alisa phezulu ibhola yawuthi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani ikhona phana ngebhola hamba lithatha ngamakhanda Isithembiso ihlangana naye ekhona phana iAmandla ahlabi umfana ekhona laphana uLisiho umfoka Malika iSpanish igita umfana khona phana uPatrick umfoka Meso insizwa igijimile ekhona lapha kusageza lokhozi uyabona khona lapha ukuthi uphakamisile ekhona lapha amakhokisi wakhe startup.
Both players were going for the ball, so it was inevitable for them to clash with their legs because they both missed it, and they should be okay even though it looks painful for
ilele ekhona lapha uSpanish kita iyaphalwa indoda uPatrick umfoka Meso kuyaphalwa uPatrick umfo Kamiso
Meso
kuyaphalwa khona lapha uPatrick umfo Kamiso ngisasho ukuthi uPatrick umfo Kamiso insizwa igijimile ekhona lapha kumrakas Failosi ekhona lapha insizwa uPatrick umfo Kamiso uyiphethe unayo khona lapha iexperience umfo Kamiso yayithatha ibuya ngayo iAmandla equmqo waye khona lapha wecenter balithatha bletha kusokudla akuzi nompempe khona lapha akuzi nompempe umsizika nompempe yakhona lapha athi offside angu ucoach khona lapha unyiko umfoka Hlongwane zokhumbula mongitshela ngonyiko umfoka Hlongwane ungitshela ngensizwa khona lapha yana ethathe 2 ekhona lapha yana ama tournament be build up yayo Phillies game ngeke ngakhuluma naye khona lapha yana kancane ngimbuza ukuthi coach khona lapha yana ulisiseleni ngayo iPhillies game angitshela ukuthi babe nawo khona lapha ama preparations wayo iPhillies game kanti bathathe 2 consecutive tournament.
Nyiko Hlongwane is such a great tactician. He knows how to win this tournament. He's a 2-time winner of the Phillies games. He knows what to do, especially in these stages of the competition whereby you are playing the first leg, building up to the second. You want to consolidate, try not to concede, and also look for a goal or two.
Out is born in insizwa uPoika ilele phansi khona lapha uPoika bayalithatha abafana bayo Amandla ihlangana naye uPatrick umfoka Miso uyalithatha uyalihlanganisa ufuna uKatlego uKhakha bayalithatha kalula abafana bayo beAmandla ihlangana naye uJesse inombolo 17 bathi uThabo umfoka Zikothe balithatha kalula Perez amayipereza balithatha abafana bayo khona lapha Amandla ihlangana naye uKhakha akuzi nompempe khona lapha athi ufunani kamreni lika Gogo a offside. Offside yabo abafana bayo khona lapha bathi inina bathi Amandla bayaqala balithatha phansi khona lapha ayenza impazamo khona lapha nomfana yabona nanguPoika albamba kalula khona lapha uLebo umfoka Muhale albamba kalula khona lapha uLebo umfoka Muhale.
It's good goalkeeping there by Muhale. He stayed on his feet. He did not hesitate, but that was careless defending there by Pralas Tobajani. That was careless. He was not expecting the ball, and it fell perfectly there for the number 19, Mthokozi Simsomi, who fired straight at the goalkeeper. In those instances, in games like these, you need to be able to be sharp and able to try and score in situations like that. Guilted opportunity missed.
Umthokozisi umfo ukaMsomi apoika yethi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola baliqala phansi abafana besithembiso yaqala Isithembiso ilisa phezulu ibhola yasebenza khona lapha ungwana bayamthatha bafuna khona lapha uZikode alithatha kalula khona lapha uZuphi esibona uSikhosana yalithathulisa emuva awuthi sibone ihlangana naye khona lapha amakhanda wakhe umfana ungwana lapha ukenzani khona lapha iSpanish guitar sasebenza ngamakhanda yayithatha nangusiphamu ushintsha amadoda alibusela khona lapha kosokunxele athi sibone naye Amandla khona lapha bafungeza ngebhola yalithatha likhoma ngamakhanda eyitoni khona lapha lekela labudlula esibone nangu MTN naye Amandla khona lapha yana naye Amandla esibone uKaka albamba khona lapha unlebo umfoka Mohale albamba kahle unlebu umfo kaMohali khona lapha yena wena mbukeli uyalithatha ibhola lithatha iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso balithatha bafuna uNyex ethi sibone uNyex ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola unayo khona lapha uRivo balithatha laphumela ngaphandle kuloko.
Well, Amandla are now utilizing the wing play because they know that the central part of the pitch is congested. That is why they are playing those very dangerous crosses into the box, and it's a problem for the likes of Gaugelo, Terminator, and Mishom Tubelo who are tucked in. They need to be able to marshal the likes of Mtokosi Msomi and Katlego Manyama with their speed down the flanks.
At this point, baqala ipola abafana bayo besithembisa coalition khona lapha yena phakathi yakhe umfana khona lapha yena umtutuzi umfoka mabazo naye khona lapha yena umelusi umfoka matlola zokhumbuza khona lapha yena ukuthi ngonyaka ngezilukhozi ibe khona icoalition ikhona lapha yena yabo abafana babo khona lapha yena umelusi naye umtutuzi ukhumbule ukuthi umelusi khona lapha yena ubanawo ama-concussion uzokhumbula khona lapha yena ngo-2018 mabayithatha khona lapha yena i-Phillies game abanayo i-concussion they had ukuthi babize i-ambulance ingene phakathi kwayo inkundla imthatha umfana ayikhona lapha yena ehospitali umfana khona lapha yena umelusi umfoka matlola.
Hopefully it won't be second time unlucky for him. It's never nice to see a player suffering a concussion.
Awuthi sibone nangu khona lapha umqeqeshi walo iqembu labafana bayakhona lapha besithembiso umphisile ukhetho kwakhe ambiza naye khona lapha umfana uSunny Boy umfoka Malika uyababuza khona lapha ukuthi baphethu ayihlomi ihlasele khona lapha mlaleli nayi insizwa umelo insizwa beyikhuluma ngayo khona lapha ukuthi ikayaba nayo i-concussion khona lapha umfana umelo.
As both teams have had goal attempts, Isithembiso and Amandla, and it's an opportunity for the coach to brush up on his tactics.
Awuthi sibone baliqala ibhola abafana bayo Amandla ihlangana naye ukhetho kwakhe Masuku uyalithatha uphulukulisa phezulu bayalivala abafana bayo ekhona lapha beAmandla liphumela ngaphandle kuloko. Liphumela ngaphandle ibhola kuloko nayi insizwa ekhona lapha yena umpilo umfoka Bhacela insizwa eshaye i-hat-trick izolo khona lapha yahla yabonga.
His confidence must be skyrocketing because if the chance that fell for Patrick Meso, if it had fell for Mpilo Bhacela, he would have definitely buried it because his confidence should be high.
Bayalithatha ibhola ihlangana naye khona lapha yena abafana bayo Isithembiso aqala phansi bafuna uShavi yalithatha ufuna ushuka umtutuzi uyalithatha liphumela ngaphandle kuloko ithatha iqembu labo abafana bayo Amandla. Awuthi sibone nangu umpilo uBhacela yalithatha ufuna khona lapha uShavi awuthi sibone nangu uShavi yalithatha khona lapha ibhola yasebenza i-Great Wall of China yasebenza ekhona lapha uRivaldo umfoka Fox awuthi khona lapha ngehlolokhozi.
He was looking to beat a defender there. It's Tsepiso Malazi, but well done to the defender Rivaldo, they call him.
Khona lapha umqeqeshi wabo yabafana bayo ekhona lapha Amandla ucoach umfoka Nkosana anti sibone bafuna ukenzani Isithembiso ngaleyo khona kick ihlangana nayo uShavi angishavi yalikhoba asebenza uzikote alikhiphela ngaphandle ngamakhanda. bayayikhiphela ngaphandle ibhola ihlangana nabo abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso yathi sibone balithatha bayadlala ifuna yena umisho Mtebule bathi 1-2 touch football balithatha kalula abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla ihlangana naye uTsuphi yasibona uTsuphi ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola nangu umfana uPadzela iphula uPereza balithatha bayihlanganisa yini bathi Isithembiso yasibona 1-2 touch football nangu uKhalasi akhuzu nompempe khona laphana athi ufunane kamreni likagogo ahomside.
Khalas showed that he's a defender, that he's not a striker. He could not time his run, because had he timed his run, he'd have been through on goal with the goal gaping, only the keeper to beat. That is a golden opportunity that he missed.
Awuthi sibone nangu umfana uTerminator ihlangana naye khona laphana Amandla bayalithatha kalula bayalithunga ethi sibone nangu Boyka uyakhuza unompempe khona laphana awuthi sibone khona laphana ngesolokhozi.
It's a deserved foul there. As you see, Thokosi Simsomi, he moved all the way from where he's supposed to be in the box into the midfield. It shows that he has to hunt for the ball. This is such a tactical game that you need to be able to create space for yourself.
Insizwa uKhalasi awuthi sibone khona ngesolokhozi. Hawu nangu uKhalasi afuna ukuziphendula khona laphayana. uKhalasi ufuna ukumbamba khona laphayana umfoka Khalasi.
That was so petulant of Khalas. For such an experienced defender like him, he's churning out Luis Suarez in the 2014 FIFA World Cup.
Wamkhumbuza yena uLuis Umfo okaSuarez ekhona laphayana umfana uKhalasi Umfo ekhona laphayana kaThobejani.
I think he should have walked his Khalas. That was very cynical of him. He sunk his gnashes into a player. Definitely should walk.
Insizwa khona laphayana ujezi nombolo 12 umfana uthulana umfoka Maseku. Insizwa egijimile ekhona laphana kuAmandla ithathile iPhillips game ngayo i20 ekhona laphana under 13 yabuye yayithatha ngeUnder 15 abuye ayithatha ngeUnder 17 ayithatha khona laphana 2 consecutive times ekhona laphana ngo17 and 18. Awuthi sibone now unyakalo weqhumqo wecenter khona laphana bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola bayalimosha lwela kuyishapi ushapi yalithathwa ulisa phezulu ufuna umisho umfoka Mtebule former Richards Bay United uyalithatha ulifaka phakathi ashintsha umdlalo bafuna ukhethe kwakhe Pereza mayipereza ushintsha umdlalo asibona bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola alithatha kalula isibone nangu Shavi Isithembiso khona lapha na-18 yabona nangu Dzubhe balithatha bahlanganisa Isithembiso asebenza akhona laphana umfana asebenza akhona laphana uLebo umfoka Muhale.
There was exquisite play from Isithembiso, so the wizardry from Ketowake Masuku to beat the defender with his fancy footwork and drop a shoulder and thread a pass through from Bilo Bacela.
Now it's Spanish ikita embona nanko laphana umqeqeshi wabo abafana bayo Isithembiso unyiko umfoka Hlongwane zokhumbula khona laphana ukuthi uphutho omkhulu wakhe ulipa uStumo umfoka laphana ugijima khona laphana aku Black Leopard. Bayaqala ibhola lithatha nanguKhakha uKhakha ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola hlangana nayo uKhalasi uyalithatha ulisa phezulu yethi sibone nangu umfana ufuna uSibhamu akhuza unompempe ekhona laphana akhuza unompempe ekhona laphana Bukeli angumfana ekhona laphana umthuthuzi umfoka Mabaso ushayile naye igoli izolo adlabonga.
So it was a fully deserved goal that he scored yesterday, and Nyagalo squared for him, and all he had to do was to beat the goalkeeper. He deserved for such a fine performance. He was productive. He tracked back where he needed to, and he always availed himself in the pockets of spaces.
Out is born in Amandla counter-attacking. nangu Patrick umfokamiso ufuna ukungenza ngephola yabathatha khona lapha nabathijikeleza esibona bafuna ukungenza ngephola hayi khona lapha Amandla esibona Amandla hayi Amandla ifuna uSikote nangu uSikote alithatha ubuyisela khona lapha kuNgwana esibona Amandla balithatha bayihlanganisa nangu Ngwana awuphezu kwamaphandle.
That was a decent strike towards goal. That's all he needed to do because his teammates do not avail themselves for him and he had to have a crack, but it's a decent strike at goal.
Ngwana insizwa ekhona lapha egijimile insana awuthi sibone khona lapha ngesolokoze ethi yamshaya ekhona lapha umfana awuthi sibone nangu ukhetho kwakhe Pereza uyalithatha ulifaka phakathi ufuna ugift umfoka Sikhosana dlala ngethuba ugift umfoka Sikhosana.
Well, give Mesut an opportunity there because he had ample time to lift his head up and pick up his teammates who were in better positions to score.
Dlala ngethuba ugift khona lapha umfoka Sikhosana izobuya iba yiyo khona lapha ikona kick yabo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Kuvuna khona lapha ukuthi 2 yamakhona kick azibawatholile khona lapha iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso kanti qanda ekhona lapha yawo makhona kick aleni iqembu labo abafana bayo ekhona lapha Amandla yakhombisa ukuthi abafana bayo beSithembiso bayahlasela khona lapha bayaya phambili ekhona lapha ubona ngawo amakhona abanabo ekhona lapha wena Sibonelo.
You can definitely tell from the corner counts that the pressure cooker is on and Sthembiso are really putting Amandla under siege.
Angushabi Alkoba ekhona lapha ibhola bayaleka liphumela ngaphandle kuloko insizwa akhona lapha uGalase awuthi sibone bayalithatha balisa phezulu ibhola alishaya ngamakhanda iSpanish guitar balithatha ihlangana naye uMisho umfo kaMtebule ethi sibone uMisho Mtebule libuyela kuye uMisho uMtebule.
It's very pleasing to see Galase, a defender in attacking positions, and he was supposed to be sent off. And normally when a player is supposed to be sent off and he's not, he normally comes up with a match-winning contribution.
Bayalithatha bafuna captain bayalithatha ulisa phezulu ufuna uNyex nangu uNyakalo jika Matota uNyakalo ihlangana naye uTutuzi uShuga ethi sibona uShuga 18 anyalithatha alikoba uShuga adlala ngethuba abafana bayo khona lapha Isithembiso balithatha liphumela ngaphandle.
It looks like Tutuzi has swapped flanks with Masugu as he's now playing on the right and Masugu has went to the left.
Bayalithatha ibola ihlangana naye khona lapha uSibhamu ethi sibone ethubu laSibhamu awu badlala khona lapha i-wrestling match khona lapha uSibhamu naye insizwa umpilo Bacela awuthi sibone khona lapha ngehlelokozi.
Both players were involved in a tangle there. The referee had to blow his whistle.
Bafuna ukuqala phansi abafana bayo Amandla iqala buye khona lapha Ayambonga Lipitsa smash and grab uyalithatha ulekelela khona lapha uLebo umfoka Mahali yalithatha lisa phezulu Patrick Misto la khona nathini labalihle khona lapha Mbukeli labalihle ekhona lapha Mbukeli Patrick umfokamiso sabonga.
That's a wonderfully taken goal by Patrick Meso. Roots one football by Amandla. The ball bumbled into the box and he had the goods of the presence of mind to just poke it into the far corner. Expertly taken goal by the number. It's a centre forward goal, I like to say. Wonderfully taken goal there by Patrick Meso.
Lisuka kuye khona lapha unozindo abafana bayo khona lapha uLebo Mohale alithatha lisa phezulu kanlahlana naye khona lapha uPatrick umfokamiso sabonga ekhona laphana 1 abafana bayo Amandla ngatiqanda eqemini labo abafana bayo Isithembiso.
It's very interesting now what the coaches are going to say in this cooling break, you know. It's 28 degrees, and I did say that there's a cooling breeze on the pitch. But now both coaches, if I was Amandla coach, I'll try to consolidate till halftime because they got the much desired goal. They have the slender advantage. Whereas opposed to the Isithembiso coach Nico Dlongwane, now he needs to try and re-strategize and ensure that the likes of Pilo Bacela, they are cool-headed in the box whenever they get opportunities, because it's the coach's worst nightmare to concede before a break like this.
Yabona khona laphana ukuthi bahlangene insizwa khona laphana abafana bayo beSithembiso khona laphana bayasho khona laphana ukuthi awubafethu asihlanganiseni sigijimeni khona laphana wena khona laphana empukeli.
Just have to keep going. As you can see, the likes of Khalas, Terminator, they're not sweating as if they were coming out of a swimming pool. It just showed that it's not as it seems to be. It's not hot as it seems to be. Yes, there are sunny conditions, but the playing conditions are fairly conducive.
Atisibone nangu khona laphana uSikote onaye uKatlego uMTN bayazi khona laphana ukuthi mabangayibamba wabakanjena awubayaya khona laphana kulas 4.
Definitely, if you have the likes of Katlego Manyama, especially with balls like the one Patrick Meso scored, where he just needed to burst into space, that is Katlego Manyama territory. Those are the types of goals he score, because they don't call him everywhere you go for no reason. He's everywhere you go because he's everywhere in that box.
Bayalithatha iqala yibo abafana bayo beSithembiso. Khumbule khona laphana ukuthi 1 abafana bayo iAmandla ngatiqanda abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso isombe esokuqala somdlalo. Bayalithatha liphumela ngaphandle hlangana naye khona laphana umfana ongwana sibone bafuna ukuyesa lebhola. Balithatha liphumela ngaphandle izothatha iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla uyalithatha uyaliphonsa khona laphana uTerminator hlangana naye uPereza mayiPereza yalithatha ufaka phakathi ufuna uShavi akhuzu nompempe khona laphana athi free kick yambo khona laphana abafana bayo Isithembiso. Uyalithatha uSpanish Kita walisa kuye umthuthuzi yalithatha umthuthuzi ufuna umnisho umtebule yalithatha ulisa phambili ebone khona labana bafuna ukuPereza uPereza mayiPereza yalithatha ufuna uTerminator yathi sibona uTerminator ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola ayalithatha uyalikoba khona lapha esebenza Great Wall of China anguPereza bayaliqala bayalithunga abafana baye beSithembiso yalithatha kalula iAmandla nanguzikote anguzikote counter attack yathi sibone balithatha akhuza khona lapha umzuzu nganompempe athi ufunani kamreni lika Gogo offside.
It's a spot on call there by the linesman. This was definitely offside, but you can see what Amandla are trying to do in their gameplay. They are now playing a wait-and-see game, waiting to play those dangerous balls behind the back four of Isithembiso.
Uyalithatha uTinyiko umfoka balodzi ufuna ulisego Maleka Spanish Kita uyayithatha ufuna khona laphana uCaptain uyanishiya uPereza mayiPereza yalithatha kalula uRivaldo alithatha balikhiphela ngaphandle hlangana naye khona laphana uPereza mayiPereza yalithatha ufaka phakathi idele kabi khona laphana insizwa uRivaldo umfoka Fox khona laphana angathi ngasho khona laphana ukuthi insizwa umelo umfoka Matlola khona laphana ngesilokhozi.
That was very sloppy from Melusi Matlola. He just barged into the player and there was no immediate danger. It was in the center of the circle.
Bayalithatha balisa ukwesokudla badlala ngebhola abafana bayo Isithembiso izobuya ithathe iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla unozinto wabo ulebu umfo kamuhale insizwa khona laphana umatlola ithona khona laphana i-yellow card yeqembu labo abafana bayo i-Amandla. Bayalithatha balisa phezulu yasebenza unyex ngamakhanda ihlangana naye khona laphana umfana athi sibone nangupereza ekhethu kwakhe masuku athi sibone naye ipereza mayipereza yasebenza urivaldo umfoka khoze athi hlangana naye upereza yasebenza unozinto abafana baye khona laphana Amandla yasebenza unozinto wabafana baye khona laphana i-Amandla Mpukeni yasebenza unozinto wabo athungeze lokhoze.
That was a poor cross from Ketogwa Kemasu. Such an experienced campaigner was played at the top in the top flights. He should have pinged that cross into the far post to his teammates in Bilo Patsela, but he sent it straight to the keeper's hands. It looks like the Amandla defender has taken a blow to his stomach.
Yavuga kantata khona laphana abafana bayo Amandla avuga khona laphana uRivaldo umfo ka Fox ayanthatha iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana isithembiso bathi fair play alibuyisela kuye ekhona laphana ungwana uyalithatha ukhetho kwakhe Masuku yathi sibone nasi isithembiso ifuna upereza uMasuku yalithatha ukufaka phakathi ufuna usikhosana yalithatha bayinhlala ushavi bantu touch football alithatha khona bano Rivaldo nangumisho asebenza unozinto wabo yabo bona bakhona bana i-Amandla asebenza khona laphana ulebu umfoka muhali.
That was a superb save by Lebo Maile. He punched it into safety and the ball did come off the crossbar as it sailed out for the corner. Wonderful save. Look at that stinking shots. He was so acrobatic in the way he went about his business. Wonderful save by Lebo.
Athi yamshaya khona laphana umisho umfo kaMtebule athi yamshaya umisho umfo kaMtebule aliboni noZindi athi sibone balithatha balifaka phakathi khona labalihle khona laphana Mpukeni gift asikhosana labalihle khona laphana Mpukeni.
What a wonderful header there by Gibbs Kosana. He towered above everyone there at the far post and calmly glided the header into the near post. Keeper stood no chance. He was rooted like a statue. How about that? Look at that. He towered above everyone and just guided the header into the back of the net. Well taken header there by Gibbs Kosana.
Labalihle ipola like ugift umfo kaSikhosana one abafana bayo ekhona laphana i-Amandla kanti one abafana bayo isithembiso.
I can also put blame on the Amandla defenders, the likes of Rivaldo, Libito, and Melusi Motlola. They were just ball watching. You cannot allow a player to just climb and hit the ball like that.
Bayalithatha abafana bayo besithembiso balisa phezulu Pereza Masuku ihlangana naye ulebu umfo kamuhali uyalithatha olisa phezulu ibhola.
Well, this game is living up to the billing. It was deemed the irremovable object, irresistible object meeting the immovable force.
Uyalithatha akhona laphana uKhalas umfo kaThobejane na insizwa uMiso ekhona laphana ishaya igoli elihle ekhona laphana insizwa uPatrick umfo kaMiso.
I smell more goals in this one, Tapelo. We're still in for a treat.
Bayalithatha ngamakhanda yathi sibone nangugift Sikhosana Tsupi mthakathi wendaba uyalithatha uliyekelela khona laphana ukhetho kwakhe Masuku Pereza mayipereza bayalithatha bathi want to touch football akhoza umsizi kanompempe khona laphana athi ufunani kambrende kaGogo offside.
You can see the likes of Terminator, Masuku, and Mpilo Bacela, they are trying to stretch that Amandla defenders by playing those nippy 1-2s in between the lines.
baqala phansi abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla balekelela khona laphana uNosindi uLebu Mohale nayinsiza uTerminator captain athi sibone nangu uLebu umfoka Mohale athi sibone ufuna ukuyenza ngepola uLebu Mohale uyalithatha ulisa phezulu yasebenza iSpanish kita ngamaganda ihlangana naye uPoika nangu Poika asebenza uTupi.
You can see how much this game means to both teams. Tackles are flying in. There's a flurry of physical displays here. And shoulder barges, tackles. You know, it's a very temperamental game now.
bayalithatha baqala phansi abafana bayo besithembiso ihlangana naye uMisho umfoka Mtebule former Richards Bay United ulekelela khona laphayana umfana umkithuzi uyalibamba uNozindo wabo abafana bayo iAmandla uyalithatha uLebu umfo ukaMohale elisa phezulu yasebenza iSpanish ikita yalithatha ihlanganisa naye uZikote athi sibone nanguZikote khona laphayana unompempe khona laphayana athi free kick yawo abafana bayo khona laphayana isithembiso i-free kick khona laphayana esesimeni esibuqayi kakhulu khona laphayana awuthi sibone khona laphayana ngeselokozi.
It's a free kick in a very inviting position as we saw Thabo Zikote blastering through. He was sandwiched in between his Tembiso defenders, but he did well to win the free kick, and it's a golden opportunity for the men in black and white to score a second.
Yellow card number 2 ephumela khona laphayana umfana ukhalazo khumbule ukuthi nayizolo uyitholile yellow card khona laphayana umfana ukhalazo kanti namhlanje uyayithola yellow card yenza khona laphayana ukuthi athole ama yellow card ayi2 khona laphayana ku finish game umfana ukhalazo umfoka Thobejane.
The wall needs to be good here. Isithembiso really needs to organize a very good wall that is difficult to penetrate. And the free kick does favor a right-footed player, by the way.
Nango ukhalas umfo kaThobejane insiza khona laphayana esitholela yellow card iqembu labo abafana bayo isithembiso.
There are lots of good players standing behind this one. I see Patrick Meso, I see Mthokozi Simsomi. I also see someone like Rivaldo, who's very good at striking the ball. It needs a lot of curl in it.
At this point, nango uPatrick umfoka Meso athona ufuna ukuyenza ngebola apoika nasebenza walithatha lisa phezulu khona laphana ibhola bazowakhumbula lamathuba yabafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla.
Well, they definitely ruled the missed chances, but I like Patrick Meso's execution. He went for power because he knew the wall was going to jump. That is why he wanted to thrash the ball underneath the wall. But the Amandla defenders, they won points. They had to block that one because some of the defenders on the wall did not move.
Awuthi nang simbona khona laphana ukhawukela umfo kaMokhashwa insizwa ena 17 years old khona laphana the youngest captain khona laphana kuSithembiso. Bayalithatha ngamakhanda uyakhuza unompempe khona laphana uthi mayibe i-free kick yabo abafana bayo isithembiso izoqala phansi ithathe iSpanish guitar awuthi sibone khona laphana lisiko umfo kaMaleka uyalithatha ulisa phezulu bayasebenza khona laphana abafana bayo iAmandla hlangana naye uShavi ulekelela khona laphana umtutuzi alithatha akalula uPatrick uyalithatha ukhalas ulisa phezulu ibhola balithatha laphumela ngaphandle.
Rivaldo there was looking to clear the ball and punt it upfield, but he miscued his kick. That is why he has conceded the throw in there at the far side.
Nangu uRivaldo umfo kaFox bayalithatha abafana besithembiso baphuna ukungena e18
yathi sibone nangumduduzi yalithatha khona lapha uPaqela nanguPaqela anguPaqela khona laphayana yathi sibone khona lapha umfana yasebenza khona lapha iAmandla.
Nyakalo was looking for a penalty there. He just tried to initiate the slightest of contact and he went to ground.
Basebenza abafana bayo khona lapha iAmandla mbukeli nanguPatrick Miso insizwa khona lapha eshaya igolu elihle avula khona lapha amasango wayo iAmandla kanti nangu khona lapha ucoach umfo ukaNkosana emasilela uyambona khona lapha ukuthi uthulile ubhekile khona lapha ucoach uNkosana.
Nkosana looks rather studious. He's watching this one with a very watchful eye.
Bayalithatha ibhola baqala phansi abafana besithembiso yethi sibone bafuna ukuyenza ngebhola bafuna ugift umfo kaSkhosana uyalithatha ulibuyisela kuShavi uShavi ufuna unyakalo unyex uyalithatha ulisa phezulu athi sibone nangumthuthuzi
Golden opportunity spurned by Mduduzi. But what about that pass from Nyakalo? It was such an incisive pass. Mduduzi, he did well to take it around the goalkeeper, but he needed to be ice cold. Yeah, the rush of blood to his head. That is why he ballooned his efforts over the bar. Just look at that. Excellence to take the touch around the goalkeeper, but the execution, he needed to be a bit more ice cold than that. He tried to side-foot it, but he did not get the connection all too well.
Umduduzi umfo kamabazo kanti ukhumbule kube balifakile phakathi nethindi leyana bahamba phambili abafana bayo Isithembiso. Uyalithatha nanguShavi uyakhuza unompempe uthi uyakhuza unompempe khona laphana umfana wakhe uzikode athi sibone uyalithatha ibhola hlangana naye uLisiho omfo kamaleka Spanish guitar.
I just like the fact that both coaches are not opting to sit back. It's a very tactical game, but tactical in a nice way. The finer details, they matter the most. It's one of those games whereby the person who misses their chances, they're going to rue missing those chances.
Almosha ipola khona laphana labuya ngeqembu labafana bayo iAmandla yathi sibone nayi iAmandla bafuna khona laphana uKatlego yathi sibone uKatlego masanabo alithatha kalula akhona laphana umfana uTerminator izobuya ibe ikhona laphana igoal kick yabo abafana bayo besithembiso.
It's been very quiet. It's Katlego Masanabo. He's been involved in more defensive duties as opposed to his attacking duties. That's where you need him. You need him down the flank. You need him in that inside left channel to be wreaking havoc in that Amandla defense.
Athi sibone nangu uPaqela yelithatha ukutshintsha amadoda uPaqela ufuna akhona laphana uShavi athi yashaya uShavi khona laphana laphumela ngaphandle.
We're definitely not going to beat Lebo Mohali from that sort of range, especially with such a weak effort.
Athi yashaya khona laphana uThepiso umfo kaMulotsi uShavi. Athi sibone nangu uLebo umfo kaMohali uyalithatha ibhola ulisa phezulu uyasebenza khona laphana ugift umfo kaSkhosana bayalithatha akhona laphana awuthi sibone uthini unompempe khona laphana uthi free kick yabo abafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla ngathi uzokhumbula khona laphana ukuthi second booking yakhe khona laphana umfana khona laphana.
That was a needless booking that Melusi has just received because now his team are down to 10 men.
Red card.
It's an early shower. It was very careless of him to really concede a foul. There was no immediate danger, and now he's put his teammates under pressure. And surprisingly, he looks rather astonished.
Ukhumbule manje ukuthi Isithembiso sidlala naye khona laphana 11 up against 10. Bayalithatha phezulu uKhalasi. Kuza unompempe khona laphana uthi offside. Siphe khona laphana ngehle lokhozi.
I think it was more reckless. He did not. It was not malicious per se, but it was reckless. It was very careless of him to dive in like that. And mind you, Isithembiso are playing against 10 men for the second time, as we saw yesterday against Gwara FC. They had the luxury of playing against the 10-man team for the whole of the second half.
Out is Bonenango, coach Unkosana, Umfoka Masilela. Out is Bone Uguti, Upunugenzani, Ekonapena, coach Unkosana, Umfoka Masilela. We are Bonangati Usase Kamu and Ukoji and Unkosana Umfoka Masilela.
Well, it still looks calm because as a coach, there's an aura that you have to exude. As soon as you look all panicky, it will trickle down to the players, and the players will start panicking.
Young Tata Ikomlaba Panabayo is Tembiso. It is Bane counter attack. Itana Nai Tutuzi Umfo Gamabaso. As Bon Upunugenza Gepola. Akuza Unompempe Achi Ifriki Kabu. So Bonama frustrations. Ekamilabo Abafanabayo Konalapana, Amandla. We are the captain, Konalapana, Upetrick Umfo Ogameso.
Yeah, the frustrations are starting to creep in from the likes of Rivaldo and Lebito.
Out is Konalapana, Sulukozi.
I think he tripped on himself in Tutuzi there. There was no foul whatsoever. I do understand the contentious protest from the Amandla FC defenders. But it's a free kick because the likes of Ketowake, Masugum, Tutuzi, they will relish. I'm sure they're rubbing their hands in glee because one defender has been sent off and they have a lot of space to exploit now.
At this point, Nango Intiza Konelapena, Patrick Meso, a free kick. Yabo Abafanabayo is Tembiso.
Looks like the referee is the no-nonsense referee. He really wants to fork out those yellow cards.
Out is Bone, Opuna, Ogenzani, Konelapena, Unompempe. Ati Ubizayena, Konelapena, Patrick Umfo Gameso. Yambiza Unompempe Patrick Umfo Gamiso. Yasho Unompempe Uti, I'm in charge. Yasho Unompempe Uguti, I'm in charge. When Patrick Umfo Gamiso.
I think the Amandla players, they really need to keep calm, especially after yesterday's foul-tempered game against Zalanang FC. You know, they know what it's like to play a game whereby the decisions are going against you. They just need to show a lot of resolve and be resilient in these really trying times. You know, if I were their coach, I'd be trying to ensure that they keep tight at the back and not concede before half-time.
At this point in time, free kick. Yabafanabayo, Konelapena is Tembiso. Okona Pesgue Pola, Konelapena, Oketokwake Umfo Gamasugu.
Masugu is smiling. It looks like he's relishing this free kick. He fancies his chances.
Out is Bone, Upugenzani, Konelapena, Uperez, Zamai Pereza. Out is Bone, Upugenzani, Upereza, My Pereza, Ngalelo Pola.
Concentration levels needs to be high here. They need to be up. The goalkeeper should be encouraging his players.
Out is Bonenango Uketugake Masugu! Yasebenza Konelapena Ulebo Umfo Okamuhali. asebenza uLebu umfo kaMohali amshayile ekhona laphana uPerez ambonile khona laphana ukhetho wakhe umfo kaMasuku.
That's a good save there by Lebo Mohale. He scrambled across to his right to tip the one over the bar. Excellent save. He anticipated very well, and it shows that he was concentrating at such a crucial time of the game.
Out is spawning a free kick here abafana bayo Isithembiso. Out is spawning bafuna ukwenza ngepola. Bayalkoba basebenza ngamakhanda umasanabo. Bayalithatha balisa ekhona laphana kwesogudla. Yalithatha uMTN. Ufuna khona laphana umasanabo. Asebenza uCaptain uTerminator. Asebenza khona laphana uCaptain uTerminator. Izobuya ithathe iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla. Bayalithatha bafuna uZikote. Olubuyisela kuye uMiso. Uyalithatha ulisa phezulu ufuna umasanabo. Uyalekela ufuna khona laphana umfana uKatlego. Uyaleka kalula liphumele ngaphandle.
Everywhere you go, he's trying to take matters into his own hands, or shall I say feet, as he burst through into the box there, but he clipped the Isithembiso defender, Lesego Maleka.
Bayalithatha balisa kwesokudla bafuna uPereza. uPereza uyalithatha ulifaka khona laphana phambili. Athi sibone nangu umduduzi umfo kaMapaso. Uyalithatha ufuna uTsupi. Yasebenza balithatha kalula uSikote. Alithatha alisa ngaphandle kuzoba ikhona kick iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso.
I'm disappointed in Gibbs Kosana there because he had ample time to steady himself and take shots, and he was almost waiting to be dispossessed. He should have went for goal there, because football is about taking chances.
Bazoyithatha ikhona kick ithathe iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso. Awuthi sibone bafuna ukenzani ngepola abafana bayo Isithembiso.
We recently saw a free kick by Ketogake Masuku, of which Lebo Mahile did well to tip over the bar. Again, it's a corner kick, and Masuku's going to be taking it. Amandla defenders, they need to concentrate. Even the midfielders, the likes of Spusiso Lukele and Katlego Manyam.
Bayalithatha balifaka e-18. Yabandlula abadlali ihlangana naye khona laphana uKhalasi. Bayalithatha ufuna uNyex. uNyex alithatha ulisa phezulu. Hlangana naye khona laphana izandla zakhe uNozindi uLebu. Isasho kanjalo ayishayi indobe yakhe khona laphana uNompempe. 1 abafana bayo Isithembiso, 1 abafana bayo ekhona laphana Amandla. Kanti ukhumbule ekhona laphana ukuthi umfana ekhona laphana uPatrick ekhona laphana ushayile abalihle uPatrick umfo okamiso ekhona laphana amlaleli. Kanti ke na Isithembiso ekhona laphana zabuye naso uGift umfo kaSikhosana uTsupi adlabonga ekhona laphana abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso. Kumele khona laphana ukuthi 1 abafana bayo Isithembiso, kanti 1 namo abafana bayo ekhona laphana iAmandla ekhona laphana Mbukeli. Thathi intambo ngigoqa ngiphose ngijikijele ngizise straight phansi khona laphana kumbali.
Thank you so much to our commentary team. Well, it is 1-1 here. It is Amandla and Isithembiso locking horns here at the Robbie Ridge Stadium. It is the 3rd match of the day, so we are almost there. We are almost done with our first leg encounters. Tumi, what are your thoughts on what you just saw, the football displayed here in the 3rd match?
It's a matter of quality between the two sides being displayed here, and I guess the red card is gonna be the turning point of this game, especially in the second half, maybe also in the next round. But what I've seen, what I've actually observed with Amandla, I mean with Isithembo, so even from the previous game, the fact that they're slow starters, that should be a worrying concern, because you cannot always be chasing the game. That's actually one thing that the coach needs to actually needs to fix in this team. Factors which might be factors that might cause this team to be slow starters. It can be the matter that they didn't have proper exercising before the game in terms of the preparation. Maybe the players take time to switch on. Maybe it's also a matter of their legs having actually adjusted to the pitch. So it's something that the coach in the next game or in the next round, should they proceed to the next round, that they need to fix. But with regards to when you look at the opposing team, they started quite well. They actually start playing that beautiful football. Amandla playing those that off the ball movement. They are taking with the two wingers, the two Katlejos. They started quite well, but as the game proceeded, then we started to see them taking off the foot of the pedal, and they started becoming lackluster and non-existent. That's what I picked up from this Amandla side.
You speak about the players that are playing on our flanks. Look at both the Katlejos, Manyama as well as Umasanabo. Now that Amandla is a player down in their fullback, it looks like the game might just go wide.
Well, as for Isithembo, I've noted after that red card was given, that's where we started seeing Isithembo starting attack on that side. They're now starting to display qualitative superiority, whereby they were taking that side which was weak, and that's where we saw that free kick, which we'll discuss later on. It came through that side after the red card was given. So it's just a matter of now Isithembo will start throwing an avalanche of attacks in that side. The only thing that the coach of Amandla needs to encourage is either Katlejo MTN should not push more forward, but do what? Come back, recover, to play more as a wing back, or maybe request one of the holding midfielders just to actually slot in the middle, in between the two center backs, and one of the center back going to cover there in the left flank, so in the right back position where Katlejo actually left off. So it's just a matter of the coach has to now do some tactical changes going to the second half, because I can assure you more and more of attacks are going to be coming on that side.
And you mentioned earlier that Isithembo are slow starters, because when you remember their opening game, they lost the first game and they were left chasing in the second leg, and so they don't want to find themselves in the same situation, chasing and then putting pressure on players to outperform.
That was a defensive mistake by Isithembo, and Musomi in that regard. He did well, he composed himself, killing one player, skinning one player, but the intention was correct, but the execution was very poor. He knows that he should have done better. Him, such a quality striker, we know that the quality that he possesses. But this time around, it was Meko who actually did well in terms of making that off the ball movement, that long ball which was played. In fact, this is the first time I've seen Amandla playing that direct ball, not combination play, actually profiting them just to score in this time around.
You know, Coach Nico Hlongane did say, you know what, this is going to be a very, very tough game. And he came in here not even undermining his opponent, but he really did emphasize and say, we are going to need the senior players to step up. We haven't really seen much of Uketsogwake Masuku, but we saw that, towards the end of the half, he was starting to push forward. We saw a chance coming from him, but we need the senior players to step up. We need leadership.
Sometimes you need to take note of the tactical intelligence of a player, in the sense that everyone knows that they'll be trying to close down Ketogwake Masuku. So what he does, he just lays back a little bit, plays those passes, and the likes of Nyakal and Tutuzi will be the ones who be running riots. But this time around, it was a clumsy tackle, the second bookable offense, and rightfully deserving the red card.
Was it really a red card? I feel like we need to discuss that, because I was like, but he didn't even touch him.
The intention, malicious, and you could tell that he was not actually going for the ball, and hence that second yellow card was actually correct decision by the referee.
How much is that now going to destabilize the team, because you are one man down and it's the quarterfinals? So at this point, you don't want to be making unnecessary mistakes.
You can tell that the defense is now becoming frustrated, in the sense like causing unnecessary free kicks, unnecessary fouls. Hence, that's where you see Ketogake Masuku will be banking and capitalizing on such free kicks. And when you look at the stakes, you can tell that ball position is now shifting towards Thembiso, because we know that Amandla started well, but then Isithembo started to pick up as the game progressed. And when you look at the goal attempts, Isithembo towards the last 5 to 10 minutes, that's where they started throwing an avalanche of attack and looking more dangerous and threatening.
We know players such as Abo Zikot as well as Abo Ayabonga, who have been instrumental for Amandla in the previous games, but we also saw that in the first 20 minutes they were, quite influential, but falling back now. What needs to be done now in order to bring up this ball possession for Amandla in the second half?
With Amandla, they need one player who can actually take this game by the horns and actually not be intimidated, in the sense that, yes, we are one man down. Let me encourage my players and take that responsibility that I will encourage the boys and will continue throwing attacks to this Isithembo side. So that one special player, who is it going to be? It needs to be one senior player who has actually the experience and the knowledge of how to deal with such situation, because with Amandla, they are currently in a tight situation, in the sense that now they are men down, they're frustrated, the players are frustrated. The coach also needs to also motivate the boys and tell them that, guys, we may be a man down, but it's not over.
14 fouls and 3 yellow cards for Amandla, and we saw the kind of game they played yesterday against Itzalanang. It was like WrestleMania. Are these the kind of games synonymous now with Amandla?
These are the games that build character. These are such games that actually build championship material teams. So with Amandla, let's see how they bounce back after that red card, but they're facing a good team. When you look at Isithembo, so they're very solid, in fact, actually a balanced team. When you look at it's a mixture of experience and youngsters. And Nyakalo up front there, he's been key, very much instrumental for this Isithembo side. So we should look out in the second half. He's going to be that player that will be making those runs. His partnership with Mtutuzi will be crucial and key. And yesterday, the hero of yesterday, we haven't seen much of him. Yes, they have actually told the players to keep him at bay, but once he gets that opportunity, I can assure you, you're going to see another goal from Isithembo.
And of course, that the player he's talking about is Umpilo Patela, who of course scored that hat-trick yesterday, but he's gonna have to be very instrumental in the second half, because one thing you also don't want to do is fall behind in the first leg, because then you might find yourself catching up, and we know that overturning a result is not as easy as it looks.
Most definitely, with Isithembo now having a man advantage, do you sacrifice a defender holding midfielder and actually put an attacking player so that we can score more goals? Because you'll remember in the previous game, they actually were trailing in terms of the aggregate and they came back from behind, so they don't want to be in that situation, because in the second leg, they did find it difficult in the first 40 minutes or so. So this time around, it's just a matter of, now guys, what do we do? Do we quickly bang the goal so that in the second leg, then we know that we are comfortable home and dry with one leg in the next round? So I guess now with Isithembo, so it's now whenever they need to go big, and they need to start making those actually changes which will profitable the team.
If you are Amandla coach, what is going through your mind? Because every time we do interviews, the coaches complain about players don't listen. We tell them one thing at halftime and they come and do a different thing at second half, and then that's why sometimes the results don't come out the way that they anticipated.
It's a nature of most of the players. When they see that the coach's plan is not working for us, there will be those 2 or 3 players that are like, the coach's plan, let us throw it out of the window. Let's play our normal game. Let's do what we know best, and then let's see how things will pan out. If you are a player and you come up with that mentality, you better make sure that your plan that you're executing works for you. But I guess, like I said, when you're a player and a captain, you are also the coach inside the pitch. So I guess now there has to be that understanding between the coach as well as the players. Then the captain will come to the coach that we've seen this strategy might be working, so might as well use the strategy. But I'm very much worried with the defensive organization of Amandla. They seem to be struggling in terms of accept in terms of defending set pieces and corner kicks. Take note how many balls do they win in terms of when it's a corner or when it's a set piece. So they need to sort out their defensive organization. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in trouble. They've conceded penalties. And even yesterday, they conceded a soft goal whereby like it was an defensive error. So I guess it's a matter that that's something that they need to fix.
Well, Fish says that the team needs to tidy up and fix their defense going into the second half. That is, of course, Isithembo and Amandla. They both have a lot of work to do ahead of the second half. I mean, Amandla, of the two, is the most successful team, winning 3 back-to-back titles. And Isithembo, the most experienced with the likes of Ketogwake Masuku, as well as Abompilo Patel, of course, who was prolific in yesterday's game. So can these players step up? As the coach did say, that the senior players need to show leadership and lead from the front. Well, the scoreline currently is 1-1.
Binganele mpilingini namgele kunla pena isombe esasibili somdlalo lakhona gitima bona abafana bayo Isithembiso gitima nabafana bayo kunla pena iAmandla. Kanti uzokhumbula kunla pena ukuthi elilotho ngapha elilotho ngalena esacho kanjalo kwasuka nokho bayalithatha ibola balisa phezulu abafana bayo khona lapha Amandla uyaleka uBishop Tebule liphumele ngaphandle kumele khona lapha ukuthi si live ku Vision View kanti khona lapha mafuna ukuxhumana nathi sikhona ku Facebook khona lapha Phillies Game _ at sikhona na ku Twitter khona lapha @Phillies Games _ at sikhona na ku Instagram @Phillies Games _ khona lapha Mbukeli.
I'm intrigued to see how Isithembiso will now approach this game with the man advantage, because it's one thing to play against 10 men, but it's one thing to put the ball in the back of the net, because that's what they need to do. Whereas Amandla, I'm sure they would like to take a 1-0 draw building into the second leg.
Nango Patrick umfo Gamiso uyalithatha ngamakhanda ihlangana naye uBoyka uyalithatha uKhalas umfo kaThobejan baliqala phansi ufuna uTinyiko bayalithatha ngamakhanda Amandla ihlangana naye uKhalas uyalithatha ihlangana naye iCaptain umfana uTerminator uyalithatha liphumele ngaphandle.
Meso, the captain, he really needs to show his abilities as a captain, because Amandla need a lot of mental fortitude now because they are man down, but I'm sure they can be able to grind these results because they did win the Phillies games back-to-back in 2017 and 2018.
Nangu coach uNkosana umfo kaMasilela awutisibone ukuthi utheni abafana bayo iAmandla bayalithatha ihlangana naye uZikote alithatha akalula iSpanish ikitha bayalithatha ngamakhanda uRivaldo umfoka Fox ihlangana naye uPereza Ketogwake Masuku awutisibone ekhona lapha uNompempe uyambiza uSmash and Grab ekhona lapha awuzophalwa izophala insizwa uSmash and Grab ekhona lapha yellow card.
That's another needless yellow card to be collected by Lebito. He shouldn't have received a yellow card, especially when you're so far away from the goals.
Ayabonga umfo kalipita usitholela yellow card. Uyalibamba uNozinti uLebu umfo kaMohale. Uyalithatha ulisa phezulu. Bayasebenza ngamakhanda ihlangana naye umtutuzi bayalithatha balifaka phakathi abafana bayo Isithembiso ebafuna yena khona lapha unyakalo uZinompempe ekhona lapha athi free kick yabo abafana bayo khona lapha Amandla.
It's good to see Nyagalo showing some fights, that eagerness to win the ball. I do not think that he intended to injure Patrick there. His intentions were to win the ball, and unlucky for Meso was injured. Yeah.
nangu unyakalo nangu Rivaldo umfoka Fox River uyalithatha ulisa phezulu Rivaldo River ihlangana naye uzikote weqembu labo Amandla bayalithatha bayalihlanganisa khona laphana Amandla bayalithatha ulisa phezulu uzikote ihlangana naye khona laphana usikhosana ushintsha umdlalo ulisa khona laphana kwezokudla ihlangana naye khona laphana i-captain uTerminator uGawugelo uyalithatha ufuna khona laphana uThepiso bayalithatha bayihlanganisa ethi sibone nangu uTsuphi uyalithatha ufuna umisho umfo ukamtebule aleka laphumela ngaphandle.
I think Amandla needs to execute the tactics that they used for the first goal, playing roots one football to Patrick Meso, and Meso nodding the ball to the likes of Manyama everywhere you go, who can be able to run into those spaces. That's the only, because if they try to play a position-based game, they'll be punished.
At this point, nangu umfana uzikote bayalega bathi a goal kick yeqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso nangu gift umfo kasi ikhosana alihlabile igoli elihle umfana ugift umfo kasi khosana bayalithatha balisa phezulu khona laphana abafana bayo Isithembiso ihlangana naye usmash and grab bayalithatha ufuna ungwana anti sibone nangu ushavi uyalithatha ushavi ulibisela ku-captain anti sibone ufuna ukuyenzani ngebola umfana uTerminator bayalithatha kalula abafana bayo iAmandla esebenza uKhalasi balithatha abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso bafuna ukhetho kwakhe umfo kaMasuku uPereza uyalithatha ushintsha madoda uPereza kuze umsizika nompempe khona laphana ufunana kamerani kagogo a hope side.
Good wizardry by Ketsoga Komasugu on the far flank. He has the goods of the footwork just to eliminate a couple of defenders, but his pass is offside. Kosana Masilele, the Amandla coach, he looks very, very worried. And I did say that they need to play roots one, as you see there, Kosana holding the ball.
Out this one, Valtata, Bambera Panzi, Umfana Upoika. Bambera Panzi, Umfana Umtogozisi, Umfo Kamsomi. Nalo Shinjo, and Zenzagana Kunlapen Abafanin Bayo, Amandla. Bona yena ujezi nomolo form intiza khona laphana uTumelo umfoka Mogale 1-1 maleveni intizwa egijimile khona laphana ku play poison eqisha uye khona laphana urulani umfoka Mokwena kanti angena uTumelo Mogale phuma yena khona laphana ukatlego umfoka Masanabo.
It looks like a defensive change to show up at the back, and it's a very positive change for me because you can't afford to concede, especially this early in the half.
Out is born now, Batlanganisa, Itonga Labo, Abafana Bayo, Isithembiso. Nango Rivaldo, Ufunugenza Nepola.
It looks like a very long run up here. He's going to use a lot of power to strike this one.
At this point, Uyal Shaya, Lasebenza, Itonga, Lase Jericho. Abafana Bayo, Amanda Patrick Miso, Opunintiza, Okatako, Umfo Kamanyama. Baltata akalula abafana bayo khona bana besithembiso akuzumsizika nompempe khona laphana adufuna nekambreni kagogo a hope side.
Nyakalo is a wonderful player. I love his movements off the ball, especially his off the ball work ethic. It's just that when it comes to timing his runs, that is where he needs to check his offside, the offside calls from the referee, because always strays offside unnecessarily.
Bayalithatha abafana bayo ekhona laphana Amandla asebenza uKhalasi umfoka Thopejane bayalithatha abafuna uPereza Masuku athi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola abafana bayisithembiso bakhoza khona laphana unompempe athi free kick yabo abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla.
TP, I did tell you that Nyakalo, he has a lot of fights in him. I love his work ethic of the ball. He tries to win the ball, albeit he's an attacker. It's just that at times he has the clumsiness to injure a player when trying to win the ball back.
Ilele phansi ekhona laphana insizwa awutizibone khona laphana ngezolokhozi.
No, he stuck his leg out there. He tried to win the ball. I don't think that was malicious. His intentions were to stick his leg out to try and win the ball, but he injured the man in the process.
Uye umfana khona laphana unyakalo umfoka rapadu. Uyalithatha ipola ulisa phambili. Asebenza umfana umtutuzi umfo kamabaso. Izothatha iqembu labo abafana bayo isithembiso. Athi sibone nangu ushavi. Athatha kalula ipola. Nangu Poika! Ahlala ngethuba ekhona laphana uPoika.
He did not pick his head up. He just needed to lift his head up and square to Mthokozi Simsomi on the far left. It's a good chance for Amandla. It's encouraging to see them that they're looking for a goal. They're not defensive. They're not sitting back by any means. Look at there, everywhere you go. Katleko Manyama squares the ball straight to Mthokozi, to Patrick Meso. Eyes wide.
Baqala phansi elithatha uye umfana uGawurelo uTerminator. Bayashaya ngamakhanda uMiso. Uyalithatha ufuna uMisho umfo kaMtebule. Ufaka phansi ekhona laphana kuHazard uMpilo. Bayalithatha bashintsha umdlalo bafuna uTerminator. Adlala ngebhola ehlangana naye khona laphana uLebo umfo kaMohale.
Surprisingly, the top goal scorer of the Phillies game 2003, the current top goal scorer, Pino Pacela, with 4 goals. He's been very quiet in this game. They are giving him very little room to roam about in the penalty area.
Nango Rivaldo umfoka Fox River. Bayalithatha balikipela ngaphandle ngamakhanda umfana umtutuzi umfo kamabaso. Akala phansi khona laphana bafuna uRiver. Baleka khona laphana hlangana naye uNozindi utinyiko umfo kaBalodze. Uyalithatha ulisa kusukudla ufuna uSpanish guitar. Uyalithatha uyalihlanganisa umfana Spanish guitar ufuna captain uTerminator. Dlala ngebhola umfana akhona laphana unyakalo. Lwela kuye khona laphana umfana uSibhamu. Yathi sibone bafuna ukuyenzani ngebhola uPereza umfo kaMazuku. Yathi sibone nasi isithembiso. Asebenza umfana uThulani umfo kaMuseku. Uyalithatha ulisa phambili. Uyalibamba unozinto wabo abafana bayo khona laphana isithembiso. Baqala phansi balisa khona laphana kuMisho Mishak umfo kaMtebule. Insizwa khona laphana uKatlego umfo kaManyama. Uyalithatha khona laphana uTsupi. Yasebenza iRiver khona laphana emuva. Yasebenza iRiver khona laphana emuva. Bayaliqala phansi abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla. Ithatha uye khona laphana uPatrick umfo kaMiso. Uyalithatha ulisa phezulu uMiso. Hlangana naye khona laphana umfana iTerminator. Adlala ngebhola uTerminator. Athi sibone nanguzigode. Abona uzigode ufuna ukwenza ngebhola. Bayithatha bahlanganisa. Adlala ngebhola akhona laphana umfana uPoika.
That was a divine turn by Poika there. Engineered a very good turn there. The defender was left for dead, but he just could not get on the ball afterwards.
Athi sibone naye khona laphana isithembiso. Abona isithembiso ufuna ukwenza ngebhola. Afuna ungena khona laphana 18. Bathatha bashintsha madoda. Nyakalo! Albamba akhona laphana uLebo umfo kaMohale.
It was too straight to the keeper. The shot was weak, but great run by Nyakalo. He's the one who's doing all the ball fighting. He's fighting for the ball in the final third.
Athi sibone nakhona lapha umthuthuzi ufuna ukuzampela ayedwa khona lapha umlaleli. Amoshi phona akhona lapha umfana umthuthuzi. Lwela kuye ekhona lapha umfana uPatrick umfo kaMeso. Ulagela ufuna khona lapha uthumela u11 umfo kaMalefene Patrick. Bayalthatha balfaka phakathi ikhona lapha yasebenza ikhalasi. Bayalthatha balibisela kuye khona lapha uTsuphi. UTsuphi ufuna uShavi. uShavi bekathi ufuna uPerez amayiPereza. Albamba kalula umfana uLebo umfo kaMuhale. Uyalthatha ufuna khona lapha umfana uThulani umfo kaMseleku. Nanguzikhote yathi sibone nangu uzikhote. Uyalthatha ufuna captain uMiso. Yalthatha uMiso ulisa phezulu ufuna uBoyka. Yasebenza iSpanish guitar. Yathi sibone bayenza abafana bayo isithembiso. Yasebenza uRiver. Uyalthatha uRiver ulfaka phakathi enkundleni. Ihlangana naye captain umfana khona lapha uPatrick Miso. Bayalthatha akalula lithatha uye ukhalase. Ufuna akhona lapha umfana umthuthuzi umfo kamabasa shuka. Akhuza unompempe uthi maybe free kick yabo abafana bayakhona lapha isithembiso.
I'm very impressed with Amandla's approach towards the second half. I almost thought that Isithembo were going to score plenty of goals, but it's a very gutsy display by Amandla. You know, they are winning the second balls and they are feeding Patrick Meso, who looks to be a bit tired, but he himself is trying to create space up front for the likes of Msogozisi, Msomi and Katlego Manyam. Very, very impressed with Amandla.
Out is born nang umfana uLebo umfo kaMuhale. Bayabahlanganisa umfo kaMuhale. Bayalthatha akalula umfana uMisho iskeshe. Andisibone ufuna ukwenza ngephola ulibisela emuva. Hlangana naye umfana uSpanish ikitha former Highlands Park. Uyalthatha ulisa khona lapha kusugudla. Ufuna captain asibone nakumabasa khona lapha 18 asibone nathi Sithembisa ahlala ngethuba umfana uMabaso.
It was a wonderful ball there by Khalkhelo, and Mpilo Bacel should have punished that one.
Athi sibone nangu Amandla MTN. Amthatha uMisho umtebule ambeka phansi umfana uKatlego umfo kaManyama MTN.
That was a good run by Katlego Manyama with a little push and go. He knew what he was doing. He wanted to draw that foul deliberately, and Misho Mtebule deservedly goes to the referee's book.
Utisibone khona lapha ngehlolokozi. Uyabona khona lapha ukuthi umbambile uMisho inethubani insizwa ekhona lapha uKatlego umfo kaManyama uyezwa nawe ukuthi bathi MTN everywhere you go.
Well, Misho Mtebule knew very well that he was not going to match Katlego for pace. That is why he had to tag his shirts. And it was great play from Katlego. It was very smart of him. It was streetwise to draw a foul.
Uhlanganisa itonga lakhe umfana uTinyiko umfo kaBalodzi. Sibone ufuna ukenzani ngephola umfana uMTN. Uyalthatha uyalkoba e18. Labadlula akhona lapha yena abafana bayo Amandla. Lwela kuye ekhona lapha uPereza. Uyalthatha ulisa phezulu. Asebenza akhona lapha u11 umfo kaMalevene.
You can definitely see Tumele Mukhale, who came on, and he's just sort of marshaled the midfield area for Amandla so that his Isithembiso players do not penetrate down the middle, especially narrow. The likes of Keto Wakemasukem Tutuzu, they have to go on the wings to try and create some opportunities.
Nangu u11 umfo kaMalevene. Uyalthatha ipola hlangana nabo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Uyalthatha ushintsha umdlalo khona lapha ufuna umpilo umfo kapacela. Liphumela ngaphandle kuloko. Bayalthatha abafana bayo Isithembiso uRiver. Yalthatha olisa phezulu uRiver. Insizwa ekhona laphana umisho umfoka Mtebule kwamele sibheke ngoba unayo khona laphana i-yellow card umfana umisha umfoka Mtebule.
Definitely, Misho Mtebule needs to guard how he wins those balls because that was a serious tackle. It's serious foul play. Here we go. The ball is floated. That's a high boot. For me, I think it's deserving of a second yellow card. He should be walking. It was a high boot, serious foul play.
Uthi ufuna ukumshaya ngeCargo former Richards Bay United, former Thanda Zulu ekhona laphana champions. Ukhumbule ukuthi uyithathile umfana nalushintsho ezoyenziwa khona laphana abafana bayo eAmandla.
Looks like a defensive change too. Trying to add more numbers to be more compact, harder to break down. I did say that Nkosana Masilele, the Amandla coach, is a very good coach, tactical genius.
Pumayena umthokozisi umfo kaMsomi. Yena khona laphana ukamugelo umfo kaMasanabo. Bayalithatha akhona laphana abafana bayo Isithembiso.
There was no cut. It's sharp. It's fine. Proceed.
Bayalithatha ipola ngamakhanda lwela kuye umfana uNyeksi yathi sibone nanguNyeksi asebenza uRivaldo alithatha alikhiphela ngaphandle.
Good defending by Rivaldo. He had to come across and play that one out for a pressure releasing throw in.
Izeqala iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso bayalithatha abalisa phezulu ihlangana naye ekhona laphana umfana uGalasi uyalithatha uNdengeza uNozinti utinyiko umfo kabalodzi ulega phansi ufuna iSpanish isifuna khona laphana umfana uShavi uyalithatha ulubisela kuye usikhosana umthakathi uwendaba uyalekela liphumele ngaphandle kuloko.
This game needs a moment of brilliance from someone like Mduduzi or Ketogwa Kimasuku because if you look at the two goals, Amandla's goal was a fortuitous bounce of which Patrick Meso pounced on, and also the goal for Isithembo, so gives Kosane with a dumping header.
This one now MTN. Ahlala ngethuba akhona laphana uMTN. Ahlala ngethuba uMTN ekhona laphana umlaleli. Ahlala ngethuba uKatlego ekhona laphana umfo kaManyama awudisplay khona laphana ngesolokozi.
I give Katlego Manyama the thumbs up for the presence of his mind. His positioning was the right place, the right time. He just ghosted to outside the 6-yard box, but the connection let him down.
Bayalithatha ngamakhanda bafuna ugift umfo okaSikhosana ihlangana naye uBhaqela akhuza akhona laphana uNompempe nangu khona laphana umfana umpilo umfo kaBhaqela.
He's been bottled for the majority of this game. He needs to work on his movements off the ball, but I do give credit to the likes of Rivaldo and Lebito. They have just bottled the top goal scorer of the Phillies games. So it's credits to the Amandla defenders. I'm very impressed with how Amandla being playing. They're being very gutsy and they look very dangerous every time they go forward. The movement of the likes of Katlego Manyama and Patrick Meso has been very troublesome for the likes of Khalas Tobejane and Lesego Malega. I'm impressed with Amandla. They're the ones who are showing initiative. You'd almost swear that they're the ones who have the man advantage. So here are the goals.
Out this one khona laphana uzobabona abafana bayo khona laphana bawubambe kahle abafana bayo khona laphana iAmandla ahlabonga insizwa akhona laphana uPatrick umfo okamiso nale elihle igoli elishaba uye khona laphana umfana uSikhosana.
It's well taken goals. You know, Patrick Messo's goal was a typical striker's goal. He was sniffing for it, he was waiting for the loose ball, and he just poked it into the bottom corner. And gives Kosana, I give him credits for just climbing in the air and generating enough power. Looks like the temperature, like it's 29 degrees. It's still hot, but the sun has went away. It's not as hot as it was anymore, but it's very humid for the players. That's why they're having a sip of water, which is very important, and it's part of the safety regulations. So even the substitutes are having a chat, trying to rally their troops.
Bayabuyela enkundleni abafana bayokhona laphana Isithembiso. Bayabuyela enkundleni abafana bayokhona laphana Amandla. Elilodwa ngapha, elilodwa ngalena. Isombe esesibili somdlalo. Isombe esesibili somdlalo okhona laphana Mbukeli. Third game of the day.
There should be a lot of tired legs now because, as you can see, the players are just strolling into the field. They're looking very like a daisical. They're no longer running as they were in the first half.
Bayaqala phansi bafuna uShavi. Uyalithatha uShavi ulisa phezulu. Asebenza uRiva akhona laphana ngamakhanda. Kuyena kuye uRimisho umfo kaMtebule. Bayalithatha bayahlanganisa bafuna uSikhosana. Bayalithatha ulisa phezulu ofuna uNyeksi. Alithatha alikhiphela ngaphandle kuba i-goal kick yabo abafana bayo Amandla.
Amandla, they are playing with a very low block defensive units whenever they are not in possession of the ball. Whenever they are in possession of the ball, they push high up the pitch to add more numbers in the more vital areas, especially in the 6-yard box, in the penalty area. Very good tactical display by Amandla because 70 minutes have gone and they are still deadlocked with Tembi, so bear in mind they are man short.
Nangu unozinto wabo abafana bayo Isithembiso ulebo umfo kaMhali. Uyalithatha ibola ulisa phezulu. Asebenza akhona laphana umfana ngamakhanda. Ihlangana naye umfana uMabaso. Athi sibone nangu umthuthuzi umfo kaMabaso. Uyalithatha ujinga madoda. Ufuna uShavi. Uyalithatha uShavi ufuna uPereza. Balithatha akalula uThulani umfo kaMsegu. Nangu uzikode.
That's a penalty. Fully deserved penalty. I have to give credit to Thabo Zikode with such a blistering run, driving into the box, and it was a penalty. Lesego did tug Zigode's shirt. Look at that run, searing pace. There was no way Lesego was going to get Zigode.
Ambamba akhona laphana umfana uSpanish ikitha. Lesego Maleka. Atholela yona khona laphana yellow card uLesego umfo kaMaleka. Atholela yellow card khona laphana uSpanish ikitha. Uyaya akhona laphana captain. Ofuna ukuthatha irresponsibility khona laphana uPatrick umfo kaMeso.
Well, Tapelo, a wise man once said that you can never prejudge a football match because Amandla are playing that they're the ones who have the numerical advantage.
Out is born nangu uPatrick umfo kaMeso. It is born ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola. Meso! Abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso kanti lilota ngapha abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembo.
Pace, power, precision, Patrick, the 4-piece. Well taken penalty into the corner.
Abalihle ekhona laphana bajabula baphungaza khona laphana iqembu labo abafana bayo Amandla. Second goal khona laphana umfana uPatrick Miso. Nalushintsho ekhona laphana iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Yaphuma uPereza. Uyaphuma ukhetho wakhe umfo kaMasuku.
Well, Ketsuko Kemasuku for the second half, to be honest with you, he's been very underwhelming. Yes, we've seen 1 or 2 pieces of magic with his feet, trying to dribble past the defender, but there's been no end product to his game. He's not been whipping those tailing balls into the box, looking to create space for his other attacking teammates. So this change does not surprise me.
Uyaphuma umfo ukhetho kwakhe umfo kaMasuku. Yena usizwe umfo kaMofat.
Well, Sizwe Mafat is a fresh pair of legs. He brings a lot of attacking thrust and injection of pace into Isithembiso's game.
Bayalithatha ipola abafana bayo Isithembiso. Ihlangana naye uMisho Mtebule. Almosha ipola alisa kusokunene. Bayalithatha yabona khona bana 2 abafana bayo Isithembiso kanti elilodwa ngalena abafana bayo khona lapha Isithembiso.
Well, football is a strange game. A famous coach once said that it will kill you. You know, football can kill you because here we are witnessing a dramatic game, because I personally thought that Amandla were not going to score. They were going to consolidate for the second leg. But here we are, the men in black and whites are leading.
Bayalithatha abafana bayo khona lapha atisibone Tsupi. Asebenza akhona lapha umfana uLebu umfo kaMohale. Asebenza uLebu umfo kaMohale. Awutisibone khona lapha ngezolokozi.
That is what Isithembiso have been restricted to, taking those shots at goal. You know, they're always trying to take those gambles with those shots, and they cannot play those short passes behind the defense of Amandla. And I credit the Amandla defense. That low block whenever they are not in possession of the ball is why Isithembiso are now resorting to taking those shots at goal from distances that wouldn't really trouble a goalkeeper.
Bayalithatha ipola khona lapha abafana bayo Isithembiso. Lithatha uye uNozindi uLebo umfo kaMohale. Uyalithatha ulisa phezulu umfo kaMohale. Bayasebenza ngamakhanda Misho Mtebule. Hlangana naye ekhona lapha umfana uSibhamu. Ulayela hlangana naye umfana uSpanish Guitar. Awutisibona khona lapha. Yasebenza uTinyiko umfo kaMalodzi. Asebenza uTinyiko umfo kaMalodzi wena Sponelo.
That's a fine save by Diniko Balos. He got done very well. His ankles were well covered. But I'm very worried about the likes of Khalas and Lisego. They are very clumsy in the way they're defending now.
Bayalithatha ipola balisa phezulu. Ihlangana naye khona lapha uHazard. Uyathatha khona lapha umfana uMisho. Olubisela kuye uKhalas. uKhalas ufuna uTsepiso. Uyalithatha balisa kusokudla abafuna iSpanish ikitha. Uyalithatha ulisa phezulu. Uyakhuza uNompempe uthi maybe free kick yabo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Danginsizwa ngiyibona insizwa uPhutshane. Izilungisela ungena insizwa uPhutshane.
Mbujane played extremely well against Wotan FC yesterday. He was plugging where there were gaps in defense, and that's what they need is Isithembiso, because they look very vulnerable at the back. Also in the midfield, they are overrun by Amandla.
Atisibone na umfana umpilo Pacela. Atisibone Pacela!
labalihle khona laphana umbukeli labalihle khona laphana umbukeli 2 abafana bayo khona laphana Isithembiso kanti 2 abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla.
That's a sumptuously taken free kick by Mpilo Pacela, who gets his 5th goal of the Phillies game. The ball was dipping into the top corner. Keeper had no chance. He collided with the post. Wonderfully taken free kick there by Mpilo.
Alshaya khona laphana umfana uPacela. Alshaya khona laphana uHazard. Ukhumule ukuthi unamakhulu umfana, unamakhulu khona laphana amahlanu. Khona laphana ku Phillies game top goal scorer. Yayo khona laphana iPhillies game 2020. Umfana khona laphana Mpilo umfoka Pacela.
It was a moment of magic that Mpilo Pacela managed to conjure there. He was quiet for the dominant, the better part of this game, but he comes up with a sumptuous piece of magic. That goal will go down the archives of Phillies games, greatest goals of all time. I'm definitely impressed with that strike. Definitely a contender for goal of the tournament.
Mpilo umfoka Pacela. Alshaya khona laphana Mpilo umfoka Pacela. Alshaya Mpilo umfoka Pacela.
Well, it looks like the goalkeeper took a blow to one of his bodily organs. Here we go, the free kick again. I love watching this. This is a delicious free kick. The ball was dipping and it kissed the back of the net. The keeper did collide with the post. I think the side of his head. But my word, that was one hell of a free kick. Lovely free kick that was.
Khona laphana umfana Mpilo umfoka Pacela. Ukhumbule ukuthi ena nayizolo asitholela khona laphana i-hat-trick umfana Mpilo umfoka Pacela. Ikhona ushintsho alizenzakala khona laphana eqembini labo abafana bayo Amandla. Uyaphuma akhona laphana umfana uLebo umfoka Mohale.
Well, Lebo Mohali is still suffering the devastating consequences of that free kick. It's never easy to collide with the woodwork. I hope he's okay, but definitely was well beaten with that one.
Tata akhona laphana alfaka enethini umfana Mpilo umfoka Pacela. Lalihle ekhona laphana Mpilo umfoka Pacela.
Watching this goal is like unwrapping a Christmas present, and surprisingly, Christmas is tomorrow. That's a wonderful goal. I can watch it over and over again.
Uyaphuma umfana uLebo umfoka Mohale. Athi ulimele ekhona laphana umfana uLebo umfoka Mohale. Uyaphuma ngestretcher umfana uLebo umfoka Mohale. Awuthi sibone bafuna ukenzani ekhona laphana abafana bayo Amandla. Namushintsho bayamkhipha khona laphana uKhalasi uThobejane bayikhipha insizwa khona laphana uKhalasi ngena yena khona laphana uBongani umfoka Ntlungana.
It's a like-for-like change. Khalas, I definitely think that he should have walked in the first half. He was very fortunate that he did not receive a red card for trying to bite a player. But it's a like-for-like change, just to show up the back. It's a fresher pair of legs.
Ngena yena umfana uBongani umfoka Ntlungana. Number 4.
Well, I hope the Isithembo players are buoyant after that free kick because they were some minutes away from suffering a defeat. Surely it should buoy them now.
Uyaphuma umfana olebo umfo kamuhali. Ngena yena o kamuhelo umfo kamusima.
Kamuhelo is a very capable goalkeeper, as we did see him in the first games. He can marshal those posts, and he most definitely can communicate with his defenders.
Baya kuluma kona la pena abafana bayo Isithembo. Baya kuluma abafana bayo okona la pena Isithembo. Na insizwa ekona la pena ukamuhelo umfo okamusima. Ingathi uzubhlungu kona la pena unozindu wabo abafana bayo ekona la pena ulebo umfo kamuhali.
We can only hope that he's okay, because it's never easy. Like I did say, he collided with the post and it kind of hits him on the side of the head. We can only hope that it's not a concussion.
Athi sibone baliqala phansi iqembu labo abafana bayo Amandla. 2 abafana bayo Amandla, kanti 2 abafana bayo Isithembiso. Isombe isosibili somdlalo. Athi sibone bayanthatha bafuna umfana akhona lapha yena umfo kaMasanabo. Uyanthatha ufuna uManyama. Athi sibone ujika madoda. Yasebenza iqungane. Balithatha bafuna uSibhamu. Uyanthatha umfana uhlungane. Alithatha laphumela ngaphandle.
There was nothing in that collision between Bongani Hlungane and Katlego Manyama.
Nangudlungane, nangudlungane. Bayalithatha bafuna nangudlungane. Balithatha balifaka phakathi bafuna umfana umpilo. Alithatha 1-1 maleveni. Uyamthatha umshiya phansi umfana uShafi. Awuthisibone khona lapha ngeselukhozi.
That's a foul. It's deserving of a yellow card. He definitely kicked him on the leg and he did not get anywhere near the ball.
Qala phansi iqembu labo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Bayalithatha balisa phezulu Misho Mtebule. Uyasebenza umfana u11 umfo okama11. Bayalithatha balisa phezulu. Ihlangana naye uSikote. Uyalithatha ufuna umfana umfo okaSibhamu. Esibone uSibusiso umfo kaLukhele. Uyalithatha ufuna umfana khona lapha nakuSokunxele. Insizwa khona lapha yena umfo kaSikote. Uyalithatha uyalihlanganisa u11 umfo kama11. Ifuna uSibusiso umfo kaLukhele iSibhamu. Uyayithatha ifuna uMasanabo. Bayalithatha bayahlanganisa abafana bayo Amandla. Albamba kalula uhawu umfana khona lapha uTinyiko umfo kaBalodze. At this point, ekhona lapha nabafunikisa ilephola uSmosh and Grapu. Uyalithatha ufuna uThulani ekhona lapha yena Mbukeli. Nanguthulani umfo kaMasegu. Ufuna insizwa uZikote. Nangu uPatrick umfo kaMiso. Akhuza umsizwa kaNompempe. Atufunani kamrandi kaGogo. Offside.
Both sets of players need to switch on now. We are nearing the end of the game and they need to switch on and try not to make too many mistakes.
Bayalithatha balisa phezulu asebenza uMasanabo ngamakhanda. Ihlangana naye ekhona lapha uDlungane. Uyalithatha bekafuna uMoffat. Athi sibone naye MTN. Asebenza uMisho umfo kaMtebule. Asebenza uMisho kaMtebule. Yamuzwa khona lapha uthi hayi labe lophuma leliyana umfana uMisho umfo kaMtebule. bayalithatha ihlangana naye uPatrick umfokamiso ulishiya phansi ulishiyela uMTN yasebenza idlungana yalisa phambili idlungane uyakhala akhona lapha yena umfana umfo ukamanyama uyakhala khona lapha yena umfo ukamanyama bazoliqala ibhola liqale iqembu labo abafana bayo isithembiso khona lapha yena umfo ukamanyama ukatlego khona lapha yena MTN bayalithatha ibhola balisa phezulu abafana bayo khona lapha yena isithembiso bayalwela khona lapha yena esiswini alithatha akalula khona lapha yena umfana umofate balithatha balisa phezulu isithembiso hlangana naye ulisego umfo okamaleka uyalithatha ufuna uhlungane athi sibone hlangana naye ushuga yalithatha ulisa ukosogudla bafuna umfana umofate yalithatha ushintsha indoda yalibona lifaka eyithini akuzi nompempe khona lapha yena at home side athi sibone baliqala phansi bafuna umfana ukamkhalo umfo kamusima uyalithatha ibhola iyasebenza khona lapha yena usikhosana bayalithatha balibeka phansi khona lapha enkundleni bafuna umfana uHazard liphumela ngaphandle kulongo nayi insizwa akhona lapha yena umfana uThulani umfana kaZikode nangu umfana kaZikode uyathatha ulifaka phansi khona lapha balisa phezulu iqembu labo abafana bayo khona lapha yena Amandla ihlangana naye uZikode akhuza unompempe khona lapha yena athi free kick yabo abafana bayo Amandla.
Been very impressed with Amandla. Zigode winning the penalty. Katlego Manyama was able to create very dangerous situations for the Isithembo defenders. These movements of the ball has been wreaking a lot of havoc.
Ifagiwe imizuzu khona lapha yena emibili. Ifagiwe imizuzu emibili khona lapha yena ebhodini. 2 abafana bayo Thembiso. 2 abafana bayo Amandla. Aqala phansi ihlangana naye uThulani umfo kaMseleku. Athi sibone uyalithatha ulisa phezulu ibhola asebenza umfana uZikode. Uyalithatha uthika madoda uZikode. Ulisa khona lapha ukosogudla. Ihlangana naye uKatlego umfo ukamanyama. Athi sibone ufunekenzani nebhola umfana uKatlego umfo ukamanyama. Uyalithatha ulifaka phakathi ekhona lapha ufuna uNhlungana. Asebenza uNhlungana alisa akhona lapha phezulu adlala ngethuba akhona lapha umfana uThulani umfo kaMaseko.
He knew what he was doing there just to eat away the clock. So it's Thembiso with the goal kick. Surely the referee should be on cue with this whistle.
At this point now Onyakalo akhona lapha umfo kaRapadu. Uyalithatha umfana unyakalo umfo kaRapadu. Ithatha uya khona lapha ukamkhalo umfo kaMasanabo. Lwena kuye khona lapha uCaptain. Akuza khona lapha unompepe athi free kick yabo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Bayalithatha ibhola hlangana nabo abafana bayo Isithembiso. Ethi sibone nang uShafi uyalithatha ibhola ulisa phezulu asebenza ngamakhanda abafana bayo khona lapha bathi Amandla ambalithatha uNhlungane. Ethi sibone ufuna ukenzani uNhlungane ikephola
Baltata akalula lithatha nangurivaldo uyalithatha ufuna umani na ufuna khona phana upop tumula sibhomo balthatha balifaka phakathi akubona nangushabi ushabi ufuna ukuyenzani khona phana ngebhola balthatha bahlanganisa isithembiso yabona nangumfana khona phana upilo paqela balthatha akalula khona phana usigote yalithatha ujikeleza ufuna ukuyenzani ngebhola balthatha akalula khona phana uhazard nabathatha bathi what to touch football nasi isithembiso hlala ngethuba khona phana umfana umofat bayalithatha ipola balisa phezulu uyakhuza unompempe ekhona laphana uthi free kick yabo abafana bayo ekhona laphana Amandla.
Well, this game will end in a 2-2 draw. It's been a very enthralling encounter to watch. It's been a breathless 90 minutes of football to watch. I definitely enjoyed this game.
Abone bayalithatha abafana bayo Amandla ihlangana naye u11 umfo ukamalevene nangu Olisiho umfo ukamalika Spanish guitar awuthi sibone ufuna ukuyenzani ngephola umfana u11 malevene uyalithatha ulisa phezulu yasebenza iSpanish guitar athi sibone nangu jubula sibhomo balithatha akalula ibhola abafana bayo isithembiso elibone nangu unyakalo ufuna ukuyenzani ngephola uyalithatha ufuna ushabi asibona beza bajahile abafana bayo khona phana besithembiso balithatha ushintsha amadoda nangu ushabi albamba khona phela umfana ukamugela umfo ukamusima ngisasho kanjalo ayishayi indebe yakhe ekhona laphana unompempe kanti 2 abafana bayo ekhona laphana Amandla 2 abafana bayo khona laphana isithembiso.
Breathless 90 minutes of football, end-to-end stuff, a lot of fights between both sets of players.
Waphela umdlalo okhona laphana phakathi kwamaqembu womabili iqembu labo abafana bayo khona laphana Amandla nazo isithembiso iqembu labo abafana bayo nangumfana ekhona laphana umpilo umfo kapaqela ayishaya khona laphana free kick labalihle khona laphana mlalele ngimkhona kanjani naye ekhona laphana uPatrick umfo okamiso oyona ipraise yakhe namhlanje.
It's a well-deserved praise by Patrick Meso, the first goal, the second goal, well-taken penalty for the second one, and he ran a race.
Ukhumula khona laphana ukuthi 2 abafana bayo Amandla kanti 2 abafana bayo ekhona laphana isithembiso. Awutisibone khona laphana umfana alithathile ulebo umfoka Mohale ambona khona laphana uPatrick umfoka Miso sabonga.
It's a well-taken goal by Patrick Meso. He got there ahead of the goalkeeper and he managed to steer the ball beyond the keeper into the back of the net. Well-taken goal, good predatory instincts by the number 9.
Alithatha akhona laphana alifake netini umfana uPatrick umfo okamiso alithatha alifake netini umfo okamiso uPatrick alithatha abafana bayo khona laphana besithembiso alithatha nomakhanda umfana ugifti umfo kaSikhosana sababonga.
It's a thumping header for the equalizer. Well-taken goal. Any centre forward that is good with heading will be proud of that finish. He just guides his header into the back of the net.
Alithathile khona laphana ibhola alikoba khona laphana uPereza ikhetho kwakhe umfo kaMasuku ambona khona laphana umfana ugifti khona laphana mlaleli kanti nani linye ithuba elishaya khona laphana uPereza the very same elishawiwe khona laphana umfana umpilo umfo kapaqela.
That's a very good save by Muhali. He tipped it over the bar, he scrambled across, and it's a fine stop.
Kanti kena balithatha emathola ithuba abafana bayo Amandla adlala ngethuba umfana uMTN.
Great running off the ball by Katlego Manyama. He just coasted into that goal-scoring position, but was let down by the finish. He couldn't keep his shot down.
Nangu khona laphana khona siwona khona laphana yellow card umfana Olisiho umfo kamalika amdonsa khona laphana adonsa insizwa khona laphana umfo okaZikonte atholela khona laphana yellow card baze bathola nayo penalty khona laphana abafana bayo Amandla.
That's a great run by Zikode to win a penalty as he was tugged and expertly taken by Patrick Meso, who just side-footed it into the right-hand corner. Well-taken penalty by the number 9.
Alishaya khona laphana umfana uPatrick umfo okamiso basababonga khona laphana abafana bayo Amandla kanti-ke na libela bakhona ithuba labo abafana bayo ekhona laphana isithembiso umfana umpilo umfo kapacela athi sibone ekhona laphana kuyi-free kick yabo abafana bayo ekhona laphana isithembiso sabonga.
You know what, TP, Mpilo Pacele, they just churned out a virtuoso moment of magic. Excellent free kick, the ball dipped, and just as it kisses the back of the net, oh, that is sumptuous.
alishaya khona laphana umfana umpilo umfoka phaqela kula sibone khona insizwa khona laphana ulebu umfoka muhali aphuma khona laphana ngena yona insizwa ukamkhelo umfoka musima.
So these are the match stats after a breathless 90 minutes. The goal attempts, they are very even, 10-11, 5-5. But the most important statistics is Amandla 2, Isithembo 2. Over to you, Mbali.
Thank you so much from our commentary team. What a second half. Coach, I'm joined now by Coach Nico Hlongwane. Coach, you must be proud of your team's fighting spirit today.
Yeah, indeed, I am proud. They showed character and the fighting spirit were there. Even the mood on my players. Yeah, they showed that they want to die for the team, so I'm very happy.
Coach Umpilo Patela, what a standout player he's been. Hat-trick yesterday, that free kick today. Can you just talk a little bit about him?
Yeah, Umpilo is a good player. The only thing he needs is guidance there and there, so that he can be able to produce those kind of performance each and every game that he play. So I believe in him, and he knows that that is why he reward me with such a goal.
And of course, you started the game off a bit slowly. Amandla was very dominant in the first half, but you came out very strong in the second half, Coach.
Yeah, we were playing a tactical team. That team is very strong. They are very organized. So we have to measure our moves before we do so. So that is why we didn't just attack from the word go. We just have to let them play first, then we cage them, then we started playing when we see the space that they are leaving behind.
Thank you so much, Coach. At least you go in with not a loss going into the second leg.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Coach Nico Hlongwane. And I'm joined now by Amandla, Coach, of course, Coach Nkosana Masilela. Coach, what a game. Your team was so strong when you're looking at the first half. And just the dominance they also showed in the second half.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. I don't know where we lost it. The first half was good. We were supposed to wrap it. We were supposed to wrap it earlier. We let them came back. We gave them confidence. They started gaining momentum. I think it's the red card. I'm not making an excuse. And I'm not saying it's not a red card, no. But I think the red card that we got is the one that put us into the situation that we found ourselves in. Because we had to maneuver the system, we had to change things. Again, where I got our box striker got injured, Swisi Somsomi, and then it's where again the team went down. But because of we are using versatile players, we are lucky because our players are so versatile. So it was easy for us to maneuver or change them positions, the way or change system at any given time.
Coach Patrick Miso.
Oh, the experience is there, you can see for yourself. You ask him this, he's gonna do it with aplomb. Anywhere, it's wing back, anywhere. I mean, what a player. I'm so proud to coach such experienced players, to be part of them, without attitude, without ego, whatever you tell them, they do. I'm proud of them. The boys did well under the circumstances with that red card.
And just before I let you go, just an update on your goalkeeper. We saw he just took a bit of a knock on his arm from that set piece. Just an update on his injury.
Oh, that set piece. I wish I can see it again. I don't know how we got injured. What a cracker from that young man. Eh? Congratulations to that boy. What a strike, really. About the injury, I'm not sure. It's only now that I'm going to sit with the man down and find out more about the injury. But according to what I've heard, it's bad. And it's sad. It's not good, really.
Thank you so much, Coach. Hopefully we'll see him in the next match.
Thanks for your time. Cheers. Bye.
That is Coach Nkosana Masilela, of course, of Amandla. 2-2 is the scoreline here in the third encounter of match day 5. So these are the results thus far today. You First FC and Boko Haram locked horns first, and it was 1-1. And the Rock and Ndengeza, it was a goalless draw. And Amandla and Isithembo, it was 2-2. So it's a day of draws today. And hopefully the final match, which is Gwara and Abarondoli, maybe we will have a clear-cut winner. But at this point, at least there's still second leg for teams to redeem themselves. Well, the action does continue. Make sure that you watch all the live action on visionview.tv and DSTV Now, channel 245. And this is where we are. We are building up to our final match of match day 5. It is the first leg between these two teams. It is Gwara who will be taking on Abarondoli. And I'm here pitch side with Coach Ndabandaba. Coach, first encounter today. Your thoughts?
Okay. I think today is going to be a very good game. The opposition, they are also very good. I think it's a pound to pound. Yes.
Yes, Coach, you speak about pound to pound. What are some of the changes you have made to make sure that at least your team punches above its weight?
I haven't made any changes. I'm still going with the winning team.
And Coach, just your thoughts on your opponent as well. I don't know if you got a chance to see their match. Just your thoughts on the kind of game you are expecting. Are you expecting to maybe be more defensive, be more offensive? What kind of a team do you think you're coming up against?
Because of the pandemic, I don't know which side I'm facing, but I only know the name. Is what I'm prepared for.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Coach Ndabandaba of Gwara. Now I'm joined now by Coach Vusi Mahamba as he stands towering over us. And Coach Abarondoli, one of the most experienced sides here. Quarterfinal, first leg, your thoughts?
Thank you. This will be a tight game. We know them, we've studied them, and I think we've made only 2 changes from our yesterday team, and today I'm going for the kill.
You are going for the kill, Coach, but does your team have the legs, judging from playing back-to-back matches since they played yesterday? They haven't rested.
Look, I've got 25 quality players, and I think whoever that Ndengeza chance is going to give me results.
So how important is mentality going into this match?
I've got players who have character, players who have played in a high level. Most of my players, they are playing in APC and cleared Africa, and I think they can deliver. And I've got 1 or 2 ex-professional players. I think they will give us something here.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck for your game.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Coach Vusi Mahamba, who will be coming against the Coach Ndabandaba. It is the final match of the day. It is the first leg, and of course, after we take a 2-day break, and then the teams come back for their second leg on the 27th. So it is do or die, because you want to go into the break with at least an advantage as a team, and you don't want to find yourself catching up in the second leg, as we've seen previously. So the next 45 is up next, and of course, our expert analyst will take you through all that action.
Singena kanjalo ke konakele singena kumdlalo wethu wokugcina wosuku asike sithathe ithuba sinibingelele ngithi sanibonani sazoba mnandi kumdlalo wethu wokugcina sibheka udaba oluphethe igwaragwara abafana begwaragwara bamkela abafana beqembu labo ke Abarondoli kumdlalo wethu wokugcina wosuku khona la ikakhulukazi eRabarish Stadium sibonile imidlalo yokuhlukahlukene iqalile kusukela ngo-10 o'clock ekuseni kuze kube yimanje sesikhona sesingenile asijabule nawe kwempeleni kube isombe sethu sokuqala somdlalo lapho sibona khona ke umdlalo wethu wokugcina wosuku abafana beqembu lawo ke gwara bangena kanje ke nabo babhekane nayo ke Abarondoli bonke ke bathi balambile sibazule ke abaqeqeshi abahlukahlukene uyena ke uLinda Khumalo ukhulumile ngodaba oluthinte ukuthi ufuna ukuza la with gun blazing samuzwa naye ke coach okena ke Vusi Mahamba okena ke umqeqeshi weqembu lawo ke Abarondoli esechaza ukuthi nabo beze kanje bazimisele bafuna ukuzibona beunqwaba lomdlalo kuyoba i-do or die njengoba sesizwile bilokhu beshilo belokhu behlukahlukene abaqeqeshi abaphethe kona lo mdlalo njengoba sazi ke lo mdlalo umdlalo wethu ogcina usuku ukulethela bukhoma khona la eRabarish Stadium sichasa ibona ka abayo i-vision view siyabona ke bakhona abonompepe njengoba lokhu bekhuluma nabo captain babanike imithetho bayabayala babatshela ke ukuthi yini kumele bayenze ebalulekile uma bengena khona la enkundleni yakhona la eRabarish Stadium yize ke sikubhekele bona ke abonompepe bethu uReverend uyena ke Donald Mpakhu first assistant umthobisi inyembe ukhona second assistant Godfrey Mahlangu kanjalo naye ke a fourth official okena ke Charles Lewis ibona ke abonompepe bethu abazoba basilethela umdlalo wethu namhlanje njengoba sikunike ebona njengoba siya kanje soba siya kuyona ke a moment of silence yethu osukwini wana namhlanje yona ke moment of silence yethu yabantu abaye bashiya emhlabeni ngodaba oluthinta yona ke ipandemic yayo ke i-COVID-19 njengoba sazi ke lo nyaka azange ube unyaka omuhle neze ngonyaka ka-2020
right manibhodise ke amakhaya kundawo ngendawo ababukele kukuzo ke amakhaya umdlalo ozoba mhle namhlanje ngaphandle inkomathandabuzo onkululeko lo mdlalo ke ozoba lapha nkululeko isona ke starting 11 sethu samaqembu weGwara siyambona khona ke uNeoratlwakho uhambisana naye ke Sibusiso Simelane Sibusiso Maseko yona ke right back Nkosinathi Mthembu Nkosinathi Nkosana Katlego Rabathu Lihlohonolo Sipato Raymond Monama Thiniso Chauke kanjalo naye ke Sibusiso Mkhathini no Elias Munene eqenjini lawo ke iGwara kana ukubhekela ke starting 11 seqembu lapha ke Abarondoli ukhona uBenjamin Mathebula Thabang Mahlala ukhona umdlalo ke uNyiko Ongwapha Obri Ndukwane uTietsi Mahowa Cameroon Mkhwanazi uThabo Mathabela asiyabonga Mkhwalani ukhona ke Michael Sibilibili uThabang Nximba kanjalo naye ke uSimphiwe Mahlala Ayishaya impempe unompempe watasuka ke umdlalo seyisukile khona la kwelapha eRabarish Stadium iGwara bamkela iqembu lawo ke Abarondoli khona la eRabarish Stadium kuona ke ama-Phillies games ka-2020 asibone njengamanje ibhola liza ngasokuxele khumbule ke mina igama lami nguNkululeko ngokaPhiri Sibongo ngamisana kanjalo naye ke uLuvuyo ngena ke empeleni ozoba si-analyzela osukwini lanamhlanje uyaqhubeka umdlalo ibhola liza kanjalo abafana beqembu lawo ke Abarondoli asibone bazokwenza njani ngale ibhola bayale emuva abafana bayo ke Gwara balithatha baliletha ngakwesokudla abayo ke iGwara balithatha liphumela ngaphandle ukhumbula ke mangabe silandela kwinkundla zokuxhumana sikhona ku-Twitter it's @Phillies_games it's @Phillies_games naku-Instagram izona ke inkundla zethu zokuxhumana leza ibhola lakhe labafana beqembu lawo ke Abarondoli Tsimahoa othi nompempe bese ngaphandle alithathwe lize kanjalo ngabafana beqembu layo Hainena Gwara Adalthathe lize lakhwele ibona abafana beqembu lawo ke Gwara beza balakhela ngakosokudla ambona ke nompempe umqeqesho ke empeleni ulinda Khumalo usafocusile kuwona lo mdlalo esikuwona
khumbule ke ulindane Khumalo uza apha efuna impumelelo ukhumbule basebenzela ukuya kuzo ke i-semifinale zale midlalo ye-Phillies Games kwa-2020 awujongile ke imozulu apha ke kulamabala aserabarichi kuyatshisa iyabavuma wena Nkululeko iyabavuma ngenene asazi ke abazubethwa lilanga lamakhwenko wayo yona ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona Abarondoli
injalo ke kunamhlekazi kwami kusazoba nzima njengoba sazile ukuthi inkundla ayikho esimeni esihle neze yize siye sabona imvula zayizolo baye bakwazi namhlanje sibone iweather isishintshela ivuma wonke amgame namhlanje asibona ke iyaqhubeka umdlalo omuhle balithatha kanjalo abafana beqembu layo ke Gwara balihlanganisa balithatha balibeka phansi phezu kwebhola kuyena ke uKatlego Rabat uyalithatha uthumzela ngosukudla bazama ukushaya kude lelo zandla zakhe ke unozinti okuyena ke uBenjamin Amathebula asibona wenza njani uyalithatha ulethenga ngosokunxele liza kanjalo ngayinake uKarabo ukubona ke Abarondoli kuyena ke uCameroon wenza njani uKarabo ngaleli bhola lithatha ubisele emuva ufuna yena ke uThifo Malava asibona ngiyalithatha fantastic yalithatha uThipela ngaphandle kuzoba yona ke i-throw in
akuzuba lula kulamabala uyabona amaqela omabini asafundana awanqamanga omabini wonke umuntu udlala enemvandedwa wobana ufuna uyapha kuzo ke i-semifinal
ukhumbula ke ukuthi sikuyona imilenze yethu yaqala Balithatha kanjalo ke abafana beqembu layo ke Abarondoli nanguCameroon yena ke uKarabo uzokwenza njani ngaleli bhola yabafuna uyalithatha uthumezela ngosokudla sibona uyaqhubeka kumdlalo omuhle lize kanjalo ngayinanga uBhiza samkhumula ke lo mfana uBhiza okuyena ke uSiphiwe Matlala udlala khona ngale ke kwelaseBotswana kuyona ke PDFC yakhona ngale ke eBotswana yena ke mdlalo okuyena ke ujersey number 10 eqenjini layo ke Abarondoli yena ke uSiphiwe Matlala ukhuzile nompempe uthi alithatha ubeke phansi ibhola liza kanjalo ngabafana beqembu labo ke Abarondoli ngosokudla captain fantastic uzokwenza njani ngaleli bhola njengamanje uletha ngosokudla fumana nangu uThifo yalithumela phambili uThifo alwela abafana bayo ke Gwara bayazama ke ukuthi balihlanganise bafuna amathashizi yize ke inkundla engabavumeli kodwa ayibavumeli neze inkundla yanamhlanje
lephaya ke ibhola ngasemva kweqela layo ke ngoku Abarondoli bayicenga bapha ngasemva ke dibana naye la bhola Cameroon uyayicenga la bhola uza kwenzani ke pressure bayeza ke ngoku ayihlabe la bhola nansi iqenqeleka ingena boxini yaqenqeleka la bhola iyaphumela ngaphandle uthini umthobisi ngaphesha pha umncedisi kaNopempe avela kabaqeqeshi ke amadoda amakhulu azibisele ke apha afuna impumelelo azokhangela impumelelo
sibona bayeza ke kanjalo abafana bayo ke Abarondoli singaphansi kwemizuzu engabe emihlanu yibona ke abantu ababawazi bahlanganise amathashies angathi abalulekile yizwe kuba yibona abantu abafuna ukuzibona beza phambili kodwa asikakaboni noma ngabe yini engathi yathusa kumdlalo wethu wanamhlanje njengoba sibona ke ukuthi isombe sethu sokuqala siyathanda ukuthi sibe phansi isimo sakhona sibona njengamanje ibona bathathile balibisela emuva ngene ke ukwanga alithatha lithumela phambili liphumela ngaphandle izoza lakhelwa abafana beqembu layo ke igwaragwara bona usibusiso simelane alithathe kalula kuyena liza ngaye ke Tsivo Malavo Tsetsi Mahuwa olithumezela esiswini ufuna yena ke Raymond sibone bazokwenza njani bayakhuza emuva sibone balula abafana beqembu layo ke igwaragwara bangaphansi kwencindezi ke bangathi abheka abafana b'Abarondoli ibona kuyabeza ngokuthi bahlasele uma bekwazi ukuthi bangane bajumpe i-center.
onyanisile inkululeko babavalile ekoneni lamakhwenkwe ayo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona igwaragwara.
Alakhele kanjalo ke abafana beqembu layo ke Abarondoli akhuza unompempe yena mshaka buhlungu ibhola laphayana yena mshaka buhlungu laphayana uyena ke unkosinathi esikhosana yena mshaya endaweni engekho inhlene zeneze ingako kuyakhuza unompempe athi alithathe libeke phansi kusesene isikhathi uyena ke empeleni unkosinathi esikhosana weqembu layo ke igwaragwara abona abadokotela sebangenile bafuna ukumnika nje usizo oluthize khumbule ke indawo ashaye kuyo hey ayinhle nezeneze ngiyawazi ukuthi ize imchithele nemizi kodwa sithembe nje ukuthi akusiyona into enkulu.
Kululeko kubuhlungu umdlali xa ebetheke phaya kungenzeka mhlambe angavuki novuka wena Kululeko ngoba la bhola imbethe kabuhlungu ebhoxini emfihlo.
Yena ke Thabo Matabela yena kuyakwazi ukuthi ashayekile amagoli izolo ukuze bakhiphe iqembu layo ke one lion yena ke empeleni odlala kulona iqembu layo iBarondoli babanikile ke i-giveaway okuyena ke unompempe uthi awuqhubeke umdlalo sikaze simbona buyile enkundleni umdlali okuyena ke unkosinathi umfoko kaSikhosana yize waye wathi ukuthi athinteke Siboneke uyaqhubeka umdlalo omuhle awumadoda dlala ngomsebenzi abafana beqembu labo ke Abarondoli dlala ngomsebenzi abafana bayo ke Abarondoli.
Khumbule ke eliqela xa uthetha ngeliqela laBarondoli Nkululeko liqela ke eliphuma apha ke eKhalambazo liqela elaqalwa phaya ngaphandle ekamathandabuzo. Uyababona ke Abarondoli bazama uhlasela ngoku bazama ngandlela zonke ukuba banqonqoze bazama ukophula eladonga layo ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo lona eliqela layo igwaragwara kodwa bayithathe la bhola ebekwe phansi ibe nokuthunyelwa ngokusesikweni liqela layo igwaragwara phansi kwayo khona usibusiso la bhola usibusiso uyiphakamisile la bhola athi la bhola izawuthwana ngaphesha pha bayichitha ke la bhola athi yaqenqeleka la bhola emhlabeni wayo ke ngoko igwaragwara iyashwa ezandleni zakhe ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo Ndewo ayikhulule Ndewo la bhola ayibeke esazulwini sebala athi ngena kumhlaba ke ngoko wayo 40 igwaragwara bayithatha igwaragwara ke la bhola ke iyacenga ke ngokezana esazulwini sebala igwaragwara bazama indlela ke uthini nompempe uthi mayithathwe le bhola ibekwe phansi ibe nokususwa ngokusesikweni ngalamakhwenko ayo wena Nkululeko yona igwaragwara
Angathatha ukubheka wona eluvuyo into izobasebenzela abafana begwaragwara yize sibona ukuthi abakwazi bahlanganisa amathashies sekubalulekile ke kwamanje ukuthi bakwazi bathole umuntu ozokwazi ukuthi abe empeleni enka yabo kakhulukazi khona la isiswini ukuze azokwazi ukuthi akhiphe noma distribute amabhola ngokubalulekile ngale kwaloko uma kungenjalo anje sesibabone ba-attacka at any time sesibonile Abarondoli seyijumpe center kwaba amahlenga ngaba mathathu njengoba sibona njengamanje bahlasela lokhu bayalinga bagogoda kodwa ke igwaragwara yona ayikaze sayibona iyo attempt ukuthi bazitholele igoli ngakho kuzoba nzima kakhulu for iqembu layo ke igwaragwara ukuthi bazitholele igoli kule sihlombe esikuyona isombe sokuqala somdlalo.
Ukhumbule ke xa uthetha ngeqela layo Abarondoli baqala udlala i-Phillies Games kudala kubaqala kahle unyaka abaqala ngawo apha kuyo i-Phillies Game ngo-1999 oko ngo-1999 until today besidlala i-Phillies games.
Bona lapha yakhuza unompempe ukuthi bamdlalise kabi. Yakhuza unompempe ukuthi bamdlalise kabi. Usibusiso Mkhonazi athabuleke phansi lize ngabafana beqembu layo ke Gwara. Yabakhuza yena ke uThabo Mathabela njengoba sesibonile lethelwa ngaso ke slow motion. Isuka emuva ke abafana beGwara bathatha balithumela phambili. Ibhola ngabangozi baseboxini. Sibone bazenza njani? Ulamukela kalula unoZindi okuyena ke Benjamin Mathebula. Uthatha kalula uBenjamin Mathebula. Sibone yaqhubeka umdlalo nangu Thabo Mathabela. Alithatha uthumela phambili ufuna uCameroon okuyena ke uKarabo akigijimisa ibhola lemshiya. Basoliyeka liphumele ngaphandle kuzoba yona ke goal kick. Bona ke umqeqeshi okuyena ke empeleni uLinda Khumalo okuyena ke umqeqeshi weqembu layo iGwara.
Okhumbule ke kuleko xa sithetha ngayo ke Abarondoli inabadlali abadlala phako PSL abaphuma kuyo ke Abarondoli eliqala labarondoli abadlali abafana nabo Otshepo Masilela, abadlali abafana nabo Othemba Azwane udlala kuMamelodi Sundowns, abadlali abafana nabo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo Kevin Sibeko wayedlala kuSuperSport. Ngoku kutsho khona ukuthi eliqela lalo Abarondoli liyakwazi ucreator mntana sekhe liyakwazi ukwenza iplayers ezinekamva eliqaqambileyo. Yathathwa la bhola ebekwa phansi ufanele ithunyelele liqala layo Abarondoli bayithathe la bhola bayithumele kwaNdabantuna ate la bhola iyabetheka phetsha pha edibana naye la mntana othi yakhaba mseqanike pale.
Abona manga tuthatha ukubheka wona Livuyo masibheka lo mdlalo osanda kukhaba yena ke ubhiza uSimphiwe Matala odlala khona ngale ke eBotswana. Bangaba bambhekanga abe defense yeqembu layo ke Gwara bazothola basenkingeni ngoba umbonile kwimidlalo eyahlukahlukene ayidlalile uyakwazi ukuthi abonise ukuthi uyingozi kangakanani and yize sazi ukuthi yena akadlali ngapha udlala kulenye eyizwe lakhona ngale ke eBotswana uzokwazi ukuthi alethe experience yakhe nokuthi ayishare abanye abadlali adlala nabo khona la eqenjini la. Sibona njengamanje liza kanjalo
yathathwa la bhola ibekwa phansi yabe yaqenqeleka iphumela ngaphandle ngolo hlobo. Ukhumbule ke xa sawuthetha ngeliqela layo eGwara liqela ke elivela kula section ekuthiwa ithafeni apha eThembisa. Ukhumbule ke laqala ke udlala iPhillies games laqala pha ngonyaka ka-2017 kulapho laliqala ungena khona. Ukhumbule ke iGwara 2019 ibingekho akhange ibe khona 2019. Masithembe ke namhlanje bazawuza bezimisele ngeyona ndlela. Yaqalwa ke ibhola epha ngasemva kweqela layo Abarondoli ke ngoku la bhola ke bayicenga ngasemva nathi idibana nayo uSibusiso Maseko uyayithatha uSibusiso Maseko la bhola uyithumela kwaNdabantuna athi la bhola ithwani ngibani ngaphesha pha eqela layo Abarondoli liyazama ke ngokulizama uhlasela ngaphesha pha yaqenqeleka la bhola. Anti la bhola bayithumela ke gogo esasule sebala yayithatha ibeka ngaphesha pha lona eliqala layo Abarondoli bayigxotha ngasemva la bhola iqala labo Abarondoli nanti la bhola bazayenzani ke ngoku bazama uyigxotha yaphakama la bhola yaqenqeleka ithoni ngibani ngaphesha pha edibana nayo uSiphiwe Matlaba. Khumbula udlala eBotswana ke lo mdlalo uSiphiwe Matlaba.
Hebona into besakutshela yona ke wena Luvuyo ekuthenini abafana beGwara uma bengakwazi ukuthi bahlanganise ama-touches yona kuphela into ezokwazi ukuthi badlule baye phambili ngoba kwamanje bangakwazi ukuthi ba-attempt noma ba-attack basibonise ukuthi bazimisele kangakanani. Yize Abarondoli bona bayenza umehluko kancane base basondelile epaleni base baba nama-target kodwa uma sesibhekile bayazama ukuthi bahlanganise abafana beqembu layo ke Gwara njengoba bafuna wona ke ama-touches.
Kululeko xa uthetha ngolu ndibona abafana bayo inoba eliqela layo igwaragwara ba-absorba ipressure inoba bazama ufunda eliqela labo abarondoli ukuba badlala kanjani. Ukhumbule wonke umntu apha ufuna ukuya phaa ku-semi-final, akafuni ukudlala umdlalo ozombeka engxakini ukuthi angakwazi ukugqithela kumjikelo wesibini. Yathathwa la bhola ibekwa phansi ngala makhwenkwayo abarondoli bayizenza la bhola bayithumela ebhokisini iyapha kuye ke ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo unewo la bhola. Unewo uyibambile la bhola uyayikhulula isesazulwini sebala ithwani ngibani ke ngoku la bhola ke nansi yayiqhampa ngaphesha pha abazenza labakhwenka jikeleza phezu kwabhola yaqala bamthatha bambeka phansi banqanda unompempe unqanda yena uMekdi. Othi mawuqhubeke umdlalo uyaqhubeka umdlalo ke ngoku eyiphethwe igwaragwara ngaphesha pha ibhola uthe unompempe mawuqhubeke umdlalo wenze laa nto kuthiwa i-ball advantage. Athi ibhola bahlase phezu kwepali wakhetha okwakha amabhilidi wakha iCarlton Center. Ebezamile pha igqithe nje
yabona enye into engiyibonile ke wona Luvuyo engibonayo eqenjini omabili lamaqembu, into ebalulekile manje ukuthi bonke bayasaba uku-attack-a. Yize sibona ukuthi abekho abaye bakwazi bangene ebhokisini, abekho abaye bakwazi ukuthi babe nama-attempts. Kusho khona ukuthi bonke bayasabana, abekho abasafuna ukuthatha i-responsibility kodwa basafuna ukufundana. Sesikusona-ke isombe sokuqala somdlalo siyayibona imizuzu ehambile ebhodini ngaba 17 kodwa sikake sabona noma ngabe yini engathi iyasithusa emdlalweni wethu namhlanje.
yathathwa la bhola ethunyelwa akandaba Nduna yabetheka la bhola kaphesha pha yacengwa la bhola leliqela layo ke igwara nako bazama uyifaka ebhokisini la bhola. Uthini unompempe uthi ndibone into ithukuza kaphesha pha bayithathwe le bhola ibekwe phansi bayiyalo eliqela layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona ke Abarondoli bayisusile la bhola bayicenga ngasemva. Tsietse Mahuwa une-experience lamdlale uTsietse Mahuwa ukhumbule ke udlalile kuyo ke i-PSL, ukhumbule udlale kumaqela afana nayo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo i-Wits University.
Yabona Luvuyo makhuluma ngoTsietse Mahuwa, ezinye zezinto esiyasakhuluma ngazo ukuthi mangabe niletha i-experience enkundleni ezikanje iyakwazi ukuthi ifake i-pressure kuma-opponents wenu. Yize sazi ukuthi uTsietse Mahuwa sekadlalile wakwazi ukuthi empeleni ashiye phansi ngaphansi kwayo ke-PSL, kodwa ukuba khona kwakhe eqenjini layo ke-Abarondoli kuzoletha i-experience eningi kakhulu nokuthi libuilde i-confidence ebadlalini adlala nabo. Njengoba sazi ukuthi abanye abadlali abane-experience abadlali abanjengaye-ke uThabo Mathambela bakade adlala kulona iqembu layo ke-Abarondoli, so ukusebenzisa i-experience yabo kuzokwazi ukuthi basebenzele.
Ukhumbule ke xa uthetha ngoTsietse Mahuwa udlalile kwiprovinsi ezohlukeneyo. Thobisi umncedisi kaNompempe uphuma ngapha kwaZulu Natal, iphuma ngapha kwaZulu Natal le ndoda. Kuthiwa mayithathwe la bhola ibekwe phansi ibe yi-goal kick yeliqela layo igwaragwara. Kuthiwa mabayiqale phansi pha ekhaya, bayiqale ngasemva ekhaya akwakhumbule ekhaya. Bayicenga ke kwigwaragwara iyayiphakamisa la bhola ibe iqengeleke iphumele ngaphandle. Izabuya ke seleke ibizwa nge-throw-in la bhola ke. Sesihambe ke imizuzu engamashumi 20 lo mdlalo singekaboni inqaku. Lonto inoba ithetha ukuthini? Ithetha kuba lamaqela ayoyikana. Ukhumbule idabi ke lenkululeko, idabi yayo i-main line. Lamaqela omabini aphuma e-main line. Kanthetha yathathwa la bhola ibekwa phansi leliqela layo ke ngoku ithathwa ngabarondoli. Wathini unompempe kakuhle uMekdi wangapha ke eLimpopo la nompempe uthetha nabo uthetha naye uthi ndoda sukwenza ngolu hlobo andifuna ukuba mbi apha sukwenza ngolu ndiyakunqanda andiyijayiveli ingoma enganabhithi uyamxelela kuphesha uthi andiyijayiveli ingoma enganabhithi uxelelwa nguye ke uMcDonald. Yasuka la bhola ngeqela la igwaragwara ethwani ngobani ke ngoku la bhola kapheshapha iyayichitha ke ngoku iwela kugwaragwara futhi la bhola nansi igwaragwara ke ngoku bayithatha bayibeka phansi la bhola akhala ke unopepe uMcDonald uyanqanda ngolo hlobo uthi animdlalanga kakuhle omnye umntana uzelwe naye unegazi.
Bona ke luvuyo amafala njengawo alawa necessary yona into kumele sizi-avoide njengoba sibona sekukhona obhaliwe okuyena ke uNkosinathi Mthembu waziwe ngelikashuzi omunye abadlali abadlala kahle kakhulu kodwa sekazifake ngaphansi kwencindezi njengoba sekathole i-yellow card ayi-defender kusho khona ukuthi kuzomele ukuthi agweme into eziningi uma ekhona ngaleke emuva. Into engikhala ngayo ukuthi abantu banokukhomitha ama-fouls unnecessary so yiko njengoba sekayenze le foul wathola nekhadi sekozifaka ngaphansi kwencindezi unnecessary.
Onyanisile Nkululeko ngoku usifake phansi kwengcindezi uzaba sengxakini ngoku bonke abadlali bayo abarondoli bazamthagetha uzaba itarget yalo mdlalo. Khumbule ke imozulu ke temperature yethu ke apha 28 degrees Celsius lonto ithetha uba kuyatshisa apha kuyatshisa kakhulu kulamabala amahle kakhulu. Kuyafuneka ke abaqeqeshi benze elinye icebo bazama ukukhupha induku zabo abazifihle emqubeni. Kofaneka bazame ujonga induku abazifihle emqubeni ngoba ke uba abajongi bazazibhaqa besengxakini. Ukhumbule imidlalo ke edlaliweyo namhlanje yonke iphume ngedraw. Asazi ke lona umdlalo noba kuzoba yidraw lo mdlalo wayo igwaragwara nalo eliqela layo Nkululeko Abarondoli.
Asithemba ukuthi angeke size sibukele enye i-draw wona mhlekazi wami kodwa ngokubona kwezinto njengoba sikusona isiyombe sethu sokuqala somdlalo izinto zithanda ukuba nzima kakhulu yize sibona ukuthi bayasaba nokuthi ba-athekane bayasaba nokuthi balandelane so izinto ezihlukahlukene izinto ezizimba for omabili la maqembu.
Kuzaba nzima akuzoba lula kuwo omabili la maqela. Khumbule ke sitshilo nangumqeqeshi uthetha nabo ufumana ithuba loba athethe nabadlali bakhe abaxelele ukuthi masenze lanto besiyithethe ku-drawing board nothi le niyenza apha ningazenzeli umathanda. Khumbule ke amabala esikuwo irabarithi Phyllis Games 2020 ukhumbule unyaka ungakhange ube mhle ke lona unyaka obenele esasifo ekuthiwa coronavirus esifike savala yonke into eMzantsi Afrika savala yonke into umhlaba wonke wena Nkululeko. Kuthiwa bayithathe la bhola ibekwe phansi ithunyele ngamakhwenkwe abarondoli bayithumele ebhokisini la bhola yazamazama ikoroko bamkhabile ebusweni uthi mawuqhubeke unompempe umdlalo akho nto bamenze yona uthi mawuqhubeke uMcDonald umdlalo. Uyakhala umqeqeshi ngaphesha pha akayikholela tu lento eyenzeka apho. Sisatho sithi liqanda agwaragwara liqanda abarondoli siqabela kwimizuzu engama-24. Ibhola ke izawubekwa phansi ngaphesha pha ibe i-goal kick yalo eliqela legwaragwara ibekwe phansi nguTiyo. Ayithathe la bhola ayiphakamise amakhwenkwe egwaragwara nansi la bhola ke betheka kulo ke iqela legwaragwara ayithatha la bhola bayithumela kwanabajuda ansi la bhola ke iwela ke ngoko kuye ke ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo yena ke uThabange akubhola kaThabange idzwana ngubani ngaphesha pha ifuna inhloko zamadoda ayichithi igwaragwara la bhola yaqengeleka la bhola iya ngaphesha pha yabeke umhlabe kabuhlungu unompempe uthi mayibe yi-free kick yalo eliqela legwaragwara. umhlabile ngaphesha pha umhlabile ngenede umhlabile ngenede ngaphesha pha uhlatshwa ngumdlali one-experience uhlatshwa ngutsietsi bahuwa kuthiwa mayithathwe la bhola iphakanyiswe igwaragwara iphakamisile bayifake ebhokisini la bhola ke ethoni ngubani ke ngoku la bhola ke phesha pha yacekwa la bhola yayichitha la bhola abafana bayo Abarondoli kodwa ukakaphuma umhlelo ekhaya afike ezandleni zakaBenjane Mathebula la bhola ayibambe ithule ithi cwaka uthini uNompepe makube ngaphesha pha uchayisene no-goalkeeper makube uchayisene no-goalkeeper ngaphesha pha ngathi uva kabuhlungu hayi kube ngathi uva kabuhlungu sijonge kakuhle makube uchayisene no-goalkeeper ngaphesha pha lo mntana yathathwa ibhola ebekwa phansi leli qela layo ke ngoku Abarondoli bayithathe bayiphakamise la bhola bayithumele kwaNdabanduna la bhola ifuna bandise ebhokisini la bhola nalithuba yayichitha la bhola ababamhlela mntana uSibusiso Simelane kodwa ukakaphuma umhlelo kadibana notsietsi bahuwa ayitsiphe la bhola engena ebhokisini bazayenzani futhi isayichitha igwaragwara unkosinathi sikhosana akunkosasi bamthathela nathi ibhola uza nenyoka iphile endlini athi la bhola nethuba phansi konakala badlala ngomsebenzi pha kululeko iChristmas iza kanye enyakeni badlale ngethuba amakhwenkwayo yona-ke Abarondoli bazawakhumbula la mathuba anjiyana bazawakhumbula emva komdlalo
yabona-ke wena Luvuyo ayikho into enzima nebuhlungu ukuthi indlale ngamathuba uma sikhathi sisesekhona ngiyothi uma sekufika isikhathi sokuthi nikhale nobowazi ukuthi niwakhalele wonke lawo mathuba ebekumele ngabe niwasebenzisile so yiyona nto esiyibonayo enza abafana beqembu layo ke Abarondoli basesenawo amathuba amahle kakhulu kodwa abawasebenzisi njengoba sibona-ke nangu Pisa Shy Upright madoda Shy Upright bebadlali offside trap abafana beqembu layo ke igwaragwara kodwa-ke azange irevwe base bayarelaxa emuva yona izinto ezizoba ingozi kakhulu emaqenjini anjengalawo bafokusa kakhulu kunompempe uma kungajajwanga kuba nzima
elicala legwaragwara futhi lidlala kakhulu ibhola emhlabeni wami uyabona ibhola ihleli emhlabeni wegwaragwara ixesha elininzi jonga ilathuba eliyala alethuba yachithwa la bhola ukakaphuma umhlolo ekhaya yaqengeleka la bhola ingxaki yegwaragwara idlala ibhola emhlabeni wayo izabafaka engxakini lana ulele phansi ngaphesha pha uKatlego Rabatho ulele phansi ngaphesha pha umngene kabuhlungu ngaphesha pha ithuba ebelilihle bekufaneka balifaka labethi ipali ekhabile lamntana ethathe irresponsibility yena usiphiwe Matlaba
yona experience yakhe-ke ebalulekile nke engakutshela ngayo ngathi khumbule ukuthi uSimphiwe Matlala odlala khona ngale ke-Botswana kuyona ke PDFC so ukuzo kwakhe ulethe umdlali ovuthiwe akafani nabanye abadlali-ke yena ulandiwe ukuthi azokwazi ukuthi alekelele iqembu layo Abarondoli so yize bengishilo ngathi i-defense mangabe iyagwaragwara ngeke babeke iso kuye bangazithola basengozini kakhulu njengoba umbona wonke amathuba awatholayo uyazama ukuthi a-attempt uyazama nokuthi ashaye ama-target so yona into ezoba nzima kakhulu for iqembu layo ke-Gwara uma bangafocus
yathathwa la bhola ke ngoku ethunyelwa kaNdabanduna yachithwa ngalamakhenke Abarondoli yaphumela ngaphandle izabuya ke ibizwa ngekona la bhola ikona kiki yeliqela layo igwaragwara uyathetha ugoalkeeper uyathetha ugoalkeeper kaphesha pha uthetha nabo phansi kwala kona kick ke ndibona la nkwenkwana ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo nokatleko uyayiphakamisa la bhola uthumela eboxini ayidlala ithuba awu wahlala ngomsebenzi ngaphesha pha nanti la bhola ke idibana nabarondoli ke ngoku ayithathe bayibeke phansi amakhwenkwe abarondoli yayilwela la bhola igwaragwara nansi ngene eboxini la bhola uthini unompempe kahle ngaphesha pha ukhumbuleke esisatho sithi liqanda amakhwenkwe ibithuba elihle eliyabelithuba elihle wamfikela kuqala ebholeni kuthiwa mayithathwe la bhola ibe i-goal kick ebekwe phansi ibe nokususwa ngalamakhwenkwe ayo ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo yona ke abarondoli bayiphakamisile la bhola bayithumela esazulwini sebala komhlaba wegwaragwara anti la bhola ayithole kubani efika kubani ke ngoku la bhola ngaphesha pha ayithathe la bhola yayilwela ke ngoku abona amakhwenkwe ayo ke ngoku yona ke ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo abarondoli uthini uMcDonald uthini unompempe kahle iphinde yamchayisa naye eboxini lemfihlo iphinde naye yamchayisa eboxini lemfihlo kuzaba nzima apha azuzawuphakama na jonga la ndoda indlela ezibambe ngayo ndiworried uba uzawuphakama na yabona ke indoda ingahlala ngola hlobo nkululeko ayisoze ibize tu ayisoze ibize umama ayisoze ibize utata tu ibiza umama umqeqeshi ke ujongile ke lo mdlalo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo azozawuphakama pha ogqirha basesephezu kwakhe nangu umqeqeshi wayo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo umqeqeshi wayo ke lena igwaragwara ubajongile abadlali bakhe azuzawuphakama jonga indlela azibambe ngayo aze uzawubuyela ebaleni ndiworried ngala mdlalo kodwa ngumdlali ebezama ngandlela zonke ufaka inqaku for eliqela layo abarondoli
uyena mdlali bene bamsebenzise ke kakhulu wona Luvuyo yize sibona ke ukuthi defense yegwaragwara ayinabo abantu abade emuva so ubhiza ukena ke Simphiwe Matlala uyena umuntu omude uzobuya asebenzise neexperience yakhe ukuthi udlala ngaphansi kwamanye amaligi angathi aphezulu khona ngale kwala sebutsana so bangabe bazosithatha amabhola bawalahlele kuyena bazokwazi ukuthi basebenze kahle nokuthi babuye bazitholele inqawo amathuba baye bawathola kule midlalo bayidlalile uyabasebenzisa kakhulu yena ke umdlali ukena ke Simphiwe Matlala kanjalo naye ke uThaba Nqimba kodwa namhlanje sambona uThaba Nqimba uyena ke sekasukile kulona i-blind side uyahamba wakollecta amabhola esiswini aphinda walethe kuyena ke Simphiwe Matlala so bayakwazi ba-communicate kahle nokuthi babuye babe nayo ke i-combination ingabe izobasebenzela ngaphambi kokuthi kuphele lesishembe sokuqala somdlalo siyoke sibone
yathathwa la bhola kuthiwe mayibekwe phansi ibe i-goal kick ndibona phansi kwala bhola yena ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo bayiphakamisa la bhola igwaragwara iyacengwa ke la bhola ke ithwane ngubani ke ngoku la bhola ngaphesha pha anti la bhola nalithuba nakuzane nyoka endlini uzane nyoka iphila igwaragwara yenza la bhola anti dibana naye ke ngoku uMichael dlala ngomsebenzi uMichael ngaphesha pha ithatha ke igwaragwara la bhola edibana noKatlego Katlego uzenza nansi ibhola kaKatlego uzenzani ngaphesha pha uKatlego nangu uKatlego uyahamba uKatlego ngaphesha pha ayithathe la bhola ke ngoku yakuqala layo ke ngoku abarondole edibana naye ngaphesha pha usiyabonga ansi ibhola kasabonga bazani la bhola bayifaka ngaphesha pha qengeleka la bhola chwa ezandeni zakhe yena uNewo ibhola ke engasemva kweliqela layo ke ngoku abarondoli iyachithwa ke ngoku bazama ke ngoku bazama uhlasela ke amakhwenkwe wayo egwaragwara bazama ukhangela uzama ukophula eladonga layo ndibona eladonga layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo eliqela layo abarondoli alisebenzi kakhulu ibhola ihlala ihleli emhlabeni wegwaragwara lonto unkululeko into ethetha ukuba lizawugqibela lifaka inqaku eliqela layo abarondoli
bona injalo wona luvuyo i-back four yeqembu lebarondoli abazange baluze ishape yize bebeloku ba-attackwa yize bebeloku bahlala baphethe ibhola ishape yabo isahleli the way i-back four yabo ayikaze yayenza namaphutha njengoba sibona ukuthi uma bathatha amabhola abakwazi ukuthi bawalahle into abayenzayo bayathatha isida bawisa emasayidini noma bawalethe esiswini ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bacontrole i-play ingakho ungaboni bayenza amaphutha amaningi noma ba-attackiwe
nansi ibhola ebhokisini ngaphesha pha iqela la Gwara Sibusiso anti laphola ke iyaceka ngaphesha pha idibana naye ke ngokukatleko ukatleko ayibeke ngaphesha pha laphola ofuna abantu uSibusiso achithwa ke ibhola kaSibusiso yaphumela ngaphandle ngolohlobo sisatho sithi liqanda Gwara liqanda Abarondoli yaphoswa la bola iGwara anse la bola babeka phansi ke ngoku iGwara ezama ukuvula indlela ngaphesha pha nguyeke la mfana kaManene anse la bola mfana kaManene wenzani uyajikeleza uxela iZayoni ngaphesha pha ethatha yabe yayichitha ngolohlobo eliqela layo yona Abarondoli khumbule ke ilanga ngoku liyahamba liyagoduka liyakunina lonto ithetha ukubana ke ayabavumela lamaqela uba badlale kamnandi ngoba ilanga lisatshisa kakhulu kulamabala ethatha laphola bayibeka ngasemva Abarondoli idibana noNyiko uNyiko uyiphakamisile laphola anse lapho yacenga ke Gwara dibana naye ngaphesha pha yena uThabanga uMatlala anse laphola ithwala ingwane ke ngaphesha pha thatha beka phansi Gwara laphola Khululeko kubona kungazuba lula apha kubonakala lamaqela omabili ezama unkonkoza ngoku liyavuka ke iqela la iGwara ngoku emaqandeni anse laphola edibana leqela leGwara uSidiso ethi uyazama ngaphesha pha yabeka qenqeleka lephola ke yaphumela ngaphesha pha iphethwe ngutsiyetse abahuwa umdlali one-experience wakwadlala kweBloemfontein Celtic sengiyayibona luvuyo into yeqembu leGwara ekuthenini ukuthi bayazama ukuthi bawahlanganise amathashizi yize bangafiki la kule ndaba ufuna ukuzibona bakuyona kodwa bayalinga ngokusebandleni ukuthi bahlanganise amathashi nokuthi bakwazi ukuthi bathole ithuba kodwa ke into zabo azihlangani njengoba kuwabantu abakwazi ukuthi kwamele ukuthi badabulabe ibonda engathi li-tight elingakaze laluza ishape soloko siqalile azama ke unkonkoza nalithuba eqani kwepali laphola isecani kwepali laphola bebezamile eliqela layo bebezamile jonga la bhola indlela enhle ngayo masibone kakuhle la bhola engene ebhokisini ulamntana wathatha iresponsibility wayisikorisha la bhola yafika kungenamdlali wabeke uyayichayela ngolohlobo uSibusiso Maseko
yabona luvuyo enye into engiyibonile ezokwazi ukuthi ibulale kakhulu i-defense iqembu leGwara bafuna ukudlala i-offside trap kodwa abanayo i-communication yingakho bababhitha kalula kanje
ansi kona iyachithwa la bola apha ngasebona lethuba ke ngoko akaphuma umhlole ekhaya ebhokisini la bola iyazama ngaphesha pha yona ke liqela layo Abarondoli iyathathwa ke la bola iyayiqotha iGwara ansi yacengwa la bola ke yethwana ikubani ke ngaphesha pha Gwara ayicenga la bola ke ngoba bazama uyithunga lamakhwenkwe eGwara edibana naye ngaphesha pha la bola uSibusiso ansi la bola iyakuye Elias ithuba badlala komsebenzi isecani kwepala bola waphakama umqeqeshi uthi ngena lebhokisini uthi iqela lindini leGwara sanukoyika ungena ebhokisini mabaphethe ibhola jonga lala thuba ebelilihle ithuba bekufanele balifake ngaphakathi emnatheni yathathwa la bola bayibeka pha ephondweni lasekunene apho khona utsiyetse bahuwa ephakamisa la bola ithumela kwaNdabanjuna la bola izawuthona ibani ke ngoku ngaphesha pha isephezulu ifuna inhloko zamadoda iyayichitha la bola iGwara uthini unompempe uthini uMcDonald kunendoda elele phansi ngaphesha pha Nkululeko kunendoda abame phezu kwayo ngaphesha pha nguye igama lakho uSibusiso Maseko jonga kwenzeke ntoni ngaphesha pha. Oh, awuthi ke sibone kakuhle ukuba kwenzeke ntoni ngaphesha pha. Yathathwa lapho la ke gogo ebeka phakathi kuthiwa bayithunyelwe ke gogo yacengwa lapho la liqala leGwara antle lapho la iyaqenqeleka ke gogo yakaphesha pha aphuma ngaphandle lapho la kuthiwane kuthiwa izaba yi-throw in yaliqala layo ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo yona iGwara izawuphoswa lapho la nguSibusiso Simelane. Izawuphoswa ngucaptain uSibusiso Simelane lapho la uyayiphosa ngenene uSibusiso Simelane lapho la uthini uNopempe kakuhle kakuhle lapho la mayekoneni bese iphumele ngaphandle lapho la kuthiwa mayekoneni lapho la isekoneni lapho la izasuka ngenyawo zakhe ukatleho ramabatho uyiphakamisile lapho la ithwane ngubani ngaphesha pha anse lapho la ke iyaqengeleka ngaphesha pha phezulu esiphakaphakeni lapho la isemhlabeni wabarondoli phakasemva afika abahleli lamakhwenke abarondoli lapho la bazama uyixhotha ke ngoku abarondoli lapho la iyacengwa lapho la idibane naye ngaphesha pha uthabangi bahlaba izawuthwane ngubani ke ngoku lapho la ngaphesha pha. Yaphoso lapho la leqala la ke ngoku abarondoli bayithathe bayiqale ngasemva ekhaya kwakhumbula ekhaya kulapho ke izinto faneke ziqale khona ekhaya anse lapho la ke izothona ngubani ngaphesha pha hamba ke amaxesha ukhumbule siqabela kwemizuzu engamashumi anesibini atya lapho la ayifaka ebhokisini lapho la ke ithone ngubani ngaphesha nalithuba wayibambe yeka ngaphesha pha wayibambe yeka uBenjamin Mathebula lapho la yacengwa ke ngoku lapho la ke leqala layo Gwara khumbuleke ababale esikuwo Rabareche Phillies Games 2020 unyaka ke ongakhange ube mhle ebantwini abaninzi ngenxa yesasifo ke ekulabhubhane ekuthiwa i-coronavirus. Lalela thuba khathi sibone kakuhle bazama uyifaka ebhokisini lapho la goalkeeper wayibambe iyeka lapho la ayibambe yeka uyabona ingxaki yakhe uba uzawuqhubeka senza ngolahlobo uBenjamin Mathebula ebamba ibhola eziyeka uzalicula elanda incamisayo.
Uyabona enye into ebalulekile ololuvuyo ukuthi komele bakhumbule ukuthi isimo senkundla asikho sihle neze neze yize noma amabhola azofika ezaphansi kuyenzeka ukuthi imali zaphansi kube ukuthi ibhola liba bumpy so ingakho sobona bona uzinto isikhathini esiningi baba namaphutha nakanjalo nakuma defender yibona abantu ababa namaphutha esikhathini esiningi so angeze simsole yena ke uBenjamin Mathebula ngale mistake ayenzile kodwa ke kuzomela ukuthi kube ukuthi uyafocus.
Ibhola ke iyasuka pha ekoneni ngenyawo zakhe uNkosinathi uyibambile lapho la ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo yacengwa lapho la leqala la iGwara ke ngoku abazama ngandlela zonke ngaphesha pha eliqala leGwara sisatsho ke sithi liqanda eliqala layo iGwara liqanda abarondole siqabela kwemizuzu engamashumi anesine kulamabala ase-Rabareche yacengwa lapho la ngabarondoli ngaphesha pha uthini kakuhle uNompempe uthini uMcD uthini uMcDonald athetha abadlali uthi andikutyhalaka doda uNompempe akabonanga kakuhle ke umdlali ozama ngandlela zonke ke uba abe uyalihlasela eliqela layo iGwara yathatha lapho la ibekwa phansi ethunyela kwandabandula idibana ke naye lapho la ngaphesha pha yena ke uMichael anse lapho la kaMichael ithone ngubani ngaphesha pha ayithatha bayibeka phansi ke eliqela labarondeli wajikeleza aqaluzana uthini uNopempe wayivuthela okokuqala nokwesibili nokwesithathu uthi masiye ku-half time score sisatsho sithi liqanda eliqala layo iGwara liqanda eliqala layo yona abarondoli wonke ke lamaqela adlala esoyikana masithembe ke kuleko kwisiqingatha sesibini lamaqela amabini azabuye efundene onompempe bazawuthetha nabo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo azawuthetha nabo ukhumbule ke amanqaku satsho sithi liqanda ukhumbule satsho sithi liqanda Gwara liqanda Abarondoli emabaleni abahle kakhulu eRabarechi kulapho sikhona khumbule ke abaqeqeshi kusekondaf
It's still a goalless draw here in our final encounter of the day. Has been some scintillating football that we saw here on pitch side with Uhleza Matebula. Your thoughts on that half?
Well, let's be quite honest there. You can tell not one of the most fast-paced starts to this game as well. Both two teams really starting off on a little bit of a slow-pacey start. But gradually as the game went on, you could tell that, of course, Amarondoli were the ones that started to also play on the front footer as well. In the 27th minute, that's when they started to gear up and notch, play the right type of football, going forward as well, trying to penetrate, finding those gaps and spaces behind the defense of Gwara. But in all aspects, it was a case of where was the goal going to come from, either from the left-hand flank or the right-hand flank, because they've been utilizing them, exploiting the gaps in and in between. What I'm quite fascinated about is that front two pairing, Imba as well as Spiwe. They've been doing fantastically. They've been making life difficult, of course, from Tembo and Masego. Spusiso at times he's been caught wanting, he's been ball watching, caught napping in some instances, hasn't been challenging the ball very well. Elias has been isolated up front there. Every time whenever he gets the ball, he's not getting any support, of course, from his midfield. Makatini. Raymond is awfully quiet again here today, you can tell. But in all aspects, it wasn't one of the most greatest pacey starts to the game. But in the 27th minute, that's when, of course, Amarondoli started to dominate and dictate the pace of the game.
When you look at players like Chris Mabunda, he's still on the bench. And this is a player, when you look at what he's done in the previous games, he's changed the complexion of the game and added influence into his team. But coach maybe thought, not in the starting 11, not this time around.
Yeah, most definitely, of course, a player with intellectual brilliance, of course, smart, bright as well. He can really change things. But here was the first opportunity that fell kindly, of course, to Gwara having to take shots out of the box as well. That's how tight this match has been. Tightly congested, especially in the middle of the park. You can tell it's been a little bit compact as well.
And when you also look at the players that have been doing right for the Gwara, we speak of Elias Munene. How problematic has he been?
He's been holding on to the ball, most certainly up front there, but he hasn't been getting the right type of support from the likes of Raymond and Makatini. There was a glorious chance that fell kindly, of course, to the one and only Spiwe. Unfortunately, the upright coming to the rescue of Amarondoli. They will know, of course, Gwara, if I may to say, they will know the importance of keeping him at bay and making sure they keep a very close eye on him.
Of course, Gwara has some strong players. I mean, when you also look at Ndengeza, this, of course, is a player that won with Isithembo last season. So this is a champion-winning player. So these are the kind of players you want on your side.
You know, Mbali, when you talk about G-string, you're talking about a brilliant car. You remember BM? You know, hey, BM. That car was really a good, sprinter, of course, back in the days, and everybody wanted to ride it. But unfortunately, this time around, nobody wants to ride the goals here.
And when you also look at Uspiwe Mdluli, this is the player who got a red card in the opening game, and so these are the games where you also want to trade carefully. We don't want yellow cards. Most certainly, of course. We know that if you do pick up a caution, you have to be very, very symptomatic. And when you think of the strength of Abarondoli, when you look at their previous game, they had to come from behind. But goodness, coach Vusi Mahamba said, you know what? We may have fallen short in the opening game against One Lion, but we will come out stronger. And so this is a team that knows how to win, knows how to change the complexion of the game when it's necessary.
Well, of course, the ball possession speaks a lot. But when we look at the goal attempts, yes, they are 4 apiece. But look at the target. It's 2 for Gwara and Amarondoli. Nothing.
It's been a fairly evenly matched game because there's no clear dominance from one team to another.
Most certainly, we spoke about the pace of the game. Really didn't start on the front foot. They really didn't have that intensity and tempo about it. Probably somebody who can dictate the pace of the game inside that middle of the park, maybe battle. And but it tells you of a different perspective view when you get to look at it. But you know, I always say that football has a very funny way of revealing things and showing things. It's a very cruel sport. One error and one mistake, you could get punished here.
You speaking about the tempo. This game, I'm sure, lacks the tempo of the Ndengeza game. A team that knows that from the onset they play a high tempo game, and so a bit lacking here.
Yeah, I alluded, of course, when we started to discuss, you know, about of course how things have been, and in terms of the pace, very slow pace start to the game, not really fast game, but around the 27th minute, 28th minute, that's when Amarondoli started to look much more livelier, started to use the width of the pitch to their advantage, starting to play those pickpockets of spaces like I alluded and said. They were getting behind and exploiting the gaps as well, finding room. The only time they've really looked dangerous and threatful was Pure's, of course, his shot there around the 29th minute. That's when, of course, things started to take a little sudden change. But just before halftime break, 5 minutes to halftime break, Gwara then started to also look lively, started to press a little bit, playing quite a high line and making sure that they are dominant. But it's a case now of the coaches. It's up to them now, really speaking to their players in terms of telling them that can they be able to then just give us a go here so that it can open up the game a little bit so we can enjoy ourselves out here, because a goal in this game will definitely put a little bit much more pressure on the opposition, and they'll have to come out. But they need to be very smart about coming out, not leaving gaps and spaces behind them, and being wary and smart and bright about it.
4 shots on target for both teams, and I spoke about the fact that there's no clear dominance from either side. But who do these teams have in their arsenal in order to convert some of those chances? We've already seen 3 of the matches before. It's all draws, so that already speaks about the level of competition here.
Everybody is holding a very tight contest. Nobody wants to go home with a loss, and nobody wants to go home having to come back in the second leg, having to trail behind. So that's important, so that it also gives you that certain moral. But in the second leg, I'm quite sure that everybody that's going to be playing here, they know it's either you are going home or you are going through to the next round.
So if you are then the coach of Abarondoli, what are you saying at halftime to your team right now?
It's a case of mental capacity now, the work ethic, the desire, the zeal, the eagerness, the willingness, the sharpness, getting inside that field of play, making sure that we are winning everything in terms of aerial battles, in terms of 50-50 challenges, getting in the right type of spaces, making sure that we trouble the defense, either or, getting a goal, having to also protect our lead. It's vital and important and very crucial in terms of protecting the lead. It's very important. If you are able to protect the lead and being able to play as a unit, defend as a unit, attack as a unit, absorb the pressure, and being able to keep the shape and reshuffle the shape, and making sure that everybody, when you are defending, you are behind the ball, so that you do not allow the opposition to come at you, and especially when the opposition is in your half, because we know that they're going to play the ball much more quicker and faster into the wide areas, probably channel it in through. So that tells you a different perspective view. They will need to have that desire, that eagerness, the coach having to give them that right type of mental capacity in terms of their attitude, their mindset. We know that sometimes the legs do not carry you, but the heart and the mind will carry you through.
Analyst extraordinaire Hleza Mathebula speaks about the mindset, and we know the pressure is on both these teams because we are going into the break. But as I did mention earlier, that they want to get into the break on the front foot. Nobody wants to play catch up in the second leg because nothing is guaranteed. And so the next 45 is up next.
Right ke sibuyile ke kwisiqingatha sesibini emabaleni amahle kakhulu eRabareche. Into benithethe ngayo ke imbozulu ke kulamabala yabavumela ke lamaqela omabini ukuba engenza izinto jonga uMcDonald linene uMcDonald ambona uhlohle kakuhle la Sompempe ukhumbule ke ubuya ngapha wena Nkululeko ngapha eLimpopo noPempe ukhumbule une level 5 werefinge ufanele abe no level 6 uze angene pha kwimidlalo ePSL okanye eMDC. Kuzaba nzima ke ngaphandle kwamathandela kuyafuneka ke abaqeqeshi bazame ukukhupha induku abasifihle emqubeni. Kuyafuneka bazame ukukhupha induku zabo abasifihle emqubeni. Ukhumbule ke xa sithetha ngomqeqeshi Abarondoli unabadlali abafana naye uElliot Namathande odlala kuBlack Leopards angamfaka kwesi siqingatha sesibini umqeqeshi wabarondoli azame utshintsha iqela lakhe sukile ngenene ibhola ngaphesha pha wena Nkululeko. Yathathwa ke laphola ke kuthiwa mayiphosa leqela leKhorakora ayiphosa makhwenkwe Khorakora laphola edibana naye ke lamntana ke Raymond yaqingaleka laphola bayifaka ebhoksini ethobani ke laphola ke yayithatha ke ngoku Amarondoli bayithumela abantu abathula ayibambe sezulu sebala laphola ebanjwe nguye ke uSiphiwe ampa ke amaxesha akukho lula kuyafuneka abaqeqeshi Nkululeko abaqeqeshi noba abanabo abanye abadlali abangabafaka uba batshintshe lo mdlalo ngoba ndibona ngathi abadlali abalapha ebaleni bayoyikana Nkululeko.
Yabona Luvuyo masingena kwisombe sesibili somdlalo isona sikhathi esihle kakhulu nezeneze ekuthenini bakwazi ukuthi benze ushintsho ukuze sokwazi ukuthi sibone ukuthi abobani bazokwazi ukuthi ba-attack abanye. Ukhumbule sisakhuluma ngokuthi abaqeqeshi noma amaqembu asenkundleni bayasabana because isikhathi sibabona aba-attackana. So asithembe ukuthi njengoba sazi ukuthi emabhenjini kuhlukahlukene bazokwazi ukuthi balethe abantu abazokwazi balethe ushintsho kuwo omabili lamaqembu kuyona-ke igwaragwara nakanjalo kulona iqembu layo i-Abarondoli.
Ngoba xa ndijonga phaa ebhentshini yayo igwaragwara bakhona abadlali abafana noSimpiwe Khale ukhona uSimpiwe Mdloli abadlali abangawutshintsha umdlalo wayo igwaragwara. 2020 Phyllis Games sise Rabareche apho osikhoyo emabaleni amahle kuthiwa mayithathwe laphola ibe i-goal kick eliqala layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona Abarondoli ayithatha laphola bayibeka phaa koTietsi Mahuwa ayithumela kwaNdamandlula esesazulu semali yayithatha ngoku igwaragwara laphola yacengwa laphola bafaka ebhoksini alithuba afike ehlele phakasemva ngoku laphola dibana noTietsi Mahuwa ayithathe ayibeke ngasemva laphola yethatha igwaragwara uzanenyuka iphila ebhoksini ayithatha bayikhuphela ngaphandle ayikhuphela ngaphandle ezenayo inyoka iphila khuphuleke amabaleni amahle kakhulu akukho olula laphola epha ekoneni yaphakanyiswa laphola nakhe ithuba fike khona uyayibamba laphola ngenene lomfoka leyo. Khuphuleke ama-Phyllis Games ke aqala ngo-1992 athi laphola efaka ebhoksini ithole kubanike kwangaphesha athi phola yawa ngaphesha kuthini noMpempe uthi bawuqhubeke umdlalo yacengwa laphola igwaragwara ake ngoku yathatha ke ngabarondoli laphola ayibeka esazulwini sebala. Uyabona ke xa ndiwujongile lo mdlalo ingathi akuzobakho amanqaku apha Nkululeko izawuba yi-draw futhi.
Bona luvuyo mangabe sukuyela sibe nengidraw yesine ngosuku kusho khona ukuthi hawu namhlanje amanqaku alile ukuthi angene ngoba kusho khona kodwa ke sengibonile ke ngomabili lamaqembu sebayazama luvuyo ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi badlale ibhola bayazama ukuthi bahlanganise amathashes yize isimo senkundla singekho sihle kodwa sibonile ke bakwazi ukuthi balokhu baphasana khona lana la basadlali ama-aerial ball kodwa bayazama ukuthi bahlanganise amathashes okungaba into ongakwazi ukuthi kube lula for ukuthi bona bakwazi ukuthi ba-create ama-chances uma befika phambili.
Enjalo Nkululeko Butha bayithathe la bola iphoswe ayifake boxini la bola iyachitha igwara iyakukostat la bola ayithatha bayibeka phansi ke ngoku Abarondoli la bola ayithatha bayithumela kuyeke uNico wenzani ngaphesha pokatiko uzama udlula kuyehla la bola hansi bola yakhe iqengeleka njengeqelani ihamba yodwa ayithatha bayifake eboxini lona iqala labarondole yacengwa la bola ke alithuba iseqamkafani la bola iseqamkafani belithuba elihle eliyankululeko lokuba bafake inqaku jonga la bola ithuba elihle jonga la bola eboxini 18 uyakhama yabetheka uyabona la bola ilahle i-direction kobetheka phaa kwela donga layo igwara
yabona ngike ngakhuluma ngoThabo Mathapela walithola igoli ithuba izolo ngenkathi bedlala iqembu lakhe One Lion kodwa wakwazi ukuthi alisebenzise yize ngisho ukuthi uba ingozi kakhulu uThabo Mathapela mangabe nimthola nimnike amathuba anjengalawo
iyaphakama ibhola ekoneni ibethwa ngenhloko la bola awukakaphuma umhlelo ekhaya iyaqothwa la bola leliqela layo ke ngoku igwara bahamba nayo ke ngoku igwara kaphesha pha eqengeleka la bola izawuthola ibani kaphesha pha la bola ke izama ichitha kaphesha pha iyasebenza pha ngasemva uNico antya la bola phezulu esipakapakele uthi uMcDonald uthi ndibone into ithukuza kaphesha pha ithuba elihle ebhoksini adlala komsebenzi kaphesha pha badlala komsebenzi kaphesha pha jonga kakuhle la bola igwara ingene ebhoksini ihlasela la bola utyibilikile noba ngenxa uba kunethile kamabala utyibilikile phaa eboxini bakhange atyibilike phaya bekufaneka la bola aluze icontrol bekufaneka la bola ibizwa ngaphakathi emnatheni la bola ke natya phezulu ebethwa ngentloko ngamakhwenkwe egwara ethweni ubani ke ngoku la bola ngaphesha apha gwara bayithathe bayithumele kodwa bathule la bola nathi iqengeleka njengentandane la bola yabeke ibizwa ngaphandle sisatsho ke sithi liqanda gwara liqanda Abarondoli sisatho sithi Philiskeli 20 Hempoli ibetheke esandleni la bola ibetheke esandleni la bola ayilongo lona ipenalty kodwa ibetheke esandleni la bola usithini uNompempe uthini uMcD uthi uyibonile ngenene athi sibone kakuhle la bola jonga khangela engena ezama ukungena eboxini ibetheke esandleni la bola awuthi sibone kahle ukuthi akekho eboxini lo mdlali athi sibone akekho eboxini lo mdlali ebengekho eboxini kuleko ibetheke engaphandle yena wangena eboxini
isandla besingaphandle kobhokisi so ingakho-ke sibona uNompempe angayikhombanga emlotheni wabanika i-free kick yize kuyi-free kick kodwa kungaba i-free kick ingaba ingozi kakhulu njengoba sibona-ke ngiye ngasho ngabadlali beqembu legwaragwara ukuthi bafishane kakhulu abadlali njengoba sibona nasebondeni kunabantu abafishane bangabe kungenzeka ukuthi kube nokuhlakanipha singabona iqembu lebarondoli bazitholela igoli lokuqala namhlanje
ndibona abadlali abane-experience phezu kwala bhola ndibona yena ngokwakhe uMathapela uthando Mathapela phezu kwebhola ekhabile kaphesha pha yafika ehleli uNeo jonga la bhola ekhabe kakuhle ebethe erufini lapho labetheka ku-crossbar kodwa ke uyithintile ngaphesha pha uniyo lapho la unewo uyithintile lapho la Thoma ithathe lapho la ibeka phansi thumela boxini lapho la isencane kwefali lapho la ukhumbule ke Nkululeko nangu umqeqeshi wawo Abarondoli ebabaleni abahle kakhulu erabareje khumbule ke kasithetha ngeBarondoli liqela elivela elake ladlala i-finals zama-Phillies game zabambini ohluleka ukhumbule liqela elithe laya kwi-finals kaninzi xa sijongile lona iqela labarondoli kodwa xa befika kwifinali ayohluleka. "2015 badlala neqela lase-Alexander akwakuthiwa Alex Beti bedlala kwifinali babethwa. Babuya 2017 badlala neqela ekuthiwa ngamandla Abarondoli babethwa. Loo nto ixelela nje uba kudala eli qela lisiya kwi-finals ze-Phillies games mhlawumbe nalapha bajonge ukuya khona lapho ke iyathatha ibeka phansi eli qela layo ke ngoko ngaphesha pha Abarondoli athi abazama ukugxotha laphola Abarondoli babeka phansi laphola edibana naye ke elamhlale Nansi ke ngoku iyaza Gwara edibana naye laphola uSibusiso athi phona kaSibusiso thola ibantu zaphesha phansi umntwana uKatleho kufaka boxing laphola dlala umsebenzi athi kushwa laphola ezandleni zakhe uthini unompempe kakuhle emabaleni amahle kakhulu erabareji khumbule ke namhlanje azange kunetha ukhumbule okosiqalile ke imidlalo yama-Phillies games ebinetha imvula namhlanje sibone imvula isibolele ingakhange inethe Nkululeko abaqeqeshi masithembe bazokwenza utshintsho umqeqeshi owayo ngaphesha pha yona ke Gwara igama lakhe kunguye ke uLinda Khumalo yasuka lapho la ngasemva ke gogo ebanjwa ngaphesha pha liqela labarondoli bayithatha ababeka phansi lapho la abeka esazulu isebala lapho la iya apho khona Mathamela ayithathe ayibeke ngaphesha pha apho khona uSiyabonga athi lapho la idibana naye kutsiyetse uzama igoma ngaphesha pha lapho la abarondoli bazama ukuyitenga ibhola bazama ukuyidibanisa ngoku abarondoli anti laphona phezulu kwelentaka yabeke ibizwa ngaphandle ngolo hlobo athi khona Gwara ke ngokuyecenga laphola edibana nayo uSibusiso ayifake ngaphesha pha aphume emhlabeni wakhe yena ke njane Mathebula athi laphola ke ngokuliyeza iqela layo ke Abarondoli asabukela eboxini laphola uzama ngandlela zonke ngaphesha pha uSiphiwe Matlala uzama ngendlela zonke ehlasela lona eliqela leGwara umbuzo endinawo apho ko ingaba izinto zizawuphela zinje kusini kulababala khona umdlali olele phansi oveka buhlungu yabona ke umdlali angalala phansi ngolo hlobo akasoze abize utata ubiza umama wakhe elele ngalo hlobo olele phansi ngolo hlobo uqeqeshwayo ke hlikihla izandla ke ngoku uqeqeshwayo yona ke iGwara uthi lixesha lenqaku ngoku uthi uyalifuna
yabona into ejabulisayo mhlekazi wami ukuthi kwamanje sesibonile-ke ukuthi bayakwazi ukuthi bahlanganise ama-touches womabili lamaqembu bayakwazi ukuthi ba-athekane womabili lamaqembu njengoba sesibona kukhona elinye lamaqembu elizoyenza ushintsho ekuyona ke-Abarondoli asithembe-ke ukuthi bazothi mabaletha ushintsho kuzokwazi ukuthi kube ama-fresh legs alethe ushintsho enkundleni because yona into esiyifunayo kwamanje abadlali sebadlalile badlala boma-58 minutes kodwa azange balethe any change so asithembe ukuthi mabalethe ama-fresh legs then sokwazi ukuthi sibone ama-changes
ilento bendiyithethe kudala kuleko kufuneka xa ixesha linjengoku ube namaqhinga kadyakalashe kufuneka usebenzise amathambo engqondo khumbule siqabela kwimizuzu engamashumi 59 sisatsho sithi leqanda agwaragwara leqanda Abarondoli free kick enhle enza nje imitha ezimbalwa ingene eboxini kaPola yenza nje imitha ezimbalwa ingene eboxini kaPola sibona abadlali abane-experience phezu kwayo laPola bakhona phezu Elias phezu kwepala laPola phezu kwepala laPola
ngibona mhlekazi u-Elias Manene usuke wathatha inhliziyo laphayana labhola kube bekahlakaniphile bemule kube ibhola lithathayo alahlele ebhokisini abone ukuthi ngabe kungaba nenhlanhla uma ngabe bahamba bayoheda yibona-ke ama-free kick kumele bawasebenzise uma bawathola khumbula ukuthi ama-set piece ezinye zey'ndlela zokuthi ukwazi ukuthi athege noma sibreak ibonda le-defense uma ngabe ubheka ibonda leBarondoli abakwazi ukuthi bashifte njengoba sibabona bekuba yibona abazamayo ukuthi ba-athege kodwa ibonda labo lasemuva lisaqinile kuBarondoli
bazama ngandlela zonke kuleko akukholula lamabala akukholula kulo mdlalo ante laPola ithatha ubeka phansi ngaBarondoli ngaphesha pha bazama uvula indlela aliqala layo Abarondoli bayithatha bayibeka ngasemva laPola azulwini esebala ante laPola ke bayizama ngaphesha pha usanayo abantwana bayo Abarondoli athi Pola izothola ukubani yayichitha laPola Gwara ithatha ithumela kwelentaka laPola yabeke iyaqengeleka iphumela ngaphandle azakwenza utshintsho kutheni bengenze utshintsho eliqala layo ke Abarondoli ayithatha laPola bayibeka phansi anse laPola ke ngoku iyaqengeleka laPola iyakaphesha pha kuyeke uMichael ansi phona kaMichael iyaqengeleka laphona kuMichael akuMichael senza laPola ibuyela kuMichael futhi akuMichael eyithwala uMichael laPola ezama ngandlela zonke uMichael kululeko enza utshintsho amakhwenkwe Abarondoli bafaka ngaphesha pha benza lanto kuthiwa i-double substitute ezabasebenzela ngenene ababana bahle kakhulu ke erabaret sisatsho sithi leqanda agwaragwara leqanda Abarondoli kuthiwa bayithathe laPola ibekwa phansi ibe-goal kick yalo eliqala layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona ke igwaragwara masithembe luzabasebenzela ola tshintsho eliqala layo yona ke Abarondoli anse laPola ke ngoku iyaqengeleka ngaphesha pha ithona kubani ithatha ke ngoku laPola ngutsietse Bahuwa ayiphakamise utsietse Bahuwa iya phezulu laPola iyayithatha iyayichitha ke ngoku igwaragwara anse laPola iwela ke ngoku emhlabeni wayo ke igwaragwara aza enza amakhwenkwe agwaragwara pha ngasemva ambetha kabuhlungu amsika ngasemva kodwa uthini noPempe uthi maqhubeke umdlalo athi lapho la idibana neGwara esasukise bala Gwara ke kokubasana lapho athi ihlaba kaphesha pha beka kuye lapho Elias ukhumbule ke uchawuke ungenile kwaphuma ngaphesha pha yena ke isibelele athi lapho ke iyathathwa ngaphesha badibana noTheats Mahua experience epha ngasembebekwa ngasemva lapho ke kweqela layo ke ngoko Abarondoli athi lapho uzobeka phansi lamntana lapho osandukena Chelsea lapho 17 athi lapho ithona kubani ngaphesha pha Gwara ecengethata lapho izama uyiqotha ngasemhlabeni wayo Gwara idlala emhlabeni wayo ixesha elininzi andiyiboni izama uhlasela andiyiboni intoba bazithembile mhlambe kumjikelo wesibini eliqala layo Gwara alithuba ngaphesha pha izawungena ebhoksini lapho nethuba izama ngaphesha pha ithuba la Gwara wohlala ngomsebenzi wahlala ngethuba ebelihle kahleko Rabatho jongo kahleko Rabatho lapho ibilithuba elebhoksini jongo lapha kahleko Rabatho hlala ngomsebenzi ithuba elinjiyana liza kanye enyakeni liza kanye ngeChristmas ekufanele lapho uyifake ngaphakathi emnatheni woyikile ukhaba khangajonge ibhali xa ikhaba la bhola khangazijonge ibhali uvele wakhaba nje egqithisa nje isana kunina
yabona enye into ebalulekile wena mhlekazi iyona into enzima ukuthi abantu bangakwazi ukuthi bahlanganise amathuba kodwa into echazayo kwamanje ukuthi sesiyababona abadlala ibhola womabili lamaqembu yize baye bafaka ushintsho njengoba simbona ke uPokemon osandangena eqenjini layo ke iAbarondoli omunye wabadlala baba ingozi kakhulu njengoba sibona bathola ithuba omadoda asebenza unozinti laphayana laphayana ukena ke uNeo abanika icorner kick abafana beqembu lawo ke Abarondoli bekusakutshela ke wona mhlekazi kithi mangabe niletha ama-fresh legs niyakwazi ukuthi ni-confuse ama-defender nokuthi kwazi ukuthi ni-attack yize sibonile nabo baye bathola ithuba awubhekeke le bhola ebeselize ngabafana beqembu lawo ke-Abarondoli sebenzile laphayana uNeo okuyena ke unozinti wase ubanika yona i-corner kick
yasuka lapho khona lithuba second kwepali lapho azalicula elandinqamisayo lamakhwenkwe ayo yona Gwara uba abasijongi epha ngasemva impazamo zabo kuthiwa bayithathe la bhola ebekwe phansi ibe i-goal kick yalo eliqala layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona Gwara yayithatha ithumela kwanabathuna lapho Gwara phezulu esibhakabhakeni lapho nathi yathatha ibeka phansi ke Gwara yeza kaphesha pha Gwara yazama kaphesha pha namhlanje yazama utsidiso fake ebhoksini lapho khona uSibusiso sebhola kaSibusiso ezwana kaphesha pha uye ke ukatlego uzenza lapho izawuthona ingubani lapho ngaphesha pha yabeke ayichitha amakhwenkwe wayo ngaphesha pha eliqela layo yona ke Abarondoli ilanga ngoku liyahamba ke liyatshona liyakunina ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo ingaba ke izinto zizawuphela zinjena kuliqanda kweliqela layo Gwara khumbule ke kuliqanda nakweliqela layo Abarondoli sizaba ne-draw ezi-4 namhlanje
yabona ke mhlekazi into ejabulisayo ngalo mdlalo ukuthi sesibonile ukuthi khona baye bakwazi bathatha i-responsibility bayenza ushintsho iqembu layo ke Abarondoli baye baletha uPokemon bamfaka phakathi yize sibona nakulona iqembu layo ke Gwara khona ke omapayo okuyena ke umshweshwe omunye wabadlali abakwaziyo ukuthi balethe istability ngaphansi enkundleni uma bangabe bengena ngaphansi kwayo ke kakhulukazi i-middle so siyathemba ke ukuthi bazothi mabayenza ushintsho ungabe ukuthi ushintsho luzokwazi ukuthi ba-disturb babuye ba-break down i-shape yabo phakathi nendawo esiswini nokuthi bakwazi attack. So Abarondoli iyahlakanipha yakwazi ifaka umuntu one-pace nomuntu one-skill. So ngakulona iqembu layo Gwara bafuna ukufaka umuntu okwaziyo ukuthi ahlanganise amabhola awa-distribute side to side. So asithembe nje ukuthi kuba umdlalo esingeke sikhohlwe kulona isombe sesibili somdlalo.
Yabona Nkululeko xa uthetha ngomdlali ofana naye ke umshweshwe umdlali odlalileyo kulamabala asethembisa ende kudala ke wadlala iPhillies Games uthetha ngomakhwekwetha uthetha ngomakade enethwa umdlali ohambe amabala amfuru wonke walapha ethembisa edlala itournament ezilapha ethembisa. Ukhumbule ke Gwara ke liqela elibuya kula section ebizwa ngethafeni. Ithafeni ukhumbule ke isemen line. Iqela layo Abarondoli liqela elibuya pha kula ndawo ekuthiwa ikhalambazo. Ungazibuza kutheni yathiwa la ndawo kuthiwa ikhalambazo. Yathathwa lapho ke ibekwa phansi leqela layo ngaphesha pha yona ke Gwara bazama ifaka eboxini lapho. Benza utshintsho kaphesha pha bafaka yena lo mdlali besithetha ngaye umshweshwe yangathi usivile umqeqeshi kuphuma yena ke uRaymond Monama. Ibhola ke isekoneni ngaphesha pha kuthiwa bayisuse leqela layo ke yathetha ke unompempe ngaphesha pha yena ubekudini uyothatha information pha kumncedisi wakhe uyothatha information pha kumncedisi wakhe. Khumbule ke siyatsho sithi iPhillies Games 2020 kuyamhlebela kaphesha pha ukhona osengxakini bayambhala umqeqeshi wabarondoli bamnikeza i-yellow card. Ikhona into ayithethileyo bayambhala kaphesha pha une-yellow card yena umfoka amahapha ambhalile uvusi mahamba kuthiwa bayisuke elabhola ekoneni ngeliqela layo ngaphandle kwabathandabuzo iyona ke Ronaldo kaphakathi emnatheni lihle tshantsa laphola wayibeka emnatheni benze isuper sub imntana seka usanda ungena lamdlali ubethela nqaku jonga nje elanqaku elihle walibetha ngenhloko lomntwana wambona ukuthi ebelindele lanqaku ayibetha kahle ngenhloko laphola lihle.
Yabona ngiyengakhala ngayo indaba ye-height wena Luvuyo ngathi bonke abadefender weqembu leGwara bafishani uma bangasemuva ingakho sibona baye bagcina sebathola nayo ke i-free header abalo iqembu layo ke Abarondoli. So yilona goli elihle kakhulu elenza ushintsho kusona ke isombe sethu sesibili somdlalo. So yona ke into besiyibhekile ukuthi ngaze soze siwathole noma yini amagoli na njengoba sifike kuwona ke umdlalo wanamhlanje. So Sitiaman bayenza kahle kakhulu benza i-super sub base balithola igoli. Aseme ukuthi nakuyona ke empeleni iqembu leGwara ukufaka kwabo kwiswap kuzokwazi ukuthi kulethe ushintsho.
Sabeke sitsho ngolo hlobo sithi 1 iqela layo Abarondoli liqanda kuGwara asaze ukuba bazawuphendula ke eliqela la iGwara ngathi ngaphesha pha lifumana i-free kick enhle ekakubi yenza imitha ezimbalwa laphola ingene eboxini. Uthini uMcDonald onompempe sikhumbule ke ama-Phillies Games imidlalo ethi iqale nge-16 uyazibuza kutheni ama-Phillies Games eqala nge-16 ingoba yi-reconciliation day phezu kwepali laphona
Yeah, so then where you hey? So how are you feeling late?
Sisachoke City 1 Abarondoli leqanda Gwara siqabela kwemizuzu engamashumi asixhenxe anesithathu kwathiwa ithathwe kilakela phola ebekwe phansi ethunyelwe ngaphesha pha leqela layo Abarondoli Tata phakamisa Abarondoli laphona ephezulu esibhakabhakeni laphona efuna inhloko zamadoda iqithi Gwara laphona anse laphona yaqengeleka ezawuthola imali phezulu esibhakabhakeni laphona ifuna inhloko zamadoda futhi isesazulwini semala ngomhlaba wayo ke Abarondoli ithatha izawuphoswa laphona ibe yithrow-in yeqela layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona Gwara iphosa Gwara laphona ifuna inhloko zamadoda eqengeleka yabeke iphuma ngaphandle
yabona ke ebalulekile mhlekazi ukuthi baye bathola igoli labeqembu laberondoli asebakwazi ukuthi baphaphamiseni abafana beqembu legwara uyabona kwamanje sebabonisa ukuthi nabo abantu abafuna igoli yizo bengishilo ukuthi mangabe kuzoba khona abazokwazi bashaya inqaku lokuqala sizowubona umdlalo esifunayo bheka manje ishape yegwara yasesiswini seyivukile bayakwazi bahlanganisa amathashisi bamuvele phambili yize kuzoba nzima kakhulu ukuthi babreake ibonda le-back four yeqembu leberondoli because ibonda le-back four yeqembu leberondoli into ebasizayo kwamanje ukuthi baya-communicate and communicate kwabo bakwazi ukuthi babhithe offside trap nokuthi bakwazi ukupempeleni badefende ukuthi kungabi namabhola adlulayo aya on the other side so kuba nzima kakhulu for Abarondoli ukuthi baluze ishape emuva
njengoba besitshilo unkululeko uba abafana bayigwara badlala deep emhlabeni wabo kodwa ngoku baphaphamile bayabona amaxesha ayemka ixesha alikhonga kubo anse laphola ithwane ngubani ngaphesha pha Umbekuthola laphola isukile lethuba yatshwa ezandleni zakhe uBenjani bathebula uyathetha ngaphesha pha uyayithatha uyayiphakamisa umfoka amathebula laphona ipha phezulu laphona ibethwa ngentloko izawuthwana imali sesazulwini semala ayithatha lamakhwenkwe owayo ke ngokaphesha pha yona ke Abarondoli uthini unompempe uthini ekakuhle sisatho sithi Phillies Games 2020 siserabarichi apho sikhoyo isaqaleni ke apha ethembisa erabarichi kodwa babe i-free kick liyana ndibona apha phezu kwayo yena ke umshweshwe ndibona yena umshweshwe phezu kwalaphola kulo mdlali besithethe ngasathi une-experience masoko wayikhaba laphola afaka ebhokisini laphola yachithwa laphola ngaphesha pha ngalamakhwenkwe wayo Abarondoli acitha kanti wela kugwara laphola yaqengeleka laphola ke ngoko ethwane ngubani ngaphesha pha ayithatha lamakhwenkwe wayo Abarondoli khangayifunde la ncwadi ebeyibhalelwa ngaphesha pha wathi le ncwadi ibingapholwa ngumama abe ibhalwa ngumama ngethe D esana lwami ngethe D enono yabeke ingizwa ngaphandle elobhola ansi ke ngoko eliqala layo Gwara lizana ibhola lizama uhlasela yaqengeleka laphola wayitrepa ngaphesha pha uBenjamin Mathebula ayithathe ayiphakamise laphola ayithumele kwaNdabandula ifuna inhloko zamadoda laphola anse laphola ecenga ke ngoko Abarondoli edibana naye ke ngoku uthabo laphola icenge Abarondoli bayihlaba kaphela lithuba futhi ebhoksini mtshela bamsusa epholele yayithatha laphola ikorakora anso ke ngoku inyuka nayo ikorakora ke ngoku laphola icenga ke ngoku ikorakora basanayo laphola utsitiso anso utsitiso nangu utsitiso uyeza utsitiso nanguyabathola utsitiso uyayiphasa laphola wedlalile utsitiso ezanayo ngasemva laphola esebenza eba courageous eba nespeed utsitiso xa ifika ebhoksini uyafika ebhoksini akabi greedy uyiphasela uzakwabo labhola abeke badlala ngethuba
yabona Luvuyo mangabe nithola amathuba njengalawa ngifila ngathi uThiliso bekumele kube uyena othatha iresponsibility khumbulo-ke ukuthi mangabe uphatha ibhola isikhathi eside amehlo akho asuka sewasukile ebholweni usuka sewubhekile inkundla bese kasibonile nesikhala yize simbona uSibusiso umfana ka-corners ube wathi ukuthi uzama ukuthi alithephe kodwa lathi lisukuma la phezu kwamapali so if only uThiliso bekathatha iresponsibility kube mhlawumbe sikhuluma olunye udaba
ngabe sithethe into ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo wena Nkululeko Mfoka Phiri iyaphakama laphola iyaphezulu ebethwa ngenhloko ke elaphola ke lenqelelayo ke ngoku Abarondoli thatha bayibeka phansi laphola kulomdlali olele phansi wayo ikorakora ulele phansi ngaphesha pha ufeka buhlungu jonga nje kathi sibone kahle ukuthi bamenze ntoni lo mdlali nguye ke uTsidiso Chauke aze uzawuphakama uTsidiso Chauke nguye olele phansi ngaphesha pha sisatsho sithi iFilis Games 2020 isise Rabareche yathathwa laphola ikorakora ebeka phansi enza laphola ikorakora iyacengwa laphola lenza laa nto kuthiwa yi-fair play ayikhuphela ngaphandle laphola ke ngoba afaneke laphola ke iqalwe ngala makhwenkwe wayo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo yona Abarondoli khumbule ke Abarondoli bahamba phambili ke ngenqaku elinye eqandeni layo ikorakora izawuphoswa laphola nguTsietsi Mahuwa khumbule ke udlalile ke ku-PSL ibethwa ngenhloko laphola ke ithwale ngaphesha pakwarakora ithathe ibeke phansi laphola ke anze laphola yatshintsha ke ngoku tshintsha isayidi Abarondoli anze laphola ke dibana naye ke ngoku umdlali kuphulaphule waza insani ke ngoku mbukeli ithuba elinjena laphola ibetha side netting ibilithuba elihle eliya nansi laphola ke ngoku isanayo ikorakora ayicenga laphola korakora nansi ikorakora uthini unompempe uthini umncedisi kanompempe okungigama lakhe nguye ke umthobisi Nyempe indoda yangapha kwelaseThepheni ngoba seThepheni ukhumbule ke xa sithetha ngaye umthobisi Nyempe uno-level 5 wayo erefing jonga nawo ke amakhwenkwe uyakopa umqeqeshi wayo ngoku umqeqeshi wayo ikorakora naye ufuna ukwenza i-double substitute ngaphesha pha wena Nkululeko inoba izamsebenzela kusini
yabona Luvuyo into ebalulekile njengamanje ukuthi kumele ukhiphe zonke induku ubusifihle eqhubeni kube ukuthi bazokusebenzela ngoba mangabe ufuna ukuthi uqede umlenze wokuqala ulidiwa kuyothanda ukuthi kube nzima kakhulu ukuthi ubuye khumbula ukuthi Abarondoli nabo abantu abafuna ukuzibona beyenqobile ama-Filis Games kulo nyaka yona nto abaze baneplan yayo yize sibonile kunamaqembu amaningi ahlukahlukene aloku athande ukuthi abe nzima sawabonile abovokoram baningi nje kodwa-ke iqembu labarondoli lathi bazimisele nje ukuthi this year bayawanqoba ama-Filis Games so mangabe ikorakora izobanika amathuba njengalawo bese yona mayithola amathuba ingawasebenzisi so buye sikhuluma olunye udaba sithi sobababona ngomunye unyaka ozayo
yabona xa uthetha ngeli qela lekorakora andikaze ndilibone lisiya pha kuyo ke ligqithela pha kumjikelo owayo i-semi-final yazo iFilis Games laa nto kuthiwa i-history iyaziphinda-phinda ingaba xa ujongile wena bazawuphuma kulona umjikelo ofuthi eli qela layo igwaragwara antsela phola ke koke igwaragwara azama ulungisa kaphesha phaa igwaragwara antsela phola jibana naye kaphesha phaa mnanake exofe phaa kaphesha phaa aphethe amadoda amabini ewabelekile antsela phola ke thatha yayikhupha Abarondoli othini uMcDonald othini nompempe uthi ndiyakubona le nto uyenzayo uthi ndiyakubona le nto uyenzayo iyathathwa laphola ibekwa leqela lekorakora leqela la Abarondoli bayenza laphola esazulwini sebala emhlabeni wabo anze laphola babeka ngasemva ke Abarondoli thatha ekhuphela ngaphandle ayikho le nto yenzayo yamdlale udlala le nto kuthiwa udlala into engekhoyo kaphesha phaa uyathetha ke umqeqeshi ngoku wabo uphakamile umqeqeshi wabarondoli ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo ngoku ngaphesha phaa yena uvusi mahamba ukhumbule ke une-yellow card ba uzawuqhubeka engena esuka phaa emhlabeni wakhe esuka ebhokisini yakhe angayibhaqa ke ne-red card uba uzawuqhubeka esenza kwela hlobo sesiyabheke imizuzu engamashumi asibhozo anesine apha erabaritshi sekusheke nje imizuzu emithandathu uba singene exesheni likanompempe yathatha laphola esuka ngaphesha phaa isusa leqela layo ke ngoku ilona ke ikorakora athi abayihlaba laphola bazabe bayihlaba ebhokisini yayichitha laphola ke ngoku yona ke ikorakora ithumela kwandabanjura anse laphola izawuthola imbaniko ngaphesha apha anse laphola yeza eliqela layo ke ngoku Abarondoli ahlabe ngaphesha phaa umfo lokatsietse amahuwa kodwa ithathe laphola ikorakora igxotha laphola ikorakora iwe lapho kubarondoli laphola ethathe babeke esazweni sobala uthini nompempe othini yena ke Donald ngaphesha apha yabona ngoku kuyaqala ke ngoku kuba lisizi kuyaqala ke ngoku yabatshonela ilanga amakhwenkwe wayo ke ngoku ikorakora anse laphola ke acenga Abarondoli laphola uphuma yedwa ngaphesha phaa namntana uthabanqimva anse phola kathabanqimva ayihlabe ngaphesha phaa laphola iyaza Abarondoli siyabonga phezu kwepali laphola
bona bayazama ukuthi ba-create amathuba abo siyabonga ngoba bayazi ukuthi akukho lula uqeda umdlalo ulida ngegoli lilodwa yize nabo bakwazile ukuthi babuye against iqembu le-1 Lion kwamagoli amabili bayazi ukuthi nanoma bangashintsha la anything can happen uma ifika ebholeni ley'nyawo ingakho bazama ukuthi ba-create wonke amathuba abangawa-create nokuthi baze bazitholele amagoli because ukulida ngegoli lilodwa mhlekazi bangabe sibuye kumlenze wesibili heyi kuba nzima kakhulu ngoba amanye amaqembu ayahamba ayevutha amanye amaqembu ayahamba abuye namathimba azokwazi ukuthi empeleni abasebenzele so asithembe nje ukuthi mangabe bazoqeda kanje bayayazi i-drawing plan yabo ezobasebenzela
uvandima mhlekazi wabe mfo kaphiri anse phola iyayicenga ke ngoku eliqela layo Abarondoli ayithathe ke ngoku bayenza bangena kumhlaba wekorakora azayenzani laphola anse laphola iyayicenga ke ngoku Abarondoli ayihlabe ngaphesha phaa laphola ke edibana naye lamntana othini nompempe uMcDonald khumbuleke kukusiqabela kwimizuzu engamashumi asibhozo anesixhenxe yayithatha laphola ikorakora ibeka phansi uthini unompempe othile omncedisi kaNompempe ngaphesha pha othi offside uthi indawo bese kuyo indawo engcwele kakhulu bekafanekanga unyathele de unyase ngolo hlobo Ansela pola ke kwara omsheshe la pola uthumela ngaphesha pha komhlaba waye ngoko Abarondoli yecenga kwara la pola ansi kwara ayiphakamisa la pola Yapa la pola kukosnati akukosnati zakwenzani ukosnati phezu la pola unakuya uyabathwala ukosnati wayenza lanto wayenzisisisa wayenza kakhulu ukosnati anti la pola iyathathwa ke ngoko leqela layo ngoko Abarondoli wajikeleza wacela izaliyoni yena usiyabonga anti la pola isekuye ke ngoko usiyabonga yathathwa la pola kwara ke ngoko asena kwara asena bayicenga la pola bafuna ukungena eboxini asenza la pola kwara ezamaketela zonke thathe la pola ayibeka ngaphesha pha fake eboxini la pola shoya ezandleni zakho Benjamin Mathebula ayibamba yathula athi xoka ayibamba yathula athi xoka Benjamin la pola anze la pola yacengisa zinto semala idibana nalo ke ngoko eliqela alayo kwara liyayitshonela ngoku ilanga kululeko loba sekuthwale liyayitshonela ngoku eliqela layo kwara kuthanda ke ngoko obalisize kuyo ke la section ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo ekuthiwa ithafeni ke ngoko kuthanda abanzima kuyo ke kwara la pola yethatha ebeka phansi kwara izana la pola kwara ayicenga la pola edibana naye ke atafuna mithuba lekwara andikholelwa lena into ithuba elihle jonga liyomdlali hlala ngomsebenzi elo thuba bekufanele kulivalela ngaphakathi emnatheni amathuba anjiyana udlala ngethuba nge-last minute akanawusixolela uyabona xa ifika endlini akanawulala buthongo obuhlayo nomhlanje uyawulala ephaphama ethi ndenze ntoni kahle pha
iyona nto engikhala ngayo mhlekazi amathuba njengalawa nizowakhalela yahamba phambili Abarondoli ngelilodwa fanele ngabe na-converter nibuye no-relaxa so uzolukhalela kakhulu ke leli thuba abalitholile ngoba bayawazile ukuthi ba-create kodwa into engijabulisayo kwamanje ukuthi bayakwazi ukuthi ba-create nokuthi bathole ama-chances uphela kanjalo ke umdlalo wethu wanamhlanje njengoba sekashilo uDonald ukuthi elilodwa kubona ke Abarondoli iqanda ngalela kulona iqembu layo iGwara
kusho khona ke iphumelele Abarondoli umdlalo obumhle wena ngeyona ndlela wena kululeko umdlali bekubonakala amaqela omabini ayoyikana kodwa ligqibele sele liqoboza elaqanda lona eliqela layo ngaphandle kwamathandabuzi yona Abarondoli baphumelele ke ngolo hlobo sithi 1 Abarondoli liqanda kulamakhwenkwe ayo ikwara
enye into engichazayo ke wena Luvuyo ukuthi sesabona umdlalo waqala ungesesimweni esiphansi kakhulu ungajabulisi neze umdlalo waqala ngesithukuthezi abadlali bewale bahlanganisa ama-touches besaba ukuthi ba-attackane nokuthi basabe nokuthi bayenza ama-attempt kodwa sithema sesibona baqala bahlanganisa ama-touches base kuba namathuba loku-eza bathi bayenza ama-changes wase kuba namathuba eza base balithola elilodwa eliqembu layo ke ikakhulukazi iqembu layo ke Abarondoli so simbonile ke ukuthi ezimahuwa ne-experience yakhe umdlali okuyena ke uBhiza uSimphiwe Mahlala usuka eqenjini layo ke uBotswana osuka khona ngale ke ku-Boko FC uyakwazi ukuthi asize kakhulu khona uma be-attacka okwazi ukuthi empeleni alethe amathuba yize sigcine sesibona bathola elilodwa igoli
uyabona masithethe into yoba uhlakaniphile umqeqeshi waba-Arondoli ekunguye igama lakhe kunguye ke uVusi Mahamba usebenzisa okuphansi onele phaya wakhupha umdlali lowana wenza ukhumbule ke sisatsho ke sithi gwara liqanda Abarondoli 1 ziphela kanjalo ke izinto apha kulamabala amahle kakhulu yona Rabarechi jonga ke ithuba ebelilihle amathuba bawafumene aliqala bawasebenzisa eliqala labarondole jonga lela thuba elilihle bekubonakala bebehlasela bekubonakala abebengazange phozodlala Gwara naye bezama uphendula kodwa ke khange babe nentanta jonga lela nqaku jonga kaphesha pha befumana i-free kick ebekufaneka bayisebenzisile abafana babarondole
iyona le free kick ebengikhala ngayo ngithi uThabo Mathabela uyiwacishe ukuthi ayikore ngoba uThabo Mathabela umunye abadlali abane-experience enkulu kakhulu kona-ke ama-Phillies games yize-ke amafawula njengalawa akusiyona nto kumele siziconcede uma ngabe sidlala ama-tournament amakhulu anjengayo-ke ama-Phillies games so uThabo Mathabela bekashaye kahle la free kick yize sabona nonozinti waba netouch laphayana so baye bazama ukuthi bahlasele kakhulu abafana beqembu layo-ke abarondoli yize sibone negwara naye baye bathola elinye ithuba lapho sibona khona-ke umfana ukena-ke usibusiso kamkhonazi bazama ukuthi bacreate bangene ebhokisini bathola amathuba kodwa kwambona uThiliso walithatha walibeka esayidini so bebasebenzisa kakhulu umdlali okuyena-ke u-Elias Manene njengoba sazi ukuthi une-height enhle kakhulu and unanomzimba kodwa baye bahlakanipha beqembu layo abarondoli bakwazi ukuthi bammakhe bamvalele ebhodleni azange simbone adlala kuze kwaphela isiwembe sesibili
jonga khangela nawo amathuba wayo abarondole babe namathuba amaninzi besebenza ngaphetsha pha uNewo besebenza pha kwezabhale uNewo babe namathuba amaninzi jonga esebenza asijonge lakona jonga lakona alithuba yeze nenqaku ke lakona
ngayo athi bangabe ninabantu abafishane unconcede ama-fouls unconcede ama-corner kicks because ama-set piece kuba nzima ukuthi siwamake bangabe sinabantu abafishane ku-back four yethu kuba difficult for thina ukuthi simake bheka baye bazitholela i-free header uzamile umsheshe ukuthi adeflecte ibhola kodwa azange lize livume so baye bazitholela igoli elilodwa yize nocoach wabo yathola i-yellow card okuyena-ke empeleni uvusi mahamba kodwa-ke bajabulile and baye bathola ithuba lokugcina abeqembu layo-ke igwaragwara ubuke laphayana wadlala ngalo-ke umfana okuyena-ke uThepiso azange akwazi ukuthi asebenze neze bekunzima kakhulu for iqembu layo-ke igwaragwara kuze kwasebenzeka kakhulu njengoba siwubona umdlalo wethu uphela kulilodwa ngapha kwiqanda ngalena
kululeko laphola bekufaneka uyivalele ngaphakathi emnathini
asigijime sikubhekele-ke kuwona ama-statistics ukuthi ame kanjani bheka ama-goal attempts wabo-ke abarondoli ayaba u-30 wegwaragwara aba u-11 i-ball position 53% kwiqembu layo-ke abarondoli kwaba i-47% kwiqembu layo-ke igwaragwara shots on target nama-shot on attempts 3-4 so ama-fouls azange abe maningi kakhulu eqenjini layo-ke iabarondoli kodwa kugwaragwara ayebakwazi bathole amaningi njengamanje sithathe intambo sigoqe size straight kumbali enzansi.
Thank you so much. I'm pitch side with Coach Ndabandaba. Coach, what a match. So many missed opportunities.
What can I say? It was a tough one. Very tough one. But it's a first leg. Maybe second leg, something will come up. But the boys did very well.
Coach, and we saw the fighting spirit from your team as well, right until the end, and the frustration also of that last-minute goal attempt that should have gone in, but it didn't, Coach.
Yeah, young men there, hey, decision-making there. In the 18 area, you calm your body down, you score the goal, then we go to second leg and see what is going to happen there. But I believe from my boys, something will come up.
And 1-0 at least is not a big aggregate, so it's something that you can still overturn.
Yes. It's what I know. 1-0. It's as simple. My boys can score more than 3 goals. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Coach. See you at the second leg.
Thank you very much.
Coach Ndabandaba of Gwara, and I am joined now by Coach Vusi Mahamba. Coach, you got a yellow card. I know that tempers were high and frustrations were high. It was a frustrating game, but eventually your team, Yaphumelele.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good game, and sorry for yellow card, but I was just playing with my student. He's my former student, that one, and yeah. Well, coming to the game, it was a tight game. It's a first leg. I think we'll go back to the drawing board and correct a few mistakes, but definitely sure we are going to the semi-finals.
Gwalepi, coach, because we saw so many opportunities, not just from Gwara, but from your side as well. And this is one of those games where goalkeepers played such an important role in keeping the teams in the game.
I think our boys inside the 18 area, they were not relaxing. Hence, they were shooting no maganjani, but we'll correct those mistakes. I think we've got on the 26th, we'll have a few training session in the morning so that we can correct those mistakes. I think this is a good team. Gwara, they are playing well, and they are competing with us. I've always said to people, Phillies Games is a Champions League. If you want to see big boys, you must come here so that you can see quality football.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck. We'll see you on the 27th.
Thank you.
Coach Vusi Mahamba, the winning coach, Abarondoli, the only match, the only winning coach, actually, yes, of today. So these are the results from the first leg of the last 8. First FC sharing the spoils with Boko Haram. The Rock and Ndengeza sharing the spoils, a goalless draw. Amandla and Isithembo, so hard fought 2-2 draw. Isithembo, of course, came from behind to equalize with a stellar of a goal, courtesy of Mpilo Patela. And of course, Gwara, oh goodness, losing it in the end to Abarondoli after a very frustrating 70 minutes. But these are the fixtures that you can look forward to on the 27th of December. This is the second leg, of course. Boko Haram will be playing host to First FC, and Ndengeza as well as the Rock will also be in contention. Isithembo and Amandla will be looking to build from today's momentum, and Abarondoli will be looking to extend that lead over Gwara. And of course, Gwara will be looking to bounce back. The aggregate is not such a heavy blow for them, says the coach. 1-0 is just nothing. They can still catch up. So all that action will be taking place here at the Robbie Red Stadium. We will be back here on the 27th in full swing for the second leg of the last 8. Of course, it will all culminate possibly at a different stadium, but all the action is being held here. Well, remember that we are live on visionview.tv as well as DSTV Now channel 245. So that is where you can catch all the action, including the semi-finals as well as the final. From Mina Umbaliskit, it's been an amazing day, and the entire crew behind this production. Cheers, bye.